Side for shifters, real quick, before we send it up to our boys up there so Medic can complain about beans and toast. He was very, very upset about that. I know, you do. Of course you do. You're British. If you can't hear him. But shifters, what are the odds here? We've like, look, we called GX Barons the ugly, but I still don't feel like this is like a clean, easy sweep for shifters. I think both these teams need to show a little bit more. What do you think is like the most pivotal thing we have to keep our eyes on today?
I am looking towards top lane today.
Yes.
Roosters, laning phase, fantastic. Oscar, week 2, still saw a lot of those moments, getting caught inside, looking a little bit shaky sometimes in the mid game. To me, if shifters can attack GX in the top lane, that is where they can win, because they honestly have a good chance today to win and contest for playoffs.
Yeah, I was looking to go for a different lane, but honestly, top lane is just so polarizing that it just doesn't make sense to not look anywhere else there, because you have Oscar, extremely explosive. Yeah, he face planted into the Baron wall a couple of times in that game, and it sucked. And on the other side, you have Rooster. So I feel like top lane should be the explosive matchup, because they're both very, very hungry when it comes to establishing laning phase dominance.
Yep. All right. All eyes on top lane. All conversations about whether or not British cuisine is totally trash. Casters, take it away.
It is. It is awful.
British
and I say that because it's mostly
Irish.
Yeah, and I'm saying most Irish cuisine kind of sucks as well. We're not exactly known for culinary expertise. We've got coddle.
Yeah.
That's the extent of it.
You have potatoes.
Yeah, they are.
That were the most delicious crisp in the world.
Fantastic.
Awful chocolate bar, by the way. Never buy a Tato's chocolate bar. They're diabolical.
Cadbury's chocolate is really good.
It's very good. Yeah. Very good. Anyway, we're here for League of Legends. We'll start off with that. Toad in the hole. Delicious. Bangers and mash, also very tasty. Right. A good roast.
It depends on the sausages, though.
Oh yeah, but like these are British pork.
I'm only so from the Cumberland, though.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we were here for League of Legends. You've just come back down the rabbit hole.
You've moved into actors. I don't understand why Benedict Cumberland has come into this.
But he can't say penguin. So
penguin.
Or is it squirrel? Is it squirrel or penguin?
It's penguin. It's penguin. You haven't seen that. Benedict Cumberbatch does an amazing documentary about penguins. Have a watch. It's very funny. And we're getting to some League of Legends, shall we? Shifters up against Giant X. Shifters, after picking up a win in their first game versus MCoy, then went on to lose 4 in a row. First off 2 against MCoy, then 2 against Na'Vi. Nothing too convincing in the changes that have been made so far, but perhaps they need a little bit of time to settle with Cheo and Stend being now mainstays of the roster.
Yeah, because we got to see at least some good moves from Stend. Like, I think he's been working well around the map in the early stages. It is just about shoring up that kind of mid to late game where I really want to see them do well. And I mean, this is the test here today, because it feels like on the flip side, Giant X also struggled in that mid to late game, especially around those Baron calls. So we'll have to see how this one pans out.
I think it's a catch-all, right? Every team, apart from perhaps KC and G2, struggled in the mid to the late game in the LEC in week 1. We'll see if week 2, sorry. Week 1 obviously was the roadshow over in Paris. We'll see if things rectify a little bit as we get on into draft. Draft, to me, Rob, feels predominantly solved. And I know that sounds a little weird, but what I'm saying is it feels very much like...
under a little bit of pressure with this statement now, because if I don't figure out the entire draft now...
we're not okay, Joel. We're not okay, Joel, okay? My point more is, it seems very obvious where general draft priority lies at the moment. Cassio Vi, very important. Orianna often banned, Camille often banned, right? And then we see the exchange of Shen Leona in the support role. Jungle-wise, you can put a Nocturne in there if you want.
And then there's like Poppy bans to allow the buy and this kind of stuff, right? So I do agree. I think there is a very clear kind of like
there's a pecking order, right?
Yeah, a flow chart of what they want to try and go through. So I'd be interested to see what they want to try and move in towards here, because I think the real one that I've seen kind of most odd is like either high Orianna ban or priority or no Orianna priority. Like, we've seen it completely slip through a few of our games last weekend, so I'll be curious to see exactly what happens with that. But outside of that, I tend to agree, and then it just becomes more of a question of like, what do you actually play in the bottom lane? Still Syndra, high priority, but we've started to see some teams in particular, like Han Sam and stuff, going back over towards like the Corkis and the Lucians and these kind of things to match some of that presence from the mages, whereas we've still seen like Paduk happy to bring out things like the Vladimir. So it kind of depends what side of the coin you're on.
Yeah, and LEC is quite mage predominant over here. We like our little witchy ways, whereas other regions have moved more towards AD carries, and after seeing Pays dodge a scatter the week and absolutely colour Syndra down, perhaps some of our AD carries will be inspired. We're into draft though, Giant X on the red side, as they didn't have Rider First Selection. Rider First Selection went to Shifters, they chose second pick, and Giant X decided they wanted to be red. So Poppy, Nocturne, Vi and Syndra all banned out. We talked about priority picks, and these are priority bans. There's the Cassio alongside.
Yeah, exactly. So you're already seeing a lot of these kind of taken away, and I think that's where we'll continue to see that presence I think it is interesting to see like Poppy just kind of sitting there as an answer into the buy so often. There's the J switch.
Yep.
A little bit more surprised, I suppose, especially because it's Rooster, who I think has been the predominant Jace player in a lot of our splits, alongside Canon. That Oscar Innen obviously only coming back in means that he hasn't been as at the forefront, but there's the Jarvan to try and bring over on towards Isma, which means we're probably going to see the Lee Sin answer for Sheo across the board.
Yeah, I think at least it makes a lot of sense, as you say, for Sheo. It also opens up the possibility here of Shifters saying, well, do we want to give Jarvan Camille over? Because then if Shifters now say, we want to pick Camille, you have very obvious answers for Giant X in the Shen and the Leona. And so I expect Shifters will leave that Camille on the table and see where Giant X go with it. They're going to lock in the Rumble to kick things off, which now subsequently explains the Jace ban a little bit more. It's saying, hey, we don't want a matchup where the Jace can just poke the Rumble out from range. And alongside it, it will be a Wukong for Sheo.
Interesting, because mostly we have seen the Lee Sin as the answer into the Jarvan. The mobility and the opportunities to find those early duels is really strong for Sheo if you take the Lee Sin, but not wanting to do so, opting more in towards those team fights and kind of having that top jungle pairing that works so well as a combo is more their focus.
Also gives you a bit of physical damage, which is always nice. Right, Lee Sin does the same, but like AoE physical damage is really solid. Teams up well with the Rumble. You can add in things like the Galley on Shifter's side to really apply that zone threat. Giant X going with the safest AD carry on the patch in the Ezreal. They want to make sure that Flackhead can play a 1v2 lane if he needs, or can just farm from range in a 1v1 against a possible mage coming out from Shifters. Giant X will look towards the Shen, and this is where we kind of see, it's the evolution of Camille in draft.
Yes.
Where it's we can't really pick the Camille early if you have a pick and we don't have two bans, because then you just pick a counter, and the Shen and the Leona are predominantly those.
I mean, we've even seen teams happy to play the Rel because the back end of the Crashdown can interrupt Camille, so I think there's a lot of people that are just happy now to leave that Camille open, and Shen kind of already hits a lot of the other side of that, which is, you know, Leona doesn't look too happy, Camille doesn't look too happy, so you kind of start to pinch that champion pool, and usually this is why we'd see the Rel come out in this rotation, because Rel can interrupt the shields that the Shen can bring to the table, but actually opting towards the Victor, so having that as a flex then to product if they want it, but putting a much higher priority, and honestly we've seen that Victor significantly more in that bottom lane, so
I pozdrav ljudi moji, evo nas još jednom laganom danu leca. Shifters i Giantsi, chill game. Što se Klare tiče, treba kasnije da dođe. Kao što smo rekli, dalje nemamo budžet da je angažujemo za celokupan program, nego samo za jedan kraći deo. Na moju veliku žalost, ali rešit ćemo i to u nekom trenutku, ne brinite se, radimo da da budžet bude veći. Spodalimo story i
Yeah, a lot of flexibility here as we start to get through.
Importantly, Shifters will have first.
Vidi Bridge, to je znaš kako.
I do a lot. I have to look at like how many bands do we have left and which sides it on. So Orianna first for Shifters would make a lot of sense, and then you're looking down towards your supporters counter. Gnar will be banned away by Shifters as well. Still the possibility, albeit slight, that the Shen is flexed towards the top lane for Oscar Innen. Just to apply some side lane pressure with the Tiamat.
We traditionally see him more into like the Scion and that kind of stuff, so that then you can kind of have that tank and protect bot lane.
Ako će Oscar ikad pobediti game, to je sad, tako da to je skroz okej.
With the Ezreal already locked in, I imagine it is going to go towards the bot lane most.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, I entirely agree. I think River Shen at the moment is just stronger.
A sad ćemo polako da se bacimo na analizu, samo da
Shadow Dash into a flash is such a good engage tool, especially where you can follow up with the Spirit's Refuge to negate some of the auto attacks coming out.
It does limit what Giant X have kind of been comfortable with playing though, which is Jun playing as that main engage tool. Like Shen, of course, has that Shadow Dash into flash combo you can try and work, but more difficult to make work. So this is more so going to be on Isma to be that primary engage tool, which I'm kind of surprised at, as that hasn't been mostly where.
Da, pa znam, Kevin, nego problem je naš, to onda mora da me sponzoriše neki Elon Musk, naš. Nemaju oni, nemaju svi te budžete koji su potrebni, pa onda to je onda najveći problem.
And on Orianna here, I would not mind at all, although the Orianna a little bit susceptible to Wukong Rakan ganks in the mid lane, like you are low mobility, but you have a perfect shockwave delivery system in the Jarvan, and you have a strong tactic front line.
Yeah, it does mean though, like, it's a very different look from Oscar Innen. Like when you look at the last couple of games he's played, it has been Rumble, it's been Renekton, and it's been Mbessa, all on carries, all trying to play towards him and give him resources. this now from Giant X feels like it's flipping it, right? He's just going to play weak side, go back to what was his role on Fnatic, and actually there's going to be resources, it feels like, put in towards mid and the bottom side of the map.
Ne, ja stvarno, ja kažem, ako ovdje ne uspe Oscar da uzme Vini, ja stvarno ne znam gdje hoće, mislim, ovo mora da bude njegov game. Nema tu šta.
So I'm curious how they actually try and approach this early game, if it is just all in on this bottom side with already that mobility on the Rakan locked in.
You could also look for some invades. I think Shen, Jarvan together actually skirmish pretty effectively, especially into a Rakan Wukong, if that's the match that they're looking into. The Corki will be the final lock. You already talked about the possibility of a Corki on 3. Said it comes round on 5. It gives Paduk good range in the bot lane with the missiles, with the cannon, the missile barrage, but also the ability for some solid burst, especially late game. Like Corki actually scales
Victor
really well.
Flex, Corki Giants jako spori.
When he got to 5 or 6 items, now still has a lot of damage, and into an Oriana and an Ezreal,
A šefe, Samsung ti je Android. Mislim, misliš iPhone? Da, okej, ja, iPhone je sad. Mislim, stariji malo u nekom trenutku ću vratno menjati. Ne znam u kom trenutku, ali imam 40 Pro Max sad. Sad ću da im šta će, mislim, preskočio sam se 17 očigledno. Trebam da vidim šta će biti s 18. generacijom, kako je ono, šta se događa. Ali trebam da im neke stvari prvo pa da im na što ću menjati. Mislim, kad dođe vreme da se menja, sve dok radi, ono, ako radi, zašto menjati?
Strong early game, which has not been their forte so far in Summer Split, averaging 1.4 thousand goal behind at 15 minutes. We'll see if they can change those fortunes today, Rob.
At least for the main focus whenever I look at a Shifter's game is, does Rooster have a good matchup? And this time around he does. Opting in towards the first strike as well in the Rumble. Like, he's in a very good spot, and when he...
Podsjetim, inače, moram samo do kuhinje po jedan proteinski sutljaš ili nešto da jedem dok gledam ovo i dok uživam u ovom gameu, jer ovo će biti jedna chill serija. Mislim, što može biti. Dobro im je draft do duše, draft im je solidan. Znači dođem za minut samo, da ima što se događa.
Like both supports are going to start on the bottom side of the map. Both junglers here as well. Neither one spotted out on their initial pathing. You can actually see some of the place by shifters. There's one up towards the blue buff on their side to make sure that no possible early invade comes in from Isma, which is always a thing you can do with a Jarvan, right? You take a red buff, flag and drag over the wall, and then you immediately get towards the enemy blue. Has a small reset on the Gromp there. We've all done it, it's fine.
I mean, he's tried a double cam, but couldn't quite get it to work. But still, nice effort, you know?
Yeah.
It's nice to see the techers, even if they don't quite work out all the time.
I've been playing a lot of Teemo jungle recently.
I have noticed, yeah.
Inspired by Broxer. The amount of times that I think my poison will kill it before the patience runs out, and then I just see the wolf running back to the camp. I'm like, not ideal. Not ideal at all. Jun and Flackhead getting level 2 first, expected in this bot lane matchup.
Tako, sad sam tu da i sad da gledam ovaj game.
Duck instead very willing just to step back and allow the wave to come in.
Yeah, so I don't think there's going to be too much action in these early stages of the game. Like for shifters, Wukong wants to kind of get towards level 6.
Da vidim šta nas čeka.
Let the lanes play out in relatively fine fashion.
Našao sam u frižideru semolina puding.
Isma wants to try and make some early plays again down towards that bottom side, but against the Corki and a Rakan, very difficult to make that plan stick. So I think it'll be more fighting towards like those grubs and maybe that swap where we get to see some of that action.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Isma does look towards mid as well. If you can burn Nuke's flash early, it allows Jackies just a lot more freedom around the map. And you could also go top, although burning Rooster's flash. Ornn does have kill threat.
Yeah.
Like with the brittle procs, you can find a kill if you're a practiced Ornn player. Oscar has played some Ornn. I wouldn't call him a practiced Ornn player in that way. Obviously, all pros are practiced.
Probao sam i semolina puding, iskreno mi se ne sviđa uopšte.
Owner's Mundo, an exception to that, of course. And he brought it out at Worlds. Is it last year, year before?
Last year,
yeah. Russo with a push in the top side, he will slowly be able to gain control over this lane as we actually see, interestingly, Isma pathing all the way down towards the bottom side Crab. Most likely because Jackie's is recalled, so he knows that he's not going to have mid pressure if he tries that fight over the top side Crab, and was expecting Sheo to have pathed up here anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just a handshake basically on Scuttle Crab. Sheo going to move in. I imagine get a ward down just to spot out exactly what the reset timers are going to be. Gonna put it down just as he starts his teleport back. So overall, like again, I don't think there's gonna be a huge amount in this early stages. This is kind of just your regular handshake. And I think this kind of comes back to a little bit of what you were talking about, which is some portions of this kind of feel a bit solved at this stage. Especially when you start to look towards, you know, hey, we swap for grubs, we play for dragons. Like there seems to be a very much a kind of checklist as you run through the early game.
Oh, Jun trying to hold the wave here. The Spirit's Refuge coming down. Shouldn't be able to hold this at all. Shen is relatively squishy. Paduk is able to force him away. It does look like Flacker will be here in time for the cannon at least, which is good, but Paduk should be able to pick up a whole plate before Flacker gets here. So Paduk with a small gold lead down towards that bottom side, a couple of CS down.
Ovo će biti grind od game-a do duše.
Obviously helping him out. Has also got the tier, which means he's already stacking up as Flacker matches that. Sten trying to open through mid. This duo of Stend and Shao, although they have been on the same page from time to time.
Malo mi siđe draft shifter za više, ali mi su oba u stvari fajn. Ja, možda i ne. Ma jako, u stvari isto je. Obe ekipe ok draft. Obe ok ekipe ok draft.
And I think this is where a lot of the problems for Shifter started, because when it came
Prosječnu
to
brzinu. Šta?
which is we rotate Sten to this position to make a play on top. I honestly was a big fan. Sten had a really
Sad sam pročito šefe ovo gore, čekaj.
But we hadn't really got to see that continuation into a lot of those more objective setups.
Yeah, probably not going to see as much of that roaming from.
Ali znaš šta je problem što ja ne šetam? Ja stojim u mestu.
But in week 1 he actually had the highest top lane proximity in the first 8 minutes in the game of any support.
Možda Lazić, pošto je ona bajsu.
It does seem like he's moving away again.
Jedino mi to ima smisla.
With Paduk being left to his own devices in the 1v2, but I don't expect he's going to be up here with Rooster that much in the first 8 minutes of the game.
Ne, trenutno, sad se vratio iz teretane, sviđao sam se, mrtav sam. Radio sam neki ono, glupirao sam se u teretani. Iako sam crko. Tako da sad sedim i jedem proteinski puding. Kad ćete kameru kad obučem majicu? Nije legenda desi. Vidi, za to je društvo uvek dobrodošlo. Za to je društvo uvek dobrodošlo. Dobro vidi, ovaj game kažem, ovaj game ništa ne može se dogodi, znaš. Šta, mislim, Rumble u Orna. Jer kao, šta ovdje može se dogodi? Orn ide u Magic Resist, u Kaeni Kruker, a Rumble ide na farmujem First Strike i dobijam malo po malo golda više.
Yeah, and I think this kind of goes back to trying to just simplify what you're trying to achieve, because that was kind of the big problem that we saw from Giant X was they just made things way too complicated when it got towards Baron in the later portion of the game. As Extend,
Jack
saying
just
hello
walks
to
away.
But it was especially with how they were setting up. One person was jumping in, one person was jumping out. It was the weird hokey pokey going on, and I don't think that's what you really are all about if you're Giant X at this stage. So I think going back towards let's play for dragons, let's play for early setups, let's just make things simple is going to make things significantly better.
Expect to see Jun teaming up with Isma and pathing up towards that top side of the map as Isma goes through his clear. Grub's the next objective for both these teams, and if Giant X do want to play around, how you set up doing that. Oscar winning down to about a third HP, gets the bit of proc onto Rooster.
Pitanje, ljudi moji, mi igramo futbol sutra.
Oscar Ridden just gets burnt alive!
Yeah, it was nice of Oscar Ridden to really make full use of that red carpet.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you've laid it down for me, I'll take a walk. Where are the cameras? Where's the paparazzi?
Have you seen that TikTok where it's like the guy runs along with the red carpet and then encourages people that dress well to walk along? Yeah, it was kind of that. It was a nice skin he was wearing, got the full work through it, but nicely done by Rooster. And this is what I was talking about. Rooster in good matchups, very good at abusing them. Yeah. Now he's got this early kill, going to be very much accelerated alongside that first strike, and it was nicely done. And just hiding here, Oscar Ridden steps up, immediately gets burnt down, but it was kind of late on that charge, because it meant you got the full burn across that Rumble ult, and then the flash forward with the damage. I mean,
svi smo veoma iznenađeni.
A lot unfortunate there for Oscar Ridden, not the charge that you
Unfortunate. Ljudi, gledajte. Ovo mu je prvi split u ovom splitu.
that Rooster was able to get that kill.
Tako da, šta da vam kažem?
So you still have Oscar with ult though if they want to try and contest.
Šefe, igramo futbal u in-game, na Steamu. Igrica se zove Goals, besplatno je skineš, 5 na 5 se igra, klikćemo. Nije fizički, da znaš. Ali da se razumemo, dođi da igramo, mislim. Napravit ćemo 2-3 ekipe pa ćemo se menjamo. Koliko nas bude bilo, naravno.
You kind of got to see why they were caught out there. And even though I was like, you know, maybe Jackies doesn't really have the damage picking up those early Swifties, they still just have enough when Sheo's on his own.
Yeah, Sheo's so isolated from the rest of his team. If Rakan's 6 there or something, you have the quickness to follow up. It's a very different story. But I can also understand from Sheo's point of view, it's like, well, we've got to pull the trigger. Like, we can't allow the Ornn just to walk up to us from the other side. Don't really want to go all in on the Ornn, but lacking the equalizer really costing them quite a lot in that fight.
Especially when you'd already kind of grabbed one, I think you kind of just take it and go.
Take the grub, walk out.
But either way, they overcommit. And still, Paduk though did get a nice little bit of time on the bottom side, even getting some of the plates as well while that was all going on. So you kind of have this trade that's still there for Shifters with Paduk now opening up that gold lead. So lead in top, lead in bot, even given the kill over, it's not fully the end of the world.
Oh, it's not dire for Shifters. They have 2 of the highest total golds in the game. Oh, look at that. Oh. 3.9k and 3.7k. Oh, well, Jackie's just over. Well, thanks, Jackie. You've ruined my cool statistic. Black are falling quite far short, though. It's just those plates, really, in the bottom lane that have paid off for production.
Ne. Igrali smo pre tu igru na Steamu, kad je bilo 5 na 5, pa su uklonili 5 na 5 i onda sad vraćaju za vikend, tako da sad će biti nekoliko dana i onda opet sklanjaju.
51.5% of the gold or more in the game. Only 3.5% of the time they have that luxury there, Rob, which is not ideal for teams generally.
No, you definitely like that stat to be honest.
They also have never taken the first tower, so let's see if that changes today. I say never. They played a couple of cities last week.
They played MKOI and Navi, so they've done.
Look, in 5 games though, if that happened in your solo queue, you'd be hopping mad.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to take from that Navi Shifter series because that one was a little bit all over the place.
It's a little bit messy.
So, I'll try and wipe the slate clean for Shifters because this has been a solid early game. As Giant X now look to start up the Dragon, they've moved Oscar in and down into position as well. So, Rooster will need to TP into this if he wants to have a bit of a party.
Oscar was actually waiting in the Razorbeak pit.
Lagano, Dado, legendo desi. Mato, ekstremno, ne, znači... Gle, da budem totalno iskren, ja Juntal mislim da nije više dobar na Caitlinu uopšte. Ali ako ćeš buildati Juntal, rašaj ga. Jer ja mislim da je GLP u Infinity samo mnogo bolji. Ako ideš na Little Tempo, GLP u Infinity u LDR mislim da je samo optimalno. Jer onda ti na GLP, Hex Optics. Jer onda ti na Hex Optic Infinity-u, a u 50% situacija, vidi, ja sam Caitlyn igrač. Mnogo sam više Caitlyn igrač nego on, to ti garantujem. Ali samo zavisi, da, to je ono što je jako bitna stvar i to je ok poenta. Zavisi kako igraš za koji tempo. Znači, ako nećete ništa raditi, ok mu ide na Juntal. Ne, naravno, ok, ma to sve to stoji. Nego ja ovako s tobom pričam. On šta god misli da je najbolje, i kako se najkomfort osjeća, mislim i to je bitno, znaš. Ako je on navikao da ima Juntal, znaće tačno koliko radi s Juntalom kad radi s Juntalom.
So it just felt like Giant X again kind of desynced on how they wanted to try and achieve everything.
I see that.
Yeah, but this is where their composition is supposed to be simple. So I think it is just, get all 5 people on the same page and press 2 of those orb buttons and hope for the best.
Yeah. Perhaps will be easier around subsequent drakes, but shifters have been able to delay that possibility by getting themselves the second drake of the game.
Da, Juntal drugi je int. Juntal prvi je okej, ako je baš navikao na Juntal, okej. Ako ne radite ništa. Ja sam navikao, ne, ništa nije kao ni bot, ono... Bolts na core queue vidi. I odi. Da, mislim, kažem, Juntal jedini argument je kao mnogo sam navikao na Juntal i treba mi taj item, okej. Znaš, ovako, kažem, fora je što... Ma, mogu da branem, šta hoće, video sam o usage, mislim. Ti su ljudi su prsli pa su prsli. To ti je ko kad su ljudi sa Malphiteom u Atroxa uzimali Grasp. I onda ga brane. I onda ja kažem, ok, pogledaj koliko je puta prokovao Grasp u 25 minuta, odgovor je 2. I to kad je umirao, slučajno je prokovao Grasp na Atroxa. Kao, mislim, ne znam sad da li Atrox meča bio, ali kao poenta. Tu nema šta, ti pogledaj mu downtime i ono activation time Juntala i brojke izvučeš da ne valja samo i to je to. To je otprilike ideja. Evo, Dado, chillamo na max, znači juče sam bio 20 sati na polju, neplanirano. To već ide. Originalno plan je bio jedan brzi sastanak, vratim se kući, teretana iskuliram pa idem na EBL. Ono što se dogodilo je, sastanci su se razdužili i kad sam izašao iz kuće, od bukvalno ranog jutra, sam bio na sastancima do EBL-a, otišao na EBL, rešio CBL, došao kući mrtav. Samo sam legao spavam, bukvalno. Si ne zna ko je gori top laner. I još jedna malo off topic, bolje. Hexoptic, ljudi, znači na Caitlyn, Hexoptic Infinity LDR vam je optimalan build. Jer brže hitate Infinity Spike, brže dobijate LDR, a onda vam je četvrti item fleksibilan. Ja sam svašta radio. Čak postoji neki ugao u gameovima, to je još jedna stvar, gdje će Caitlyn rašovati Stormrazor. Ili ga kupiti kao četvrti, ili ga kupiti na kraju. Ako hoćeš da ideš na flat AD, da bi ti onda imao jedan crit udar oko Džina, ne kao Caitlyn. Nego, što te vas pitam, šta mislite za ovu situaciju Netflixa i GTA? Ne znam za vas koji niste čuli, ali GTA će pustiti ekskluzivan trailer na Netflixu 21. avgusta. Znači, samo na Netflixu ćete moći da vidite kako izgleda GTA. Meni je to baš interesantna situacija, iskreno. Mislim, kao pustit ću ja na Discordu, gledat ćemo, ali mi je, ne znam, kao ekskluziva. I šta, neko će snimiti s telefonom, uploadovat će sutra, bukvalno, mislim. Ne znam, meni je to nekako kao okej, ali mi je, šta znam. Ne, slažem se, Edgare, vidi, imam ja Netflix, ali na što ću ti kažem, ne bi da nemaš Netflix, da li bi ikad kupio Netflix samo da vidiš taj trailer? Znam, Kevine, 6 sati, ali neki 20 sati, neki 100, neki mes dana. Trenutak kad se to snimi, neko će telefonom slikati i stavit će na internet. Razumiješ što ti kažem? Sve stoji, ljudi. Samo poenta mi je da li bi iko, mislim, ne znam, povraćam, podižem temu ovdje u chatu, da li bi neko kupio Netflix samo da pogleda taj trailer? Ja mislim da ne bi. Mislim, ne znam, možda nisam upravo. Možda bi neko legitimno platio mjesec dana Netflixa da pogleda. Ne znam, za GTA ne znam što ću ja, ne znam što ću radim, iskreno. Ja mislim, možete vi da mi pomognete. Verovatno ima neko ko je to radio, ali... Jer ja mogu da uzem i da roknem miša i tastaturu u Sony i da igram normalno preko miša tastature. Jel to može se radi? Ne, mislim, ne znam, nemam pojma. Dobio sam info da ako je žičano, da može, a ako je bežično, da možda će zezati. Može. Jer na šta je fora, ljudi, ja ne mogu igram GTA na joysticku, stvarno ne mogu. Ne mogu, brate, mili, nema znači, ako moram GTA na joysticku da prelazim, znači, Silnetom bolje da traje do ono juna. Znači, jedva sam Last of Us preživao na joysticku. Koliko ima OSB ulaza za Sony? Čekaj da vidim. Dobro, ima jedan običan USB, ali kapiram da može se stavi... Da može se stavi on USB extender u Sony pa da onda se ubace 2-3 uređaja, ne? To moram nekako da rešim. Jer stvarno ne želim da igram GTA na joysticku. Baš ne želim da igram GTA na joysticku. Pa kapiram GTA da verovatno... Mislim, ne znam, nemam pojma. Petica mi je tu gore, vidim da ima samo jedan, ali... Imaš ti onaj dongle što širi. To ne bi trebalo da je problem. Imam ih, ja mislim, nekoliko gajbi. Jer on ima ovaj mali C i ima običan USB. USB-A i USB-C. Nema USB-B. Neprijatno igrati na joysticku sve osim EA i FC. Da, i fajtovi. Možda imam iza, ne vidim. Sad... Morat ću pogledam iza, eventualno da ima. Ne, znam, gledao sam onaj Metal Gear Solid i to kako izgleda na joysticku. Gledam, rekao, brate, mili, svaka vam čast. Kažem, igrao sam Last of Us, nije mi bilo... nije mi bilo, baš mi nije bilo prijatno. Završio sam, prešao sam igricu i dalje sam se navikavao na joystick. Što baš nije dobar znak. A GTA, mislim, ja ne znam, ali ima negdje info na netu, verovatno ima koliko će trajati GTA story, a možda i nema još, ko zna. Ali kapiram da će biti malo duži od The Last of Us. A bila bi fora da streamujem GTA, iskreno, kad izađe, baš bi bila fora da streamujem GTA. Pa razmišljam, ne znam šta ću radim, nemam pojma. Mislim da moram tehnički da budem spreman sa tim hardverima i sve to. Pa to, Kevin, ne znam, ali oni kodiraju GTA da možeš igrati s mišom i tastaturom svakako, zato to je fora. Ja bi radio GTA playthrough. Znaš šta je fora, gledajte, igru bi ja GTA trke, ali znaš šta je problem? Problem je što nema online-a. To je jedini problem. Ja mislim da neće biti GTA online na početku, ili sam se ja nešto istripovao. Da, Day 1 će biti samo single player. Ne bih gledao GTA samo zbog GTA, ali bih gledao ovdje. Respekt. Gle, uvek postoji plan B da moji GTA streamovi budu gledaniji. Samo ću raditi roleplay i bit ću kamionđija koji psuje. Ekskluzivno na šalim se. Trole. Ali iskreno, mislim da preći GTA bi bilo jako cool. Mislim bi playthrough bi jako cool. Samo moram da vidim...
just having that little pillar means you get so much control of
GTA
the
6
zone.
on...
And Giant X play around it perfect.
And all credit to Jun, right? His snap engages onto Sten.
Vidimo šta kaže.
We saw one around the last streak, we've now seen another one, and now Rooster overextended, doesn't have the equalizer up. Jun just looking for the shadow dash. Rooster does have flash, uses it, and there's...
Kaže da neće biti native support.
Not gonna get the final auto attack. Blackhead just died.
Da, znači morat će na joysticku. Ne, ovaj game je ljudi, ovaj game je 23 minuta gdje 400 gold ih delio, samo ja ne znam. Ali kažem, ako Giantsi ne dobiju ovo, neće dobiti ništa, igraju protiv najgore ekipe u lecu, tako da... Kako para za roleplay s karine, stojiš i ne radiš ništa. Ne, Jackies je doktor, iskreno. Jackies, Noah i Jun su toliko prizanovani bili od Isme i od topa. Top menjaju, ali uvek su prizanovani. Samo single, da. Ali opet, brat, ne znam.
I don't know if you really want to take this position, but just back it up. But still, yeah, I think in this sort of game, like Giant X...
Ma u fazonu sam naviću se na nemam pojma, ne znam, stvarno nemam pojma.
There's not really much that shifters have to try and play through, because even you can see the lack of vision that they have on this bottom half of the map, and Giant X happy to just group with the waves pushed in and get this mid lane tower.
Isma's the one to get his item upgraded first. The Black Cleaver becomes... Used to be Obsidian, I want to say, was the name of the upgrade item, but they got rid of that. It's now just a Masterwork to Black Cleaver.
Nema trenutak nema trenutak da se zna kad će biti online. Znači samo znamo da izlazi kao single player, ali ne znamo kad će biti online.
And Giant X in control of this game. Their simplified composition, the press R forward at the opposition, is working incredibly well. For shifters, they do still have some opportunities. Like, you still have good pick potential, you still have a lot of damage you can get onto the backline. And if you can find flanks like Sheo is doing here, Sten dashes away from the shockwave. Blackhead has the Stand United invested in keeping him safe.
I really like the way shifters are using Paduk's Valkyrie in this game, though, because we see it consistently used as a threat on towards Blackhead to try and get him to burn that arcane shift early, opening up for Sheo or either Sten to try and get on top of him. And it's just, this time, Blackhead had a wall to get over, but it did catch them out already, and I think it's really smart to just constantly put pressure onto Blackhead, especially while the flash is there.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and it's working in terms of keeping the Ezreal a little bit more under wraps, I guess.
A dobro, znaš šta je fora, ja ne znam, mislim, ja GTA 5 story ceo nisam prešao, igrao sam ga nešto baš malo. To mora Klara da rešava. Ona mi nije tu još, ne znam gdje je otišla sad. Moram da smislim. Jer realno bila bi fora, brate, GTA na release-u da streamujem bi baš bila fora. Pogledamo, GTA 6, release date. 19. novembara. Moj godišnji raspored kaže 19. novembra sam... A ja nisam loš 19. novembra usta, ja bi u teoriji možda. A to moram da vidim, ne mogu još. Moram da vidim šta i kako će se izdogađa. Desi, Jogi, slažem se, Mato, vidi, imaš jako fair pointu. Moram da priznam od kad koučuješ da su ti argumenti postali sve više i više ubedljivi. Ne, znate šta je fora samo, što ću vam kažem. Ja ako budem imao vremena, sat vremena dnevno da streamujem, ja neću streamovati GTA. Znači GTA, ako krenem da radim, to mora da bude malo jače. Ne kažem da ću speedrunovati igricu, ali... Ko zna koliko će uopšte traje story. Mislim, koliko je GTA ogromna igrica, životno je pitanje koliko će traje story mod. Ne mogu zamislim vreme, ima playthrough, traje 100 sati. Možda i jače. Verovatno jače. Koliko su je dugo razvijali, iskreno verovatno i jače traje.
Shifters though, starting to move into a position where Sten has the potential for a flank, and that's where GINX a little bit more cautious.
It's really difficult for Shifters to go in. Shao goes in with the Cyclone, but immediately taunted up by Jun, and Shao's just dead. Where he stands, like, who is face checking for you as Shifters? It's Shao, and he can't.
Pa dobro, Daše, mislim, postoji šansa bi dosta ljudi gledalo GTA, to je... Mislim, kao sve zanima GTA, realno gledano sve zanima GTA. A, ajde da kažeš prednost kod mene na streamu je što ćete vi... Što znate da ja čitam chat i vi ste u fazonu šajna nabodi onog u glavu, ja ću istračati i kliknut ću kocku, on će ga nabostiti u glavu, mislim. Kapiram da će biti malo interaktivnije nego na nekim drugim playthrough-ovima.
GINX happy to get the pick. They're back over towards the Dragon, and that's sold for the GX line.
A Hex-Tech sold there for GINX. It's only lost one time this year in the LEC if you picked up that Hex sold.
Minimum 10k. Ne, ja mislim da, ja mislim da je to baš overkill. Ali mislim da tipa imate isto ljudi ko u LoLu, čak možda jače nego u LoLu, iskreno jače nego u LoLu. Realno jače nego u LoLu možda. Jer realno sad mi stignemo do tipa 1000 na LoLu. Realno 2k bi bilo sigurno na GTA, ja mislim. Ja mislim je bilo 2k na GTA. Ali zavisi kad streamam, ako upalim u 2 popodne, ne bi bilo žive duše da upalim, brate, ono, ne znam ni ja šta. Da, mislim da je 2-3k realnije, samo neko kršteno vreme. Ako bude preko noći, da, što kasnije to jače, to je sigurno. Dobar padak ovde. Lepo s njegove strane. Jako lepo od pedaka. Mislim je pedak dobio fight ovde. Šta, braćo? Braćo. A Oskar ne radi damage. Ali Shao njega ne može da ubije. Da li ničeš na minimuma? A ima malo, šefe, neću te lagati. Nisi isti minimum, ali ima malo. Vidim zašto bi to rekli. Ne možeš kada se vidi da nije igrao GTA, to jeste. To je sigurno. I četvorka sa Nikom i Vice City. Ima tu svega i svačega. Rapidone, mislim, ne znam, ja na mom poslu imam godišnji raspored obaveza, tako da ja znam do kraja godine šta radim. Organizacija u životu nije toliko kritična stvar, iskreno da ti budem, brade. Mislim, ne kažem da je svima život isto organizovan, ali... Kao ja znam kad će biti League of Legends Worlds. Znam da je finale 14. novembra. Znači, 14. novembra ja radim League of Legends Worlds. Nema tu šta. A, da, nisam, pročitao sam samo, mislim... Ano. Nisam mu dao pažnje na vreme. Molim ja, brat, pričam s mojim communityjem, šta moj community hoće da gleda. Oskar ima 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 6.500 health. Ne može da umre. Kevine, da kucamo drvo jutros, okej. Kasteri su prsli, inače. Ovako se ja ošćim. Ovako se ja ošćim kad radim IBL. Ne se koje gori. Ovo je dvije. Ne bi ni ja imao. Tako se ja osjećam. Mato, gledaš ovaj game, samo znaš. Samo... Znaš, Mato, ja se ovako hoćem kad gledam EBL. Samo što ga oni mimuju. Jack je zadnji put konektovao šokve kad sam ja imao kosu. Nuk protobel tu je u prazno, dođe apsolutno ništa. Vidi, kad malo bolje razmisliš, Mato, vi igrate kao lec ekipe. Kao Shifters i Giantsi. Znaš kako, nije Spike toliko ložen. Ko kaže da je Spike loša, Spike igra ko da je lec team. Ne samo Spike. Ne samo Spike. Ovo je naš tir 1. Braćak, ja. Joj, bože mili, ove serije. A mislim, gledaj, znali smo šta će ovo da bude. Znači, realno gledano. Ne, jeste sudija, ovo je 1/1, ali kažem opet, ovo smo realno morali da očekujemo od Shifters i Giantsa. Mislim, šta drugo može se dogoditi kada igraju ove dvije ekipe? Nego da gledamo ono Fiestu, da se ne zna koja je gora Fiesta.
Maybe the X is for every plan that hasn't worked at Giants. They just put it down as
we're on plan X now. So we've gone through plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. X stands for excellent.
I thought it was xylophone.
I could never spell that.
I was just thinking they're just hitting different things and seeing what happens, you know, when a kid gets their first one.
Okay. Resetting where we are in terms of state of the game. Giant X have the Baron for the next minute.
This is good.
Rooster
I like this.
Has Flash. Flashes away from the call of the Force God. However, Jack is there for the chain. Equalizes down. Shockwave as well. Misses because of Sonya's. Rooster's still gonna die, and the rest of Shifters were in the bot side, so they can't answer the pressure coming out from Giant X now, who should be able to take this mid-inhib tower. With Rooster down, that's a lot of gold out of the pockets of Shifters. Giant X might just look for a full-on push. Shale going to be spotted towards the side on the ward. Flacker keeping him at bay. Gravity well down on Oscar in it, but he doesn't take too much damage, but up trying to clear out the wave.
Oscar just taking a little bit of damage. Jackies did TP into this. I think Giant X were hoping that would be the end of it, but instead going to immediately turn over towards the Elder Dragon instead, not quite able to find the success they were hoping for.
I think the TP
Oni
hopeful for an end, but doesn't matter.
čekaju šta Rumble da se reza pa da možda baci TP. Mislim da je lepo jako od Giantsa što im daju pravi 5 na 5, iskreno.
On their way to the Elder, but they don't clear out the far side alteration until just now. So Shifters know the Elder's been begun. Jackies is standing on a ward. Shifters will work their way through the bottom side, trying to get towards Jun. Sten, quickness, great shadow dash into the shockwave.
Pa njupa vidi, verovatno je buyout jako veliki za Galleons. Čekaju transfer sezonu, čekaju godina da se završi. Realno, da, vidiš, to bi... Kažem, mislim, fair od Giantsa dali su im fairku, dali su im 5 na 5 na kraju.
To stand up to the damage that Giant X put down, and with a TP in from Oscar in, it's all she wrote for Shifters in game 1.
Demolish damage.
Back and forth, but Giant X managing to close it out in the end.
Kažem, mislim, čeka se kraj godine i onda...
The shockwave that ended Shifters in this game.
Yeah, the combo that came off in the end does manage to secure them game 1 here. A 36-minute thriller, to say the least. As do we have someone that can help us reset between...
Da, ima solidan buyout. I dok ti kupiš cijelu ekipu ti izdao previše para. Ovako čekaš se završi godina, daš im poziv u leci i doći će.
Finn's right.
What?
Finn, do you have any thoughts on how we can reset after a game like that? Like, what is your...
Gled nju, pa skroz si u pravu. Skroz si u pravu.
I mean, in these games where everything just degenerates over time, having that constant engage, I think Oscarina, despite being solo killed, still had a way more impact on the game than Rooster had.
That's a good point. Odo, we did see the solo kill. Look, it looked okay, but it felt like we saw throughout the entire game.
Ništa, puštam ih da chilluju, tu sam ja za 10-ak, pa...
For me, the moral of this game is that bronze beat brains, you know, because usually you're thinking, oh, I'm gonna do this little out macroing, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna do that, but the on, who cares that he got solo killed?
Pa da idemo dalje što se događa. Tu sam brzo.
Goodbye laning phase, I'm gonna go to the Drake, I'm gonna go with my friends, I'm gonna call the horn all the time, and it's gonna be great.
I mean, it started super odd because I've been in the same position as this Ornn, where you're getting solo kill in lane, and every single time you have a window, you're thinking that I need to make the most out of this window. And suddenly you start skipping steps. You're like, I can skip this wave, I don't really need to be there. And let's just look at this solo kill, because we talked about it before the game. Rooster had to be the guy to step up in this matchup, and I think finding this solo kill was super good by him, and he played it super well. I mean, Oscar, I don't know why you walked in front of the casters like that. That's a little bit weird, but still, Rooster gets the solo kill, but we didn't really see him transition it to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Oscar, every single fight,
Yeah, we need to take a look at these
Okay, but that might
Drake
just be
setups.
team diffy, to be honest. Because, yeah, we need to look at these Drake setups, because the Rumble, I felt like, was doing his job. He was doing what he needed, but it's just when it comes to the way this team comps interacted and the way that you just have so much damn CC, it just makes it so much more OP for on the side of GX.
I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely. Just this was the last GX Baron, but this is the one I want to talk about, because here Ornn is overgrouping mid super hard. If we can roll out the clip, Ornn is coming here on this mid wave, and GX really wants to force the fight. Why? Oscarinen is here, but they're so adamant about forcing this fight that it becomes a little bit cringe. Now they send everything on to Stend and Sheo, but they just get out of there, and now Isma has to be the one to disengage.
But it's just so funny, because all of these fights just really scream from the side of GX that you rock up to that fight and you say, any fight is a good fight. Because we've seen them so many times where everything just goes astray, the engage misses, but they just try time and time and time again. And the fact that you just have so much CC, the fact that the positioning was there, and the fact that you just have so many go buttons. At one point, Shifters cracks, right? We saw it. Rooster was good in the game, and there were many times I felt like Shifters were getting the better of them for most of the time. The engages were going, were just like missing. But all it takes is 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, because they was just so scrappy. It was never a definitive win for Shifters to get a foothold in this game.
And look, the Ornn for Oscar pays off. The win rate doesn't lie. Look, the man, there's a reason he's had so much success on it. When things get hard, you can always rely on Ornn.
Hey.
Unless you're Finnaroto.
Wait, what?
Why is your Ornn win rate so bad, bro?
Who brought up these stats, by the way?
Disclaimer, okay, Finn, I farmed you a lot on that Ornn, but you don't get to complain so much. But I'm getting set up here. Because, you know, Ornn just wasn't my jam. I'm more about, like, you know, that little individuality. I'm about to get my gold leads. Nah, I never really needed to go on those champions where I just sit on the
I'm
backseat.
the same. I was always a strong side player. I really needed to push myself forward in that maining phase. And being on the Ornn, it was just a shackle I wasn't really comfortable with. It really held me back. So I think that's why
this is the kind of coping that I love to hear from top.
That's why we're all,
personally.
like, on the desk and not playing anymore, because the cope got the better of us.
Look, here's the thing for me is, as rough as this was, I want to give a lot of credit to GX for recognizing, hey, if we just simplify, we can get it across the line. But I think we have to also shout out Rooster for playing well in lane, and Paddock. Paddock, diabolical series last week. Game 1 of Vladimir, he got across the line. The rest of the games were really rough, but he did show up, bro. That Corky flash was super clean, and I feel like if there's anyone we want to be keeping our eye on in Game 2, if Shifters are going to bring this back, it's probably Paddock.
I mean, I really want to see Barak more on these AD carries that can do damage in fights, that can step up, outplay skill shots, because he looks so much more comfortable on this Corky. Look at that, 33k damage. And I think despite him buying Collector, which we don't need to talk about when there's an Ornn enemy team, he was still playing these fights well. We can talk about the builds, but still, having a consistent AD carry is good for a losing team like Shifters right now. Having consistent damage in team fights is good. Simplify the game, because you don't need to reinvent the wheel.
And the more impressive part is that he did it while everything is just flying at him. His role in that game was, good luck, buddy. Just hang in there. Just make it out there. Just do your best.
Just hang in there, kitty. The like just holding on to the branch.
Yeah, it's just like, just do your best, buddy. Your best gonna be enough. So he wasn't really set up for success from anyone else, because there was just a lot of different threats on his team. But the fact that he shined, it still gives me a little bit more confidence. But I want to see more. I want to see more from Shifters and a little bit more cohesion, and maybe just go back to the GX approach where you just ooga booga all over the map and you just group together, and that's your main win condition.
Look, Ooga Booga found the win. So I don't think we can be knocking Ooga Booga. Credit to GX. It was a messy game. It was a scrappy game. Ultimately, they picked up that win. Shifters now sent to the drawing board. We'll see if they can adapt and fire back in this best of 3 when we come back from break.
Brother. Let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna...
It's very hard. There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Crews are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Thinking of it lit, walking down this road. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now I through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling this so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together with
What the Shifters having to walk through choke points, very difficult. Shadow Dash, Thor, Shockwave, Sten flashes it. Corner of the Forge God still rams him down.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. Guys, looking for Wukong. Hit the Wukong, smack anything. Wukong is dead.
Onto Isma, he goes in with the Cataclysm on Sten and Nuke, but he's dead. And now Giants, you're throwing doing it again! How is this happening? Stan, look at the... Oh my god! Oh my god! Corner Forge got down as well. Gravity Well not gonna knock him up as Oscar hits the double knock up in the pit. And he kills up Nuke. Yes! This is what we love to see! This is the LEC incarnate! Throw after damn well throw! Well... I bruised my fist doing that, by the way.
There's a solid bump on that man's fist.
Let's hope for more of that. Look, man. You pay for a spa day, you want the full experience, right? I want a mud bath. I want to be coddled.
Is this what you pay for? You want to be cuddled at the spa? Sorry.
Oh, coddled.
Oh, coddled. I thought you said cuddled.
I also want to be cuddled at the spa, okay? Nothing wrong with a little spa cuddle. As we are going to go into Draft 4 Game 2, and I think Nuke is exemplifying how a lot of Shifters fans feel in this moment.
Yes, Mitch. It was ropey, to say the least. Yeah, kind of hoping that we just get a little bit of a cleaner game, because Giant X, like, there was some decent moments again, like playing down towards Jackie's, getting him the early lead, making sure he's in a good spot. ... They win.
Yeah. Ignore the like 15 to 30 minute period of that game, as we have Vi, Jace, and Cassio taken away by Shifters. Syndra, Nocturne, and Poppy taken away by Giant X. Shifters chose second pick with their right of first selection, and it's going to be an immediate lock of the Camille. Answer, obviously, for Shifters, usually Leona. Don't have to pick it here, can pick it on 3 instead if you have other priorities.
Yeah, I'm curious where the parties land. Because as you say, like, still you got, like, Vi, Cassiopeia, Poppy are kind of the ones that stand out to me. Victor also gone, which would kind of be the, hey, we want to maybe lean into that mage bot lane.
Yeah.
So unless you're fully feeling something like a Ziggs, which I think is more of what Flackard would be eyeing up here, and you want to try and take it away, maybe that's the answer here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by a Ziggs. Just allow the Leona to roam around. We have already seen it from Product as well. So Ziggs would make a lot of sense. The Leona is just going to have to shadow the Camille.
Oh, yeah.
That's the entire job. Is like, if Jun is not in lane, I am not in lane. They're going to pick the Trundle. Works well, obviously, into tanks, but also can block the Camille from getting into a fight with a well-placed pillar.
Yeah, I think, though, Isma can respond here by just not going something particularly tanky. I was going to say the Lee Sin, usually a good answer into it, can kick the Trundle back out of fights, make it more difficult for it to get in. The mobility also makes it difficult for the Trundle to chase down. You don't win the 1v1 is maybe the only thing that they're cautious about, but we'll see as Giant X eyeing up the rise here.
Yeah, I do like the idea of playing things at strong side lanes when you have a Camille, because her ability to be around the map just allows you
She's
so
so
much
mobile,
more freedom.
that's insane.
Yeah, and then the Lee Sin still looks like where Giant X are going to go. For them, they can't play like the traditional front-to-back composition that they played in Game 1 because of that Trundle. A Scion will just get melted by a Trundle, but you can still deal with Subjugate. Like, I know a lot of people like Trundle is the tank killer, and that is true, but if you have a tank that requires a Subjugate to kill, and then you have the rest of your team,
there's still
a lot of stuff the rest of your team can do in that situation. And maybe the answer into Rise, no surprises there. Short range mage, Anivia works so well into it. She can just use the Flash Frost well, Glacial Storm is there as well, and then you've got the Crystallize, which Rise should always be in range of if he's stepping up.
Yeah, also the option for Oscar, I was going to say, to go back towards the Ambessa if he wants to. I think decent alongside the Camille, gives you that side lane threat as well. Isn't quite on the tanky side, but I think with, as you say, the Camille and that potential for 1-3,
ajmo da vidimo
the mobility of a Camille and Lee Sin to enable that is
šta se događa u Game broj 2 ove partije. Mislim, Fiesta na početku. Drugi draft malo bolji, rekao bih. Malo agresivniji, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će tu da se izdogađa.
No, it's more LPL that still, like Viper still plays it a lot over there, but I do think like Ziggs is kind of the de facto. I mean, even we saw it at MSI, it's just so good for the Hextech ultimatum into that Mega Inferno bomb. Still, I think you do have the options of taking some more of those mages still into the bottom side if you want to. I think at this point though, we've also seen Caitlyn paired with the Camille at times, so if Shifters double down on banning away some of these mages, you do try and go that angle.
I mean, that's kind of where the Varus ban is, right? It's like he can farm from range, you can go the collector build. Like,
Anivia u Ryza, Trund Leona. Camille fajnu Leonu kroz W, ali kad dobije protoplezam nema damage da je ubije, tako da
reduce Flack.
Ili ona je tu skroz ok pik.
Main ban, GiantX likely looking towards Gnar, Renegade, and Better as their three mains. They're the safest top lane blinds in essence. Shifters here likely going to pick their bot laner. And the question is, what will they go? Because they got rid of the Ziggs and the Varus. Caitlyn is an option if you want to go for that little bit of range. Paduk can still go towards something like the Vladimir as well.
Yeah.
If he wants. We'll have to see exactly where he decides his bread is buttered.
I don't hate taking either the Gnar or the Renekton here for shifters and just saying, hey, look, I know, like, you already see, there it is, the angle that GiantX are trying to go for. So take the Gnar, basically say, hey, either you take the Renekton or the Mbessa, we still have a decent matchup there and we're fine, and just make things a little bit more uncomfortable for Oscar in there. Unless he ends up going towards that Twisted Fate that you were kind of talking about, which at least gives you the range advantage. I think that could be an angle here to work with.
I wouldn't mind a Twisted
there
Fate.
Is,
When we talk about side lane threat and split push threat, Twisted Fate really exemplifies that just in the way that his kit is designed. And there it is for GiantX. Not a all-map ultimate on his E. You can't tell.
I think we should bring it back.
Yeah, bring back classic.
Is that... that is very not broken.
My favorite clip is, and this is something that you used to see all the time when Twisted Fate could do it, is the Dumbs clip, right? Where you TP to the top pixel bush in lane and with your Twisted Fate E, and then you just put a ward down, everyone teleports to it. As the illusion will be locked in at the bot lane here for Flackhead.
Yeah, I much prefer Lucian when he is enabled by something like the Milio. Sure, you've got some wave clear built into the kit and that, but I just really don't like just leaving the Lucian by himself. Even trying to play around mid wave and set up for cullings and stuff can be a little bit awkward.
Ooh, juicy. Okay. Talia bot is going to be the answer here from Shifters.
Shiftersi LCK draft. Znači, LCK draft. Padak igra Taliju na botu.
So I assume then he wouldn't have managed to pick it up at any point in time in his career.
I can't see it anywhere. And alongside that, Jun, his first time ever playing Camille on stage. I think for a lot of supports, kind of is where we're at, because we had the Camille meta, and it's like, oh, you must first pick Camille, and then everyone was like, oh, now we have the answers. And now it's like, oh, well, we know the answers, you can't first pick Camille. And it is rare to see Camille get through early on in the draft these days. So we have a couple of first-timers on the stage.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if I love the GiantX comp. I feel like there is like a lot of mobility on the Camille and the Lucian and the Lee Sin that you can try and make some plays around mid, but that even seems a bit tough. Lucian being isolated on mid wave as well doesn't seem ideal. Like, you kind of tend to play towards Lucian in a lot of comps.
Sure.
So leaning out towards Jackie's and towards Oscar and it might be a bit tough. And I think if you ever fall behind, it is not going to look pretty for GiantX. Like, Shifter is very good at those taking team fights, controlling the zones with the Talia. I think it's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult overall for GiantX. But if they do get ahead, I think it becomes hard for Shifters. I feel like there's too much in a side lane for Shifters to deal with, right? If GiantX do manage to get some laning leads, 3-man top. Paduk, Stend, and Rooster. Jun and Oscar in here. They'll place a ward. Stend steps forward, so does Rooster.
A mislim, u suštini, ne znam. Možeš igrati i bez tanka, samo zavisi kako igraš, pogotovo kada Trundle pikaš, Trundle generalno negira tankove s druge strane. Koliko ja znam, slagaću vas, prošle ili pretprošle godine minimalac u lecu je bio 5K. Sad, da li su nešto promenili tokom ove ili prošle godine, ja ne znam, ne mogu vam reći, nemam pojma. Nisam pitao iskreno. Ali znam da je stari minimum za lec bio 5K mesečno. Znači, najgori igrač, ruki, onaj koji ne zna da pregovara, znači, bukvalno, da si najgori pregovarač ikada, 5K mesečno je minimum. Znači, po pravilima Riota. Znači, ono, za Oscara moraš daš 5K.
Maybe going to try and make a visit towards mid lane here as well, but you can already see Jackie's is hovering very close to this bottom side.
And he should just be able to walk this one off. Stand shield of Daybreak, there's the stun. And yep, Jackie just walks away. Does miss one minion. Paduk forced away in the bottom side as well. Gets a good threaded volley back onto Flacker for a little bit of damage. Flacker gets that wave crashed in. Sten should be here to catch it all. The Flash Frost out of nuke as he trades back onto Jackie's with the electrocute on the Inhibitor.
Yeah, if I'm Jun though, I'm kind of like, alright, I'm already going to start to get some of these levels. Like, I crashed this next wave because it hasn't really been that quick of a push. Should be able to hit level 2, level 3, and then start to immediately roam on the map. And already, if Sten tries to match, it's going to be levels down. So if I'm Jun, I kind of feel like this is opened up.
Room present. Sonic wave. Nuke flashes away. They try and get the egg, but they just can't crack it. As Nuke is able to survive on very low HP.
Just about, but...
Welsi ne znam. To nemam pojma. Ne, Faker ima milione, mislim, ali Faker ima milione, on ima milionski ugovor za signing, ono. To je pričao vlasnik Tivana. Kaže, kad god Faker postane free agent, ponuda iz Kine dođe 20 miliona, tako nešto, za transfer. Tako da Faker je baš ono... Faker ima, mislim da je kupio u Koreji zgradu, drži ono Faker Tower.
Had the level advantage, move in with him. You've already got the control over mid because Nuke was forced so low. So Giant X really...
Faker je delom i vlasnik Tivana i svašta nešto, tako da to je... To kažem, full priča za sebe. Faker je baš ono nivo iznad. I sa poslovne strane između ostalog.
It's a technological marvel.
Yeah. I mean, it's the toe sword that gets you every time. Yeah, you don't see it coming.
It used to exist for spies. Like you click your heels and a little dagger comes out with some poison on it. Show takes the top side Scuttle Crab. Isma taking his respawn of Raptors. Jun looking up towards this top side. As now the supports will meet. And they're about even in terms of XP. As Sten was able to catch up. Flacker catching the wave in the bot lane has a 500 gold lead. And Cheo now has to try and protect his respawns. Why Stend is in the area. Isma still has a full side of his jungle to clear for the first time this game.
Yeah, I mean, Isma's in a great spot. Going to be able to clear out and maybe even make a play down towards that bottom side as well if he wants to. But yeah, Jun and Stend just matching each other for the moment. Yeah. I expect Jun is basically just here, as you can see, to make sure that this wave gets crushed, but Shifters want more.
Rusa stunned by Oscar winning. Sten comes across, Oscar in staying very deep. Jun trying to get in the way there of Sten, but Oscar in still gets the trade kill as Sten and Cheo aren't able to get them in time to save their top laner.
I can't believe that got a turnaround kill. Rooster sidestepped backwards from the Camille jump to make sure that he wouldn't get caught on the range, but it meant that he took that little bit more damage and Oscar in gets one back.
Yeah, and now Cheo loses his Razorbeak respawn because Isma has so much more time to go in and steal these away. I want to see exactly how this plays out.
Yeah, because Giant X is kind of saying, hey, look, Trundle more than likely on the top side, especially as Rooster goes in. We don't have follow up. But as Jun goes in, see the way Rooster steps back? But even then, still end up with the kill.
Jun also intercepts Sten in his Zenith play. So Sten then can't get onto Oscar in and quickly...
Mislim, neću vas lagati, u ovom drugom gemu navijam za Giantse. I protiv trećeg gema, ne znam kako god dođete. Ali jedno od ta dva.
So he should be fine if he just steps back and accepts this one. Because of that, Sten staying towards the top side, Jun and Flacker able to get push. Likely to be an early first Drake for Giant X if they continue the way that they did in game 1, which is trying to stack these dragons.
Hvala ti, Bruno. Hvala na lepim rečima. Pa tu sam, sve što nemam ugovor da ne smijem da delim, ja delim s vama. Tako to uvek funkcioniše. Neke stvari ne sam da pričam, pa ne pričam, ali sam što mogu da kažem, što da ne. Ja sam ti već Klaro to pohvalio. A ja sam ti rekao, ali da. Če veruješ na riječ. Ne podelim, ne, to imam posla. A ja je pisao još i ja da je dijelim, pa gdje to ima, čoveč? Gdje to ima? Dobar, Nuk.
Keeping most control over the lanes as takes a little bit of a hurting in the mid lane, but still.
Exactly. Who cares?
Yeah, and I could see where Shifters were trying to see if they could make a play towards Dragon.
Tamam posla, Bruno. Nemam ja nikakvih problema s tim. Mislim, kažem, postoje neke stvari i sad koje kao... Ono, eto, pričao sam baš skoro nešto sad spremam, a ne sam vam kažem šta, bukvalno ne mogu da vam pričam. Ali sve ostalo... Što da ne, nešto vas zanima, što vam ne bi rekao. Zašto sam prestao igrati protiv... Pa, dugačka je priča, ali u suštini... Ja kad sam prestao da igram, malo se gaming menjao. otišao od turnira i putovanja do sjediš u studiju ovako u Berlinu i igraš i nije mi to bilo više iskreno. Između ostalog, ali ajde jedan od razloga. Znači, promenio se malo način na koji LoL funkcioniše. Ja ne volim toliko lige koliko volim turnire. To je, znaš. Meni su turniri, vidi, najjača stvar ikada. LAN turniri pogotovo. Mislim, dobro, ajde i online, ali LAN turniri su mi, samo vrh. Realno, Mato, ne bi ti sad volao da bude neki LAN ovde u Beogradu. I da ti dođeš da skupiš neku ekipu i da ih hoćaš uživo. I da budeš znaš ti koji bi to, veruj mi koji bi ti doživljaj bio. I onda ćeš doći na taj LAN, evo pa šta ti kažem, doćeš na taj LAN i onda ćeš mi reći realno, brate, baš mi je dobro ovdje. Ja ću reći realno, znam. Znaš, taj deo je meni ne znam, najbolji deo LoLa, bukvalno. Lanovi, druženja. Znaš, to je, meni je to suština e-sporta, ne LoLa, e-sporta. Znaš, što način, to verujem ti, mislim. Ja ti verujem što se toga tiče. A da si postao coach u školu, ali pa moguće, vidi. Vrat ti bil desni. Lanovi su samo... Kaži, samo su goted. Lanovi su bukvalno samo goted.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go into the middle of three members of Shifters, but he was thinking about it for a second. Giant X again, they're doing this really well. And like last game, we rightfully had a bit of a joke about both these teams. But what Giant X have really set up
mislim da ne, Mat. Isprči, slovno, zanima me. Čekamo mislim, Giantsi će verovatno dobiti kako su krenuli ovaj game. S tim jednog igra dobro, ali mimo njega ostatak tima se malo raspada. Mislim da nešto kroz maglu se sjećam da ste kucali, ali nisam siguran. Šefe, baš, mislim, što znači, ne znam ja tačan dan i to je bilo pred milion godina, bukvalno. S tobom, otkad, imam ošće da te znam otkad streamujemo, 10 godina. To je bilo nešto, to je bio, ako bio Gamescom bio prvi game, ne, nije bio, ja mislim je pre IBL-a bilo. Ja mislim je bilo pre IBL-a. Možda čak FCS. Možda čak FCS, ali nisam siguran. Ok, ovo je dobra priča, neću lagati. Kako kaže može. Šta ne. To je gotit.
You get the kill, you're losing the wave, you're going to be happy as Giant X.
Yeah, very happy. Rooster does have TP as Blackhead dashes in towards Product. Seismic shove flashed away from Product, flashes the wall. Exchange of summoners in the bot lane, but Product doesn't really have the ability to survive in this isolated 1v1 for much longer.
Especially if you can take these short trades, the Sheen proc is going to do a lot of help in that situation for the Lucian. And as well, you've also got Isma now on this bottom side, Jun on this bottom side. I think you're going to
Sudija me upoznao sa ramenom na tamo gde rame ne treba da bude.
And we have to talk about establishing again, because we have 15 seconds on the Drake.
To se isto seća. To je bio Gamescom. To je bio Gamescom.
Jun and Jackie's trying to team up in mid to get some pressure of their own.
Ale, stand chill, bro. Al čoveče, jedan zid, drugi zid, braća kuću napraviše oko Rajza jadnog.
Jun not yet level 6, can't dash in with that Hexagol ultimatum. But because of the answer, because of Flacca coming back out here, looks like Giant X is still going to get the second Drake of the game. Calling from Flacca just to clear out the wave.
Jo, jel jeste, šefe? Čekaj, jel nije, ne. Ja mislim da nije to. Možda jeste. Možda ne znam sad. Sjećam se da si došao na Karaburma ti dan grafičku. Što mi smo se mi pre toga možda vidjeli na nekom Gamescomu? A to vam isto priča. Vi ne znate koji komad istorije šef je imao u jednom trenutku u svojim rukama. Ima jedan LAN event jedini LAN event koji sam ja igrao u Novom Sadu. Ima slika negde na internetu. Imam ja tu sliku. Tu sam sa Kolamaksom, mislim, ako se ne varam, igrao taj LAN. Osvojili smo turnir. Nagrada je bila 660 Ti. Ja sam tu grafičku imao, s njom sam igrao, mislim sam i streamovao, ja sam i streamao s njom. Znači, koristio sam tu grafičku na max. Zamenio sam je za 1080, jer kao, nije što se pokvarila, nego sam kupovao jači komp. I nadam sam nešto pričao sa šefom i on u fazonu, a nemam grafičku, ja u fazonu, brate, daću ti ja moju, jer ne treba mi, uzao sam sad nov komp i imam ovu grafičku, stoji mi tu, dođi uzmi. I on je tu grafičku uzeo i sad ne znam koliko je godina koristio tu grafičku, a vi ne razumete, ta grafička je radila pro 12 godina. Znači, ta grafička je kao ona Lada Niva 4x4. Znači, ja vam garantujem, svet će da eksplodira, ta grafička će i dalje da radi. I to radi dobro. Znači, ja iskreno ne verujem. Znam da mi je rekao, znam da si mi pričao pre neku godinu, smo pričali si u fazonu kao, brate, radi grafička. Rekao, kao šta? Znaš da je stara, 15 godina. Da, radi 15 godina stara grafička, vidi i dalje radi. Clarin 3090, šta god ima, pokvarilo se. 660 Ti. Neuništiva, buba švaba grafička. Radi tu i niko i ništa ne može.
I think for shifters, you have to start getting creative with, paddock, seeing if you can start to play towards these side lanes and shut down Oscar and Jackie's. Like, if you can burn those flashes, repeat ganks become such high value.
Yeah, they just haven't really...
Ne, meni je stvarno, meni je samo fascinantno kako ta grafička nije, izgorela, ne znam kao. Što se dogodi nakon 15 godina, mora prestane da radi, ali ne. Inače ADTF, mislim, jako sam ljubomoran kad neko igra ADTF-a i to radi. Mali svet.
Isn't able to keep pace, they're always second guessing where they want to be, and a good indication of that is the amount of vision control that Giant X have on the map.
Šefe, si našao još jedan, prvo si rođaka našao na streamu, sad si drugara našao, vi što nema nigde, čoveče. Što nigde nema. Nema, znači ako sam išta u životu naučio da je svijet jako mali. I da nikad ne znaš na koga ćeš naletiti.
Dragon's Rage, Culling and Hexagol to minimum down alongside that Destiny. But they are in a strong position when it comes to items. Complete items on Oscar, on Isma, on Blackhead. He's got a Zeal alongside his Essence Reaver. Whereas on the other side, Duck's just working on a Blackfire Torch. Theo is going to start up the Herald. Dynex trying to gain position on it. TP in from Nuke. And looks like Dynex is saying, okay, you can have this one. Take your small victories. And we will take the bot tower for it, as you say.
They didn't luckily have a mid wave for Giant X to play off of, so weren't able to get any of the plates on mid wave. But you should lose that bot tier 1. So Shifter is immediately moving topside. Looks like to try and respond in kind.
Oscar in it. Pops in a gold card. Stuns up Shale. Puts down the pillar. Oscar in it has flash. Nuke flash frost with the frostbite for the stun. Crystalline's wall down as well as Giant X still want to try and contest this one. They'll step forward again. Oscar doing a good job of staying healthy enough that he can continue this contest. Tower down in the bot lane. Jun underneath the tower. Dragon's Rage.
U IBL-u, kakav je to info. Sljedeća, pa ja se nadam se da će Fanatik vidi, Juntal drugi item na Oscaru. Ne znam šta ti kažem, Adi Carry build ako Oscar. Radi s tom informacijom šta god poželiš, čovjek je uzeo drugi item Juntal. Vidi, možda ako kažeš Kozaku da builda isto ko Oskarini, možda će prestati, nemam pojma.
Instead, Shifters get 2 kills and the tower anyway.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that he'd get the kick. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're on towards Kraken. Now you've got no flash, no kick for Isma. Flacked down a culling as well. And Rooster just going to have that ult up momentarily. So I think for Shifters, this would be your moment to try and make things happen. But you're already getting that destiny.
Ja mislim da Oskar, da, mislim da Oskar gleda EBL, to mi je realnije, iskreno.
Oscar into target, he flashes away, lands the gold card onto Stend. Drake pulled out and pushed back as the Rift Tower spawned by Shifters. Jackie's still waiting to see if he can find an avenue into the fight. The Crystallize not quite blocking off Flackett enough. Culling still a quarter of the way before it's back off cooldown, but we have that Dragon's Rage back. Isma looking for a flank of his own.
Jackie's needs to be very careful that this Trundle Pillar doesn't isolate him. We'll have to burn Flash if it does.
We'll have the Ghost. There we are, Crystallized Pillar. Jackie's decides against flashing, stunned up, now flashes away, Weaver's Wall. Splits Giant. Still looking for that flank.
Volim ja njega na neko čudan način. Volim da ga gledam u EBL-u. U EBL-u. Volio bi da gledam u EBL-u u stvari. Dobar Rooster, ovo je bilo baš lepo, iskreno. Ovo je baš bilo lepo.
Jackie stepping up that far was an easy wall into pillar combo. He has to burn the flash immediately to step away. So Rooster locks eyes with him, says, right, you're mine. As we get to play out this fight, you step up here. It's again new, great wall, but it's the slow from the Hextech Dragon and also the stun that ends up setting up perfectly there. Rooster sees exactly what he wants. And at that stage, it doesn't matter that Jun had the flank. There's just no one to follow up on.
Yeah, the Gnar going onto the back, it just entirely changes the landscape of the fight. And I feel we have passed the 15-minute mark. So that means whichever team was ahead now needs to start losing. And Giant X have begun doing that. Their gold lead shrinks from about 4K to 1.5.
Do you think since we don't have audience today, we could just bring in like a band to play circuses?
Oh, true, yeah.
From this point
Ovo je s ove strane. Ali igraju bez tenka. Giantsi nisu uzmu tenka jer kad igraju Trundla, nemoj se Bruno nervirati, nemoj samo lagano Bruno, sve će da bude okej. Sve će da bude u redu.
Obviously. We just do stock footage of us like one day we come in and it's just 6 of us in different jerseys.
Yeah, it's just like, come up. Yay, go team. I love it when team wins. Obviously, disappointing to not have the crowd here, but to get as much League of Legends in as we can across the course of this summer split, it means some concessions have to be made. And, you know, I'd rather have more League of Legends than less, I think, generally.
Mislim u fazonu Giantsi sigurno dobijaju, ali...
Okay, so we talked a lot about how Giant X, if they get ahead in the early game, do have great side lane threat. And I think they still have that. Like, Oscarin is still 1,000 gold ahead, Flackett is still 1,700 ahead, and has Navoy flick plates, right? The problem becomes that Shifter's teamfight, and you mentioned this in draft, I think is just superior generally.
Yeah. The big one for me is seeing Giant X cover their waves well, because it just becomes a little bit more difficult for Shifters to match with Stend. Caught out here, though.
Isma and Jun taken down to half. I think more making sure that Jackies can't be dived than anything else.
Yeah, because you're going to have TF take that top tower, so I think you're happy here as Giant X. They managed to get this, you cover the bot play, you're not in a terrible spot, right? And there's always this option now as you start to like push in this top wave, where you just immediately cross into mid with the ultimate, or even just have the TF move to then shift down entirely to keep pressure on the bottom side, right? So I think this is where for Giant X, I constantly want to see these side lanes playing towards mid. There's a single turret plate left on that mid lane tower that is going to...
Ne znam iskreno. Ako Rooster pogodi još 1-2 onakva ulta, vidi, idu treći sigurno.
Create that pressure from sides into mid.
Yeah, you want to be able to force someone to react to a side lane and then have a numbers advantage, in essence, right? And playing in Fog of War always scary for your opposition if they don't know if they're about to be outnumbered on a plate. Next Drake 2 minutes away, so we still have a little while before that really becomes a key point of contest. But these two teams have shown us they will fight over anything. And at the moment, it looks like we're fighting over midway.
Yeah, well, that's why I like the Roosters kind of slow pushing this top side, because it means that then there's no real place for Oscarin in 2B. Nuke is fine, you can see just clearing this out very quickly, going to step away. But it means that now Oscarin's only moving back up towards that top side. So by the time he pushes that wave into Shifter's side, like Dragon's already going to be up. Like you're not really going to have a window as Giant X to try and play for that mid lane turret. So this is where shifters are, at least Rooster, is playing nice and slow and thinking how can Giant X actually play off on some of the advantages that they have.
Oscar does have that item advantage with the Yuntal's complete. A little cheaper, a little bit more attack speed on this patch than it has been previously. You can see Isma trying to hover around this like, well, maybe Rooster steps up, maybe Rooster feels that he can make a play, but Rooster opened up through mid with those Hex Gates, and so will be only at this wave in a little bit of time.
Yeah, I would like
to actually came out onto where Rooster is.
Yeah, and that's why I'd like to see Stand actually shadowing Rooster here, because Giant X, there is always a window with 2 dragons up that they just forego dragon and make a play towards that tier 2 tower. Unfortunately now, Shifters, as a 4-man, trying to retake this space from Giant X. You can do it, it just leaves you completely vulnerable then if Giant X just move back over towards the dragon. So by not having kind of Stend or Shadow Dinar there, now Giant X have got control over mid, they've control over river, and they've now ousted Shifters out of control around dragon.
The Shifters have been able to walk up and take the Scuttle Crab, and as we know, every jungler prefers the Scuttle Crab to Drakes. Right? You must take the Scuttle Crab, gets you vision control around the Baron. But yeah, the consequence, the reason that Shifters were able to take that Scuttle Crab is Giant X said, okay, you can take control of this area because we're going to go down towards the dragon side and get control for ourselves. Blackhead dashes away with a relentless pursuit.
And now Shifters are trying to hard force here because they know the Rise is about to hit the bot lane tower. You're about to hit a TF on that top lane tower. So Giant X get the position that they want on both sides.
Da, Bruno je doca. On igra dugo Asusu. A čekaj, gdje koče Bruno? To ne znam. Možda ne znam gdje koče Bruno sad. On je baš dugo bio u Asusu. Sa Double-im igrao baš dugo. Ali neko je bar meni nestao iz ono vidika, mislim da, ma dobro, većina kad odu tako recimo u neke druge lige, teško ispratiti sve.
But that's also the thing from Shifters, because you want to play for team fights, you kind of have to give some of this to a certain extent, because if Giant X are not willing to take the base, well then there's no way for you to force a fight. And instead it's Giant X who are actually putting the pressure on sides. And this is where it does kind of suck for Shifters that they couldn't find any of those early dragons, because this is kind of the way, as a team fighting competition, that you try to force 1-3-1 out of this situation.
But they have been able to slow down the stacking from Giant X, get 2 dragons for themselves, stop any possible early soul from Giant X, and as we've seen, you know, Hex Soul very powerful, 23 out of 24 games, we've seen it in the LEC, it's 1.
But I do like what Giant X are doing now. Look at where the Twisted Fate is. Immediately going to move down, and they're just going to try and TP on towards Nar, who's been isolated because they spotted Shifters on that top side, and you have a potential now to either take the turret or take a life.
Then steps away from the Sonic Wave. Shao is looking here as well as Jun, Isma, and Flacker teams up to try and regain a bit of control. No Destiny out of Oscarinin. Instead, he's just going to run up towards the top lane to clear out that wave.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought that was going to be the trade. Like, Destiny in, you either force Rooster to disappear or you just take the tower. But maybe he was too close to Meganar. I didn't quite see. But it means he just kind of lost some of the CS in the top side because Oscarinin opened on that bottom end.
I guess the risk as well is if you do show 2 bots, there's a possibility Shifters just say, okay, we'll go Baron.
Realm Warp, right?
Yeah, but you've got Realm Warp and you do have a TP on Oscarinin, so if he's used the Destiny, you can try and get there in time.
Yeah, and I think that's the big value of having like this TF Rise is like you have so much innate mobility between the two of them, both with your ultimates or with just those teleport advantages. So I think this is where Giant X could be using them, but haven't quite been able to sync up in the manner they want to just yet.
Yeah, a little passive as well from Giant X at times. Like they've cleared out vision in their own side of the map, but usually what you see with split pushing is you'll have wards around here, right? It allows your split pushers to actually push up. We haven't seen Jun and Isma actually team up to go into the enemy jungle and place vision down themselves. They've been protecting around the Baron pit move.
And to begin,
then Destiny. Oscar looking for Duck in the mid lane. Seismic shot doesn't connect as Duck falls. Giant X use the Destiny.
Što nače TF bije? Mislim bije radi damage.
Try and pop Isma. Won't have the damage for it now. Giant X get a kill in mid. Trying to crack through that tower. They do manage that as well. Isma on the wrong side of that walk as he does have to flash out.
Alright, so there we go. Giant X actually using some of that map mobility to get in towards mid lane and make that play.
Tako uvek pre bilo, mislim.
Nicely done. Blackhead, huge culling coming through.
Da, baš dobar calling od Flacta, iskreno.
Good sidestep on that flick back. And Giant X happy to finish off.
I ult nije konektovao od standa.
Like you have an attack in the mid lane and an attack just below it, which allows you to distract your opposition.
Yeah.
Like Stend is like, oh, do I need to try and protect Shale or should I go mid?
Exactly.
You Stend walking around the corner. It's just not as easy for shifters to deal with, and I like it. It's solid overall from Giant X. They extend their goalie to about 4K. Still, they have only just taken the mid tier 1. There's still all these tier 2s remaining. Shifters are delaying the game well, have 2 items on Nuke, 2 on Paduk, almost 3. Sten now has Mikhail's. Shale has 3 items with a Thornmail and a Randuin's on the Trundle to try and mitigate some of the attack speed coming out of Giant X.
And that's what I was going to say. I think Shale has been doing a good job of denying Giant X from getting the vision that they want to. Like, he defended topside as Jun was trying to get some of that vision down. Isma hasn't really been able to get much now. They're starting to establish some of that vision in the bottom side. But it has been a little awry as, looking at mid, Shale, both Jun and Oscarinen are here.
Jun will show. Oscarinen doesn't have the Destiny. He's running back up towards topside. Shale's just lying in wait. Hoping that Giant X go and check Baron, I guess, but there's a control ward in the back of the pit.
I think they were a little worried that they just all in with like Paduk's Weaver's Wall onto Blackett, but still 30 seconds until Dragon now. Giant X are being forced out and they don't really have pressure on the map, so for shifters, they're significantly happier about this one. You can see Rooster just going to match that push in top lane, actually stack up that Mega Gnar bar, and shifters can still take the fight here.
Shale gets the Scuttle Crab, which gives them vision on the vision that was put down by Giant X, so they clear out the control ward. Oscarinen now has Destiny back up. He's looking towards mid. Resets coming out. Sten goes in with a Hex Flash. Just dives onto Nuke. Hexagol made him on Sten as well with the Cullen coming down. Sten falls first. The kick back onto the Trundle. Shale in the middle of the team, and Blackhead immediately culls him. Isma likely to die, but he manages to escape with a safeguard. Rooster the next target as Jackie steps up, but with the Crystallize blocking off almost the entire lane. He has to flash. Giant X, though, looks like they'll turn their attentions towards the Drake after winning out on the fight. Rooster still trading with Blackhead, who is absolutely massive. Lord Doms alongside the flick.
Gianci mola samo vidjeti game, ono. Oscar ide na LDR, šta?
Brilliant response from Jun on that play.
Yeah.
Sten went in, Jun matches immediately. You'll see it here. So the Hex Flash over the wall. Xenoblade interrupted the follow-up by Nuke, then gets the Hex Ultimatum to actually escape away, and he's just able to hop out, and Isma kick on towards the jungler, immediately sets up, and able to dash away. Giant X played that excellently on the jungle support.
Yeah, very quick reactions from Giant X all around. Paduk unable to join the fight really at all. The Weaver's Wall comes across, but he has to walk all the way around, only hits Isma right at the end. So you see Giotto there. Happy enough, I will say, with the end of the play. Looked like he was still a little concerned at times during it, as most coaches are wont to be, but a 6,000 goal lead now for Giant X, with Hex Soul on the horizon in 4 minutes' time.
Yeah. Touch and wood, this is a significantly better performance from Giant X. Like, I like the way they're trying to play for picks. There's been decent map movements, like Oscarinen has been trying to find ways to either cover for plays or either shadow Jackies on some of these plays, but they just haven't quite been able to gain the lead as quickly as they'd like, but it still has been pretty good, and now they're in a position where they're still able to follow up on some of these fights. They're getting advantages, and the game is starting to just slip further and further in their control.
Yeah, there was an 18-minute period where things kind of all went pear-shaped for Giant X, and since then they've had to rebuild that mound of gold lead that they had gained for themselves through the early game. Shifters unable to be as proactive as they'd like, as Blackhead is caught out, pillar down, flashes away. Again, you've got his summoner. That is it's a big win, but is it enough for shifters?
Look, that's not on me. I touched wood.
3 minuta za Sol koji im potencijalno vina game.
I don't know if that was the idea from Blackhead, because you don't have pressure on side lanes, which makes it very easy for shifters to just be there.
Ko mora da flasha, ono ne dobija to, da.
You've cursed them so hard, they're going to get chased out with the pillar. Oh, almost catches Jackies. But knocked him out of that realm warp. That CC would have been enough as Isma looks for the Sonic Wave. Onto Shale, could kick Sten back if he takes it with the Resonating Strike.
Range, I think.
Isma, not going to go any deeper. Giant X still playing around this Baron.
This is not good.
In the pillar down, Jun goes in with a Hexagon Ultimatum. Isma and Jackie's in the back of the pit. Jun already low. Destiny out from Oscar as he tries to rectify this play, but Jackie's dead! Isma manages to safeguard across the wall, but shifters will start up the Baron.
Absolute mess from Giant X as they try to escape away.
Kraken has no flash! He's got no flash! In dies Rooster, about to go Mega, and Blackhead's down too! Dagda!
It wasn't me! I said I prefaced it with touch
Ovo nije u
one.
redu.
Everyone knows that gets you off the hook.
Oh, sure. Press the...
Ovo nije u redu.
Well, that's Baron for shifters. So we've had the 18-minute throw and we've had the 32-minute throw. Those are 14 minutes apart. Maybe it decreases the longer the game goes on, the throw variance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we hit the same goal difference.
O,
so
samo
maybe
nije u
that's
redu.
it, but here, like, this was wonky from Giant X. Like, trying to walk past there against the Trundle was always going to be poor, especially as Nuke able to join in as well and just add more zone control. Like, you never want to be grouped up like this as Giant X.
And then this step back as well. Like, Shifters do a good job. They're playing on control ward. Nuke dodges to the side. Blackhead has just burnt his flash. And I asked in that moment, when he burnt his flash in the mid lane, is that enough for Shifters? Well, apparently, it was more than enough. As they managed to find 3 kills.
Yes. Exactly. I think they know.
Isma, you look at the dragon. Isma's gone for it. Oh, Isma, the guardian angel will bring him back. But his prayers will not be answered. Touch wood again, Rob. Isma's dead. Shifters now 11-9 up. Still 2,000 gold behind. But they do have this Baron for the next 2 minutes. And the enemy jungler's dead with 15 seconds.
See?
After he
Oh,
spawned
no,
before
actually,
the
a little
Drake.
bit more of a goal difference.
Yeah, okay. So next time there'll be 6,500 gold ahead. Sten caught out in the culling. Sten's dead. Okay. Yeah.
What is happening?
I feel like you don't.
I'm going to bring in, like, all of the witches. I'm going to cleanse. I'm going to do
I think
whatever
we
I
need to burn some sage, man. I think we need to burn some sage. You know, sometimes when you get a reading, like a fortune reading from someone, and you're like, I don't really understand this, but I'm sure it's going to be good for me in the future. That's how I'm feeling about this game. I don't really understand it.
Good in the future.
But I'm sure something good will come out of it. Okay, I'm positive.
Do you remember the last game?
Something good came out of that. We had fun. Like, it was a fun game at the end. Was it chaotic and at times very difficult to understand? Sure. But we had fun. Hopefully the players did too. As this is Soul for Giant X, by the way. Shifters late to the party. As Sheo tries to step in, but that's the Soul just gone. Sheo.
I ode Sol, ajmo da idemo sad sa Solom. Mislim da su Solom fajn da vidimo game. Da gledamo Sombora kako igra na topu. Oskar. Oni ljudi... Pa će izgubiti game. Ovo je kraj. Pa pitam li se zašto. Ovo je kraj. Oni endio game s ovim waveom.
I need to soundboard whatever the noise was that came out of you there for a second, by the way.
I'm like 10 seconds on Jun. They're kind of low. Isma's kicking a second.
Želim replay ovog zadnjeg fajta. Oskar je bacio portu. Ja vidim na endio game, ne. Ali endiju, ne, mislim, trebali bi da endiju. Stan u E, Lisin mora da umre. I onda šta će? Stand je support, on umire iz mašenja. Sad samo Gnar uleti, baci ulti na wave i drži u... Fajn su, jesu. Ja ne mogu verujem. Ja legitimno ne mogu verujem. Dobro, ajde, gledamo treći game između Shiftersa i...
One of the best caster curses I've seen in a while. Because it was like, you cursed it at like 32 minutes. And it ended at 35:30.
I said it though.
We're going to hand it over to Omne, who is standing by for an interview.
Tell him it's not me. It's not me, right?
Stan, what did you say? You don't have your what?
Microphone.
Oh, it's fine. I can just hand it to you. Okay, Stan, what's up with this Baron? Because game 1 and game 2,
Ja idem na pauzu,
both teams are just
to je...
Baron their best friend.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure right now.
Mislim da je to
Both
ugao.
teams are a bit pressure to do something.
Isto. Tu sam za desetak.
So we need to be careful about that.
All right. Do you feel like you got what it takes to take that game too?
I mean, early was a bit shaky, not gonna lie. So we tried to stabilize the game as much as we could, and they made mistakes, and we could come back. So happy about that.
I'll let you go back to your team. Thank you so much, Stan.
Bye-bye.
Now back to the boys at the desk, this game was a banger. Tell me all about it.
Oh no, that was uncharacteristically chipper of you to call it a banger. Normally you're a big a big
Hey,
skeptic.
there was a lot of banging around that Baron pit.
What happened to disappointed father sitting in the corner with newspaper? This is a new look for you, Odo.
You know, like even when my dad sits at the TV and just screams at random stuff because he's just so mad. Sometimes when he has no horse in the race, he's just happy. So I was just really happy to just see this game.
This man's he's fanatic on the schedule in series 2, and he's like, at least
Bro,
it's
bro,
not
I'm
He's enjoying it while he can.
I'm holding myself for that second series. You know, the disappointment that will for sure come out today.
Yeah, look, we have to look at this first play. It's my turn to draw on the sad plays, gang. So let's talk about it. Drake, 18 minutes. We can bring it up. Start at pause to the boys on the team. We can do this. Let's take a look at the situation, right? Like, you can see why they feel good, and specifically, they feel good. Bam, there's a Camille on the side. They're like, wow, we're so far ahead. We're so clever. We're so smart. But then when we clear the screen and roll the play, what you're going to watch is a man, if we pause right here, walk into a firing line. Now, this team, they want to be scrappy. They want to flank. They want to look for these creative angles. But there's one man very determined to walk face first into a bunch of muskets and die, and that is Jackie. So he's going to lose flash, and as we watch the rest of this play out, what you're going to see is they're starting at this distinct disadvantage, and if in this tiny window where there's 2 cooldowns are down, they had gotten something more, maybe there was an angle to come back here, but instead, Camille isn't going to get a lot despite Jun's best efforts, and you're walking face first into a composition that just fights so much better than you. And what's frustrating to me, I'll be your dad yelling at the screen, Odo, is there are so many good fights. There are so many. But all it takes every single game is like 2 screw-ups. I resisted swearing. For the record, I resisted. It would have been warranted. But
You should have screamed. It would have been like my childhood.
no, I'm sorry, bro. I'm not trying to take it that far back. It's not swimming. It's
No
okay.
joke. I
It's
love you,
League of
Dad.
Legends.
You were always nice to me, Dad.
There's always screw-ups, and it's frustrating because, guys, it's summer. It's not the start of the year. It's like we all went on vacation. And I don't
But you
know
know,
if
like when you were in school, summer was the start of
yeah.
vacation.
But this is the thing. This is why a lot of people are critical of we're going to go to the American school system. And if this seems weird, it's because these games are weird. So bear with me. You take 3 months off and you forget everything you learned. They forgot everything they learned, my guy. Like we're like, okay, guys, 2 + 2, and they're like 3.
I
Like,
mean,
no. Please.
I just don't know where they're taking the games. I'm constantly find myself watching these games, and I do not know what's coming next, Drake. Because it's like gold. But is it like money is a made-up concept?
Like Oscar is printing money. He wins on the OR, and he goes on the TF. We're skeptical. Then it looks good. Then they punt. And then we have to run the Baron clip, too. We're not done. We have to run the Baron clip. I'm going to lose my mind, but we have to talk about it, right? 32 minutes. Do you want to draw? I can draw. Maybe we just watch it. Let's just watch it. Let's all just embrace this particular moment in time together. Like, why? Man, the setup isn't there. Like, we are walking into a choke. You haven't done your due diligence. It's just so close.
So, you would want me to analyze, right? This is my plug-in to analyze.
This is your opportunity. I want to complain, but yes, please explain.
Okay. There wasn't really any logic, so there's not much for me to analyze because it feels like I don't know.
I will tell you what happened.
There's just confusion.
No, I will tell you what happened.
Give me
they
the
were
answers.
in the enemy jungle getting vision. One guy recalled. The other guys are standing there waiting for good times to come. And then they realize, guys, we're missing a person. And then they start to run away into the enemy team.
But for me, that's just the perfect exemplification of pressure. Both these teams are not having a great start to their split, and it feels like it's do or die. Now, don't give me that disappointed one, because I have been there.
It's fair, because look, like, I think everyone on the internet is just going to roast these guys to no end, and that's because it's funny and it's also cathartic and a way to cope with, like, some of the diabolical things we're seeing. But there is a shitload of pressure on these guys. Like, there's a reason that we're seeing these diabolical plays, because as much as I can say it's the end of the year, they might have forgotten some things, it's a really short season. And this is a really important game. And we say every game counts. A lot of them, not so important. But when this is your only chance to face this opposition, and for both sides probably looking across the aisle like, you guys are kind of bad. This should be a free win.
Yeah. It's rough, because I don't know, like the hardest part for a team to do is to close out series, because when you're 3K gold up, you're 5K gold up, and it feels like all you have to do is get that dasher and lock the game down against an opposition that's supposed to be easy, and you make that one misstep, now you're like, oh, it's not that easy. Oh, we're throwing this game, and then we're like,
give me
we're
one more.
going, and then we're like, we're going game 3. And now we're going game 3. It's really odd, but to be honest, for both of these teams, or on the side of GX, because I still feel like GX are the big favorites. One of the exercises we used to do in scrims back when I was playing was win the game without killing anyone. Now, for me, I'm gonna up the challenge a little bit for GX and give them a little pro tip.
You must have been very good at that one.
Yes, Rogue help. What does that mean? Anyway, so my pro tip for them would be win the game without doing Baron. Because honestly, for GX, everything was good up until they decided that Baron is up, let's make a setup. How about you just don't make a setup and you just don't do Baron?
All right, you summarized it well. Don't do Baron challenge for
Oda
GX.
wants us to be here for one more hour because he wants the long game without the Baron.
I need to ramp up for Fnatic, you know?
Finn, last words for the side of Shifters. They did win. It's not all doom and gloom. What is their challenge? Don't do Baron for GX. What are we looking at for Shifters?
Look up some CLG EU VODs from 2012 and get ready to buckle up because it's going to be a long one.
All right, there you have. Stall the game to infinity. Don't do Baron. Those are the challenges that have been set. We'll see who can succeed as we get ready to gear up for Game 3 right after the break.
Incredible play there from
that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the largest Ukulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, kiss really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
Okay, the problem is, Flathead, there's 3 women. I don't know which one is which, and one was waving, so if I wave, where are they? There. Yeah. Wait! Go! Kill eyes. Avec. Avec flash. Okay, focus on break. Okay. Okay, cheers.
Chill, says Paddock at the end, and I think that's a valid statement. I think a little bit of chill perhaps required at times in these games, because they have been the antithesis of chill. I don't know, hot, I guess. But
they've been rolling on through fairly quick. Yeah, and I definitely think, stop and think sometimes.
Yeah.
The operative thing to do when it gets into these games at times.
See it, say it, sorted. It's a motto of the British transportation system.
I was definitely moved by the performance here, so I can understand the connection.
Good one.
Thank you.
Good one. Let's get into draft for Game 3. A world of surprises awaits. Perhaps not in the drafting phase. We don't usually see too many surprises there at the moment, but we did see Jun's first Camille ever, saw Isma's first Lee Sin in a couple of years, and Ginex lost that game. Did also see the first time Paddock has played Talia, so, first timing a champ on stage can work. Jace banned away
I don't know if it worked for Paddock. Paddock was very far behind Flacken in that game. I think it was like 2.3k or something on the stage.
Did they win or lose the game?
I mean, binary options, I suppose.
Yep. That's how I live my life. Do you want the water hot or cold? There's no in between, one or the other. Okay, Jason Vi banned away by Ginex. Shifter's going to get rid of the Skana and the Poppy. Ginex chose second pick with the first time they've had right of first selection. The Shifters have chosen a red side, which is interesting because Casey and G2 often actually just picking blue side with their right of first selection. Whereas we see most teams pick red side if they, when they have the option.
Yeah. I think the blue side does set you up much better to try and contest Barons and that kind of stuff later on.
Very true.
Because we're definitely seeing the game go later. But either way, Zin's out going to be banned away as well. So a lot of jungle power being taken away here by both Shifters and Ginex. We'll see what the last ban is going to be. But we're definitely teetering down into
Evo nas nazad u ovoj ekstremno interesantnoj seriji. Da vidimo šta će se izdogađati.
I guess Olaf as well, one that we haven't seen too much. Casio taken out, so we're not going to see any of those major prio picks. But as you say,
mislim u suštini je WATCHPARTY, tako da gledamo zajedno stream. Ostalo bi trebalo bude relativno tiho. Ja sam popričao blizu mikrofona, ja bi trebao budem dosta glasniji od svega. Uglavnom, Bard je otvoren, Alistar je, ja mislim, jako dobar pik ovde. Ako hoćeš suporta. Ne znam što je Maokai bio globalno banovan. U stvari ne, znam. Bilo je sa Kalistom problem da nije mogu da vidi ulti od Maokaja. Da, okej, Bard, ako ništa da pokažeš. Nema AP-ova. I ovo mi se jako ne sviđa. A, ne, Gordo, ovo ti je bukvalno ono full chill watch party. Chillamo, uživamo, gledamo. Skill down verzija je gdje chillamo, družimo se, ja pričam s chatom, mislim u suštini vidi, ovo ide na TV i dalje, ali ne kažem verzija dosta opuštenija, tako da sad je više ono dođeš, vidiš, pitaš nešto ako te zanima, znaš, chillaš, ali istovremeno interaktujemo, družimo se i komentarišemo stvari malkice iskrenije nego zvanični prenos, ovi zvanični kasteri moraju da se drže nekih pravila, ja mogu flameom igrača. Neću, nisam takav čovek, naravno, ne bi ja nikada flameovao, ali
talked about the fact we are falling down to that second level of jungle opportunities. Often means that you want your
A ono
CC
možemo,
tankiness
to je
in
okej.
other places. We already see the rel on the side of shifters. For Giant X, I mean, they're looking towards some dive here, right? Something like a Kaiser would be really nice to go alongside this comp. And a Kali picked by Nuke.
Okay, so Nije just trying to get presence in that mid lane. Kind of surprised because I think you can opt in towards some answers. Like even if you want to go towards something like the Silas here for Jackies, I don't think it's the end of the world. As you already have like decent tools that Silas is happy with. Or the Galio, another option as well if they want to go back towards it. But okay, Galio.
You talk about dive Galio makes sense, right? Like you have a good follow up for the Nocturne who's going in. And alongside that, you can look towards your AD carries that can go in as well. And Bessa would be a good option for Giant X if they really want to round out this dive composition. Tristana going to be the ban from them, it seems. Or at least that is what they are hovering currently. I guess the question is, like...
Zadnji game over. Šta god da si mi napisao, koji god broj da si mi napisao, reka bi ti over. Izvini, Kevin, ulazim u tunel, gubim signal. Ne vidim ti pitanje do kraja. Žao mi je.
Who were bringing that to the table. And I think that's probably where Flackett's eyeing up. And good poke, good disengage as well. And like, there's a lot of shifters trying to jump in on top of you. So if you can try and play with that range and play with the Galio, I think you're in an okay spot.
Other option is the Ziggs. Right, because Mega Inferno Bomb on top of a hero's entrance and Paranoia is really solid. So wouldn't be surprised. Again, feels a similar function to the Mel, just a little bit more range on your ultimate. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that Ziggs from Flackett somewhere. He's pretty comfortable. They're going to try and reduce the options for poke coming out from shifters with their Varus ban.
Yeah, I think the pull here for Oscar Innen is to go towards something like the Mbessa or something that can synergize with the dive from the Nocturne and the Galio if needs be, while also just being a brute force of AD damage in the top lane, which is always going to help out as well if you do want to go for these AP mages.
Yeah, very much agree with you. Currently, shifters seeing if they want to go for the Renekton ban. Giant X have first pick on this second rotation. So, do you just go Ziggs and leave your top lane as a counter pick? Or do you say, well, Nar's out, Renekton's out, Cassante's still an option into the Ambessa, but Ambessa's like kind of okay in that lane generally. Do we just pick the Ambessa here and then leave the Ziggs for later?
Yeah, I think that's basically the call the shifters are trying to make. Is
Vayne is up is my only thought.
That
can be
true,
good
actually,
into the Ambessa, right? So,
I mean, I don't hate it if you actually then you just leave the Vayne for yourself, but. Yeah, okay, so... I mean, still kind of fits a similar role to a certain extent, but I'm less enthused by it.
Ali dobro, li pikaju AD carry, zašto Rice pikaju top? Jer Oscar mora uzme counterpick. A on counterpickuje s GP-om. Gledajte se ovo. Sad kad Oscar izvuče gangplanka, sve će vam biti jasno. Oni će lokovati Ambassador, su banovali Renektona.
Yeah, I don't know if you have enough protection then. Like, sure, it's just kind of the Galio that's there to try and play defense if you go towards the Vayne. So maybe that's why shifters are happy to kind of take the Ambess and say, look, if you go the Vayne, we have an Akali, we have the Rel, we have an Fury that can all dive in on so many different angles.
So much threat coming out from shifters. The 80 carry. Ooh, we're going to see Paduk Zeri. We are, okay. Been a while since we've seen Zeri come out from Paduk. I'm actually going to have to look back to see when the last time he brought this champion to the 4 was.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's mobility, right, which is always good against the Bard, but the ability to kind of play solo, also exceptional for you as well, where you can be self-sufficient in these fights when there's going to be so much dive potential and jumping onto members of shifters. So we'll have to see what the final round it here is for Giant X as an answer into this Ambessa.
Is it actually going to be the Warwick? It is! Okay!
Wow, okay.
Oscar Innen. Well, when we were talking about him in the Orm game, we said this isn't really where Oscar Innen...
Oscar je izvuku Warwicka na topu, šta? 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 Warwick u Ambessu. Mato, gleda, ne Mata, nije ovo video. Au, ništa od Warwicka top za Spike. Au, kakav nesrećan razvoj događaja.
Of side lane pressure, a lot of ability to try and follow up on, you know, a Warwick ult, a Nocturne ult, anything along these lines. So I think for Giant X, they have an awful lot of go buttons. It's just a question of who do they want to try and jump on shifter side.
And for shifters, the question is, can you burst out these carries? Like, Flackard is going to be very squishy, does have some protection in front of him. If you are able to find good flank opportunities for your Neferi, for your Akali, you have a lot of options in terms of winning out on the fights. It's the first time since spring we've seen the Zeri from Product. Before that, it was all the way back in his LCK Challengers time. For Oscar Win, his second time ever on this Warwick. Played it last year in spring against MCoy.
I was going to say, I think I remember him losing to BB on the Warwick and then putting a ton of time into it in solo queue. I may be telling fibs here, but I have an almost distinct memory of that happening.
Well, I can tell you he won his one game on the Warwick. So maybe he put a lot of practice into it. Maybe he just had a really good game. Maybe MCoy entered. I cannot remember the spring season MCoy versus Fnatic game on April 26th last year.
Can't believe that.
Yeah, it's
actually so iconic.
A disgrace, isn't it? I don't remember that one. Okay, so compositionally, we've got some dive from Giant X, some targets that they can choose on shifters. On shifters, it feels like if they avoid the initial dive, they follow-up damage.
Orada, u suštini, ovaj game ti možda i nije najbolji pokazatelj ono što se dešava u LoLu, zato što je draft relativno normalan. Ono što je počelo s igra u LoLu su mageevi na botu i hard roaming supportovi. I onda je to baš prodrlo meto skroz. Ovaj game, kažem, to verovatno neće moći da vidiš jer draftovali su, mislim, normalno. Warwick na topu nije normalan, mimo toga. Ovo sve ostalo je, da kažeš, okej. Ali opet i treći game je i Fearless draft, ne znam kad sam zadnji put gledao LoL. Ali Fearless je u suštini pravilo gdje ako je jednom heroj pikovan unutar serije, do kraja te serije taj heroj ne može biti igran. Znači dajem ti primjer, sad je ovo zadnji game, ali da je ovo prvi game, u gameu 2 ne može niko da pika više džina. Ništa je do ovih pira ne može pika. Znači ne moraju da se banuju, već su banovani po defaultu. I onda kad igraš best of 3 ili best of 5 sve bude interesantnije jer pikovi moraju da budu sve čudniji i čudniji.
Sheo comes across, Isma puts down a ward, Sheo uses Darkened Daggers, Isma tries to trade with Dustbringer. It's a smite fight, and it goes the way of Isma. As he's the one who used Smite. Sheo still trading in. Darkened Daggers again, Jackie's moves across, and Sheo realizes, well, can't really fight here anymore. Instead, I will eviscerate and run down towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I don't think this is the end of the world for Sheo, though, because you're taking Krugs on top side as Isma, but you still have all of the bottom side of Isma open available.
Oh, then Shadowing Strike onto Flackard, who does use the barrier. Takes a magical journey away as the level 3 was hit for Jun.
So I like, again, Stend and Product trading heavily on this bottom side to avoid Flackard and Jun being able to move over initially and just be a nuisance for Sheo here. So Sheo should be able to get this red buff now. There's the smite.
He's going to jump onto Jun. Jun might have to use his flash to get out of this because Sten's on the way. Tried to flash Shadowing Strike, didn't quite connect. Sheo's going to try and steal the Razor Beaks as well as Nuke is caught in the taunt in mid lane, but Shuriken flips away from it just in time to not really take too much damage. Isma takes the top side Scuttle Crab. Did leave the red up, importantly. So it's going to be a camp down if this sequence...
Ne, u stvari odlično pravilo, veruj mi. Zadnjih nekoliko mjeseci pre nego što su to uveli ti je pokazalo zašto je to pravilo toliko dobro.
In the end, it will just be a relatively equivalent exchange between the two junglers.
Well, it's actually Sheo come out with lead because you lost one camp on your top side where you took 2 with Red and the Raptors, right?
Where he lost Razor Beaks and Crux, right? Because the smite went over to...
Yeah, but he got the small Razor Beaks, right?
He did, yeah.
So I think it's still Sheo coming out with a marginal lead off the back of it. And he still should be in a decent position. So even with the invade, I think decent response.
Actually, looks like Sheo was trying to steal away the Krugs as well, but it's been spotted by Flackard. Is this a dive?
I don't think so. They're too healthy.
I mean, you think so, but okay. Well, it was just a Krug fight, and Sheo will get clipped at the end. But yeah, it does end up being an advantage in terms of first clear, total camps cleared, but Isma's already out on the map and has reset.
Yeah, this is a little risky for Rooster though, because if I was in my head, I'd be thinking Isma's going to hit the respawn of the Raptor camp, but instead he's going top.
Yeah, Fear down onto Rooster, Dustbringer coming out, Rooster has to flash. Oscar in flashed as well, so it's an exchange of summoners between the two top laners. Red buff the target now for Isma, as he looks to equalize the earlier exchanges. Instead, going for the Razorbeak respawn.
Yeah, because I think Isma's in his head is saying Sheo has reset, more than likely now moving toward the top side to try and help out. But Isma still has an even Steven with Sheo because he hasn't actually looked at the reset. Stend is here though, and with Smite gets it.
If we get the Smite down, Shattering Strike will get the stun. Shroud of Darkness was procced. Sheo? I mean, they're just chasing Isma out. They're trying to delay this level 6 on the knockdown for as long as possible, and Isma doesn't really have anywhere to go. His Razorbeaks will be up in about a minute's time, but that's a while for him to have to wait on that respawn.
It depends on how psychotic Isma's feeling if he wants to try and go for wolves.
Yeah. Ooh, Booster on the right side of a trade against Oscar, who will heal up with that Eternal Hunger.
Yeah, has to be careful though. Sure, he has the barrier, but Stend is there. So Shattering Strike, removing the shields would make it very difficult for Oscar to survive. Sitting on a ward though, this won't have too much information. Isma still hasn't reset though. Considered it for half a second. Now going towards Raptors. So I imagine it'll be Raptors, reset, try and max his bullet grab spawn on bottom side because you still have some of those pushing lanes to try and play around.
Yeah, Sheo just finished his, got a Brutalizer. Still, that red buff is up.
Yeah.
That red buff has not been taken at all this game.
Well, I mean, if you're Sheo, use up your own red buff at the moment, right?
Oh,
like,
sure, yeah.
You're still going to be able to get value from
I
this.
understand why it hasn't been taken. It's just one of those fun things that I like to point out from time to time, Dagda. Sheo is...
Ne, fora vam je što... Samo vidim što se događa ovdje, Gali ima ulti, možda mu napravi play. Stenda ubio. Nema flash, nema ništa, to je jedan. Sheo nema W još, Pedak je razvio movement speed. I dobar. A problem je recimo, pre nego što se to uvelo, svaki game ste gledali top tipa Rumble u Xantea. Svaki game. Ti gledaš 5 gameova, 2 best of 5 dnevno, ti 10 gameova gledaš Rumble protiv Xantea na topu. I naravno smoriš se ko budala.
Level 6 being hit in the mid lane means that this Galio can get there very quickly. Blackout has decent damage, and they did get a little nervous. As you can see, Paduk with that ultimate doing some decent shred, but just not quite enough for the escape route already in tow.
Yeah, good Cosmic Binding onto Nuke as well to mean that he can't use that perfect execution back through. Overall, Giant X developing about 1,000 gold lead. A lot of that through Oscar winning in the top lane, who's been having a good time farming into Rooster, pushing this wave in. It's about a 2-wave advantage. Maybe a little bit more as this wave crashes forward. Rooster obviously later on can have a lot of impact, but had to go the Executioner's calling. Calling? Executioner's blade? Executioner's
blade? And now you're making me double think. I always just say execution.
Yeah.
Executioner's
I think it's
blade.
Calling.
Either way, he's going bot lane.
Yeah, you talk, I'll look it up.
As you already get the reset, or the shift from shifters of moving Paduk and Sten to this top side for the spawn of the Void Grubs.
It is a calling. The calling of the Executioner. Like, do you think Executioners in medieval times, they looked at the sword and it's like, yeah, that's what I want to do, actually. It's calling to me.
I don't know, it depends how sadistic.
True. True. Drake, though, for Giant X, should be an easy enough secure. Paduk can stand on the top side of the map with the Grub spawning in 4 seconds. It's the priority for shifters, overtaking any control over the bottom side. Jun's going to spot the fact that Sheo has started up on those grubbies. Paranoia now available for Isma as well. Sheo trying to dodge that Cosmic Binding, but doesn't manage to. Darking daggers coming out as well. Jackie's here to join the fight. Crash down from Sen. Jun flashes away. Crash Lightning from Paduk. They dive in. Nuke taunted. Paranoia out as Giant X try and turn this fight around. The fear on Oscar in. Gonna be enough as Sheo takes the kill, but Paduk in the midst of the pit is down. Public Execution coming out from Rooster as well.
Čudan game. Čudni fajtovi generalno. Mislim, dobili su na kraju Giantsi, ali... Out je. Jako random fight, jako čudan game, baš čudan game, iskreno.
And then, as everyone kind of teeters in towards the pit, we got the all-in for Isma, which actually forces Stend out of the pit. The follow-up with the Akali then managing to pick off Oscar Inan. But here it gets messy, like this is just a blood path in the pit. But as shifters start to drop, I thought they were going to get Rooster on the back end of this as well, but just not quite having enough in the tank. I think Jackie's even holding an auto attack there to try and give it to Isma, but probably shouldn't have in the end.
Probably should have just gone for it, as you say. I feel like Rooster was just there probably 3-4 seconds too late. If Rooster's there at the start of the fight, I think it looks very different. Good play from Giant X to develop about a 1.5k lead, get themselves 2 grubs alongside that Ocean Drake. Paranoia already 2/3 of the way off cooldown. Oscar in it, traces onto Sheo. Gonna get the fear off as well. Another hero's entrance. Sheo with a call of attack jumps up, but Oscar in it could just chase him down. Oscar's the big dog on campus, and Sheo has to take a seat.
Jackie's doing a good job of following a lot of these plays thus far. Having that initial hero's entrance and then now getting a second one to follow up. He's been pretty omnipotent on the map, but we'll have to see if he can try and keep it up as the Akali's starting to drift down towards his bottom side. Nuke doesn't have that perfect execution available quite yet, though. So just going to clear out a ward instead.
Just clearing out vision, allowing for a little bit more fog of war. Oscar in it, jumps back in. And the Primal Howl Fear gets it onto Rooster. Infinite Duress available here as well for Oscar in. Goes in, there's Paranoia follow-up. Rooster has no...
Ne, Oscar je samo GOAT.
Takes a kill on the top side.
I really like these...
Ne znam ja, ali Oscar je samo GOAT.
Semi-globals as Nuke trading on towards... but nothing else.
Then, Magnet Storm onto Jun. Crash Lightning coming out from Paduk. Jun, Tempered Fates. Takes a second, has a think. As Paduk begins to open up again, and Jun saves himself, it seems. Paduk, with the Extendo Beam, almost finds a good Cosmic Binding out. Sheo's going to eviscerate over this wall. Hound's Pursuit onto Jun, who Magical Journeys and tries to escape. Another Hound's Pursuit from Sheo, but he's just going to die to the tower. As Flackett has a curtain call, Jackie's on his way across, TP in from Nuke to make sure no further play can happen.
1 for 1 in the end, and the fact that it was Flackett who picked up the kill makes it not too bad at the end of the day for Giant X.
Massive,
yeah,
dude,
he's 4-1. This is a sizable Jin. But you see it here. Stend sets up. I don't think Jun fully intended to hit himself with the Tempered Fate here, hoping to just kind of clip onto Paduk and step away, but the back of the hitbox a little too chunky. And again, Paduk tries to step up, even tries to get the Extendo Beam, and the crash damage not quite working out there. But yeah, I think should have just gone for the one here. Splash should just come up as well. I thought that was going to be enough, but tries to go for the second one and ends up costing his life. Maybe knew that Jackie's was TPing in. Don't know if the call was there, but still looked a little over.
Yeah, I mean, Flackett also had played his still counts, right? Yeah. So maybe Sheo just underestimated his damage or overestimated his damage. So Isma does look for a play towards this blue buff. Jackie's is here. Giant X seem to always be in the right position when it comes to these plays, but we said that in game 2 as well. And we still have 6 minutes before the first throw timer. So we'll see if it's gold or time, because they have 2,000 gold to hit the 4.5k lead, or 6 minutes. We'll see which side their bread is buttered on, and who has the beans to put on the toast. I'm still mad at Finn for saying that he doesn't like beans on toast. They're delicious.
I mean, he is allowed to not like beans on toast.
Yeah, but he said it in a way that was like anyone that likes beans on toast is lesser.
I think he might be reading this.
I've been harassed for my beans on toast love for too long, Rob. As Nuke chunked out by Jackie's.
He doesn't have them.
Yeah, Paranoia in and Nuke. Oh, good flash away. Second perfect execution does get him to safety, but he has to sacrifice the entirety of the wave to the bot lane tower and use his ultimate and use his flash, and Paduk's going to get jumped on with an Infinite Duress. Deadly Forest doesn't land, Curtain Call comes across, Paduk feared back, the barrier not enough to save him. Oscar in and everywhere on this Warwick.
Yeah, that's the fun times of a Warwick. He holds down Q, he follows you the entire way across the wall, and you don't get to escape. And off the back of that, Giant X with a nice...
Ne, jako je dobro, verujte mi, jako je dobro što je permaband. Mnogo je bolje. Mnogo je bolje. Giantsi bi trebali da dobiju, ali očigledno mogu da baci game koji ne mogu da bace, tako da... Ne, ali ne možeš ti u LoLu ima previše heroja, to je fora. U LoLu ima toliko heroja da je, inače ovo ne sme da se bifa, ali nije ni bitno. U LoLu ima toliko heroja da ti da igraš best of 7 i dalje bi imao heroje. Znaš, previše stvari ima u LoLu. Mislim, dogodi se nekad, recimo u 5. partiji best of 5, da lupam svi AD carry budu banovani. I onda AD carry mora da igra nešto normalno ne bi igrao.
Looking for a little bit of a steal here. The only one with a gold lead on Shifters. As still a while before the next major objective fight.
I think the analyst desk is just having a Warwick howl off.
Yeah, I thought we had KC fans in the audience for a second, and Yehu was playing, but no. It's just Draco, Spin, and Odo having a good time. As they howl Owl of the moon, I guess?
What's the lunar cycle? I'm actually not sure.
Yeah. Must be a new moon soon, as Isma's going to force Rooster away here. Rooster has spotted the fact that this Nocturne is in the area. Because of that, will give up first tower, pretty much, to Oscarinin and to Isma. Rift held up in 16 seconds' time. You can see both teams making a beeline towards the top side of the map to play around it. Reset coming out from Jackie. He does have the Hero's Entrance if his services are required any more rapidly than him just walking through the mid lane. Nuke is going bot though, and without TP, although it does look like it's up soon.
Yeah, the ward just died that actually would have spotted him if he starts to move in towards the enemy jungle, but still caught here.
Ooh, Deadly Flourish going down as they look to catch up. Oh man, the guy didn't get a chance. Like, you don't get an opportunity to move. That dog is down, and Shale. Now Shifters without their jungler aren't going to be able to contest this Rift out.
Yeah, I mean, I really like how Giant X are playing this though. Like, Oscarinin doing a really good job of moving in towards the mid, like using that tempo that he has to actually make these plays and set up, and Shifters just aren't ready for it. And I think this was the biggest thing that stood out over the last couple of games, that even though Giant X struggled when it got to the mid to late, hang on, no, it's fine. Their ability to actually set up for map movement plays pre-18 minutes was pretty good.
Yeah, very solid. Overall, like, we praised them for it in both the games. First game, Shifters did get ahead, as we do see Nuke caught again. Winds of War coming down, almost burning him. Jackie's has the flash, but Nuke is able to get out. Riftail will get the charge in and should kill off this tower. Oh, Hound's pursuit in from Sheo. He just went so deep. The TP behind, as you say, with Rooster going in, but Sheo's dead before Rooster can even land. And that bird can't fly anyway, as Sten follows suit. Jun in with a chase. Product tries to crash some lightning. But all that's going crash is Shifters. They're now trying to...
Ovo nije pogodilo, ovo je scam. Ovo u stvari pogotovo nakon nerfa na MBS-i, nema treba pogodio 3 života. Šta je bio ovaj MBS-a ulti? Isma je mrtav, Nuke je mrtav, tradeovo je sebe. Ovaj MBS-a ult ne da nije pogodio, nego vidi.
They might have just taken the series with that as well. Shifters way overplaying their hand there. And Giant X happy to scoop up the extra gold. Like, there was a complete desync there. It's not the first time we've seen from Sheo on one of these champions that can jump in, that he's just ahead of the play and the team is punished accordingly. You see it here, jumps onto Flacket, but the TP has only just been started from the Mbessa. Rooster's nowhere near this play. A good Deadly Flourish, locks him up, Sten to follow. Paduk has to escape as well. There's nowhere near here. And it's only waiting for Nuke to teleport in from base again that they managed to go 1-for-1 on the extended end of the play. Like, this was bizarre though.
Yeah, it was just, as you say, over-eagerness. Nuke does a really good job to kill off Isma at the end. Saves some blushes of Shifters, but there's a lot of blushes going around as Giant X now massively in the lead. And most of that sitting on Oscarinin, who has Stridebreaker, Blade of the Ruin King complete on this Warwick. He has been everywhere on the map. And for Shifters, you are now wondering, well, we've got 50 seconds before what would be sole point for Giant X. How are we going to play around this? Because they don't have great engage, apart from a Magnet Storm. They don't have a tank that can face
Mislim, ja kažem u onom mom shortu koji sam skoro izbacio, moj brand Q je isto pogodio, nije pogodio, ali kompetitivu možda trunku bitnije. Trunku relevantnije da bude true. Ambesu su baš hard nerfovali, nekada ranije Ambesin ulti u stvari pogađao, sklipovao stvari koje stvarno nisu bili kao sad ovo, ali to je bilo svaki ulti. Onda su nerfali Ambesu da ulti ne možeš da je pogodiš i sad tako nerfovan ulti ovo da pogodi je nerealno, bar ja mislim.
I like that side of the map.
Yeah, no cross maps for you. We're going to play towards the top side. Now Shifters running back down. Are we going to contest the Drake Shifters? Historically, a good time to do it against Giant X. However, they're not good.
Because they're maybe considering sending off people top, but they've decided not to send off.
Yeah, but we're sending
now
4.5.
They're reconsidering sending all 5 there. You can see Rooster now going back up to top.
Here we go. Oh. Well, Jun and Jackie's are here, by the way. Temper Fate going down. Jackie's looking to Winds of War. Doesn't get the taunt as he's stunned up, but Giant X defend their top lane tower well. And yeah, that's the problem with sending 5 top. Jackie's and Jun are here to be bouncers and to block you off.
Technically, they haven't sent Rooster top yet.
We've only
just
sent
been walking
4 top,
back and forth from Red Bull. So he's now only coming top.
Okay, here's Rooster, 5 top. There's a knockdown in the bot side. Here's the hero's entrance. They're looking forward onto Oscar in it.
June?
There's a cosmic binding onto Rooster and Sheo. There's the Thor follow-up.
Ali neko će istenkovo, ne treba bude kill.
Meanwhile, there's a nocturn in bot lane.
Nocturne split pusha u 20. minuti. Znači, ništa u ovom gameu nema smisla. Evo. Ova partija toliko nema pravila da ja vama ne mogu da opišem.
Meanwhile, there's a nocturne in the bot lane pushing you inhibitor towers.
Shifters may need to look at the minimap more often. Just
man, like this sometimes. Is how I lose all my solo queue games. This is a great fight, guys. Oh, by the way, Darius in our base. Excellent. Tower still stands. Shifters were just trying to get an objective bounty out of it, and it does make sense, right? They're trying to find some gold on the map.
Yeah.
Giant X read it well. They had 3 people up there at the start of the play.
And technically, third time's a charm. So if twice you fail, true, the third time when you bring Rooster should work.
Yes.
But we've learned that if you touch wood or you try for the third time as a charm, it apparently doesn't work today.
Yeah, okay.
You know what?
Yeah.
And I can't blame Shifters for that.
I can
you
blame
can't
you.
tell what the Cosmic
Dagda
is going to say today.
True.
You just don't know.
I feel like we need one of those apps that tells you, like, what, you know, the Magic 8 Ball?
Yeah.
You just ask it questions about the game, shake it, see what happens. I don't know why I said an app when Magic 8 Balls are a real physical thing that you can just buy.
Brain rot's real,
yeah.
man.
Well, because also we don't have access to one right now. We can just go on, you know, you have your PC in front of you, just look it up. Ask it some questions.
What do you want to ask?
Will Giant X win this game? That's the question I really need to know, as they are...
Morali bi da vineju, stvarno, ma koliko je Fiesta, morali bi da vineju.
4 turrets to nil. Paduk. Oh, he tried to crash in, and couldn't really find too much.
Sorry, what was your question?
Will Giant X win this game? Magic 8. Oh, you have to type the question.
Oh,
it says yes,
oh,
definitely.
yes, definitely.
Okay,
there
nice.
we go. Okay, sick.
The Magic 8 Ball has spoken, everyone. Giant X will definitely win this game.
Will it be soon?
It is decidedly so.
Okay, there we go.
What is soon, though? In a like this is a cosmic being that we are asking these questions to.
Ask again later. Can't tell me.
Even the Magic 8 Ball isn't quite sure. As Baron setup has happened to Giant X, they put some vision down towards the shifter side of the jungle. Hex flash in though, as Placket is overextended. Manic Storm coming out as well. Product looking for the trade. Hound's pursuit onto the backline. Placket able to walk away from it for now, and with the fear going down on Sheo, Isma able to pick up one on that backline as well. Giant X find 2 kills and turn their attentions towards the Baron.
Giant X collapsing well to cover that mid play, and that should be, as you say, that Baron picked up. So maybe looking sooner rather than later for this Giant X win. As
I've seen a Baron play this series, Rob. I've seen a few of them.
But
Nuke's going to TP in. He's got TP. Okay, so the Baron's at 10k. Stend has no Magnet Storm, no Flash.
Please don't take it.
Rooster has a public execution, and Nuke has a perfect execution. Combined, they're a perfect public execution, but this time, they were not combined. As Giant X were able to...
Shiftersi su baš loši. Shiftersi su baš loši, iskreno.
The rest of the series has me on tenterhooks as to who's going to throw worse.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're at, but the execution's calling wasn't enough this time around. Giant X happy to send this one. Isma, good follow-up, take up a duck. You can see Giono looking a little stressed and that one as well. But this is significantly better. Playing back, covering Flacket, really well orchestrated. Now Paduk might be dead again.
Yeah, the damage from Jackies is actually pretty substantial right now as he manages to pick up the kill. TP coming in as well with the paranoia there for the follow-up. Jackies flashes away, then goes back in with the hero's entrance as Sheo is forced into fear. The paranoia catches him out, another fear onto Nuke. And pretty soon is looking pretty soon now, Rob.
I say very, very soon as Giant X standing outside the base of Shifters. Shifters even caught again here.
Tempered Fate into the... Oh, flash away from Rooster. Dodges away from the curtain call as well. Okay, Giant X, you won't get the full complement of Rooster this game. Instead,
Ajmo, Giantsi, vidite, gledamo Fanatic, please. Nećemo će završiti game ovdje, izgleda duše. Pingaju Drake-a u fazonu su da Infernala. Dobro, fajn, ajde, mislim, 23. minut je vode dovoljno, soli me close ovdje, ako baci, bit će baš u problemu.
Not amazing odds, but sure, Giant X.
I mean, either you win or you don't, you know? Either you win or you don't.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how split they were going to be on this call of like some people trying to deny people entry versus going for the dragon, but they will get the dragon at the end of it. And nice shot from Jackies, right? Yeah. Just runs on through, manages to connect. and there's nothing really there that can be done.
Yeah, Product, I mean, just doesn't have any damage, really, to get to Jackies. He flashes away, and then with the Paranoia coming out, there's so much fear on the Giant X roster. You've got the Primal Howl here from Oscar and getting the fear onto Nuke.
Yeah.
You've got Paranoia into the fear tether onto Sheo as well. Like, it's so little you can do when you fall behind against a composition like this. Because whenever you make a play, Heroes Entrance Paranoia, good luck. You're immediately in a 1v3 instead of being in a 1v1.
See.
No, you've become Spanish.
Okay. This is all the Spanish I have now. We've run out.
Well, I've good news for Shifters fans.
Okay.
Infernal Soul is the lowest win rate soul of the LEC.
To je stvari jako interesantno.
I mean, is it like
86.7%. Okay.
That's still pretty high.
Yes, but before today, Hextech Soul had only lost 1 game out of 23. And that's like a 96% win rate. So anything can happen. I will say a 10.7 thousand gold deficit and an Infernal Soul deficit might be too much of a mountain for Shifters to climb. We need Yamato to come in and do a speech.
True.
Perhaps at that point they'd be able to.
Yeah, I mean they're going for it.
Galio je fajn, Nocturne je fajn, imaju rotaciju, samo je malo blizu kuli. Mislim da je fajn i dalje. Ambessa i Real su overextendali. Clean. Ovo ubija Real ako pogodi, nema veze. Isma ima Guardian, Nuke Flash ne radi ništa. Simeo ne slušam. Pređemo na Fnatic. Da vidimo kako Sombor igra. Nije, Soboro je, ali... Da li si vidio za Veljuminicu? Šta tačno, izvini. Vidio sam da igraju drugu nemačku ligu u nekoj švajcarskoj organizaciji. To je jedino što sam vidio za njih dvojicu. To je jedina stvar koju sam ja vidio.
Significantly better game 3.
Game 3 was good for Giant X.
Game 3 I loved. Great map movements. Oscar and playing around the map well, looking for picks on mid. This is what I was hoping
Što igraju ligu? Pa... Ne znam da li su... Ja sam video da igraju sa... U švajcarskoj ekipi neku drugu nemačku, ako se ne varam. To okej, rekao se nešto sad novo nije dogodilo juče fazom, da su potpisali za neki tim nešto. Pa dobro, okej, cool su. Navijam za njih da uđu u prvu ligu. Imaju baš dobru ekipu, tako da... Iskreno bi se jako iznenadio da... Da ne prođu tu ligu. Najiskrenije.
When the series is like that, it's always hard to judge exactly. For Shifters, again, disappointing series, I'll say. The changes with Shea and Sten now being more permanent members of the roster don't seem to be paying off.
Igra dosta ljudi iz Balkana, evo sad baš gledam. I Ryder je tu, i Pešo je tu, i Zanzara je tu, ima tu...
People would already be in that spot, so like the pace at which you want to play is very different, but unfortunately it hasn't quite worked out on this roster.
Ali su izgubili, boga mi, već su izgubili od Agurinove ekipe.
Thank you, Medic, and I'm here with Oscar after their dominant...
Reptili Agurin, wow. 3-0 su ih dobili. Dobro. Svako, tu sam na brzaka. Idem na pauzicu dok još mogu da iskoristim. Ja sam lagan, svašta se događa, ali o tome još ništa, tako da... Tu sam ja 10-12 minuta, mislim da je pauza, tamo da iskoristim pre nego što krene sljedeća serija.
And we had to split, and I think we did it after losing 2 fights, which was not great. But yeah, I think after that we started playing pretty well, but it was a bit hard, and then we just resulted and died everyone in the last fight, so that sucks. But besides that, I think we played pretty decently, honestly.
It goes like that sometimes. Now I want to go a little bit away from GX and talk about you. You haven't been here in a little while. How does it feel to be back in the LEC?
Honestly, it feels... now that I've been out, it feels kind of crazy because honestly, after not doing anything, just playing solo queue, like now I appreciate it so much more. Being here and competing here, I think it's like a privilege to be here, honestly. And yeah, I'm just trying to do my best every day to just being able to be here again.
So after you left unexpectedly that team over there, how does it feel to be back now? Do you feel like you have something to prove with this new experience and also this new way of seeing things?
Yeah, of course. I think last year I got criticized a lot by my team and fans. So yeah, I want to prove that I can still be a very good top laner, one of the top, and yeah, show that they are great.
And my last question for you, do you feel now with this pressure, with you coming back now into the league after all this time, do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on you? Do you feel like this is one of those make or break splits for you moving forward?
Yeah, I think when I came here, I really thought like that because I was putting a lot of pressure on myself because I'm coming back after 2 splits of not being here, and I felt like I had to do it really well. Also, GX was top 4 and top 4 the last 2 splits. So I really felt like we had to do really well, also for GX and for me to stay here. But now I just try to enjoy every day, just work and see what happens. But I think we are on a very good track and everything's going good.
Okay, listen, I feel like you're doing pretty well, so moving forward, just take that game 2 out of your games, and I feel like you're going to be here to stay for a long time. Thank you so much for the interview, Oscar. Good luck in your upcoming games. And we're going to toss it to a quick break, then we're back with Team Heretics versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watchers go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy keeps sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that baby.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the UPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that baby.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
I think the team is changing a lot. I think Bloody and him, they are becoming really good friends and they like to talk a lot and just feels like the vibe is different and he's kinda too aggressive. So it's like black and white compared to Imperials last split. I feel like he provides a lot more aggression and he plays different champs than we did last split, but at the other time he's less reliable to survive ganks and all this stuff because he really likes to progress his lead. So it's something that the coaches and we will need to help him improve with that. Honestly, I don't think I have pressure at all. I feel like whatever happens. I don't think I will be like thinking or having in the back of my mind, oh, I need to win. This split we didn't qualify for playoffs. Of course I want to win, but I don't want to have that extra pressure that, okay, I'm in Fnatic for so long, so I need to win. I had that for a while, a few years ago, and it was disturbing my mental health. So I was just like, okay, I just try my best and not really focus too much on the objective, but just try to do whatever I can day to day to achieve it.
A long journey, a tenured history he's had here. But before we start talking about Fnatic in this matchup today, just a quick reminder, we had a player of the series in the previous series, and it was none other than Oscarini Panini. He did have that dog in him indeed. You already got to talk to him, so we won't linger on it any longer, but we will continue to talk about top lane. Sorry, Razork, because we're in a unique situation, Odawamne. This is the first time we've had an analyst on our broadcast who's also been a positional coach for two top laners in the same matchup. So break this one down for us. Talk to us a little bit about both these players and kind of what they bring to the table.
So, Trayson, when I worked with him, he was all about those standard meta picks. I feel like he had a very, very good understanding on how to play those meta champions, the Ambessa, the Cassante. He was very, very reliable when it was coming down to making lane leads and also transitioning and being a good team player. But on the side now of Soboro, as Razork said, he's a lot more explosive. He's all about making that individual leads, and he's also a little bit more of a risk taker. So he does find himself in that position where he dies a lot, but the payoff is quite big.
I mean, look, I have done my due diligence in this matchup, and I'm not a fan of any top laner in specific. I'm just a fan of whichever top laner is playing the best League of Legends, Dracos.
Sure.
And right now, that happens to be the top laner. That is coached by the one and only Odamne. Now bring up the stats, baby, because I did my research. I went deep into the minds of Moria. Look at Trayson here.
Okay.
In LEC versus Trayson was coached by Odamne, and the stats look nice. Plus 2.8 average CSD at 14. Now, in the summer split, without Odamne sitting behind him, breathing down his neck, doesn't quite find the same success here and there. Now, let's bring it to Soboro, the man of the moment today, because Saboro's stats, on the other hand, are night and day compared to his time without Odamne. He's absolutely smashing it, and the comparison is just phenomenal. You see how much he was struggling before his time with Odamne as his coach.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's higher than 0. 0 is, yeah, that.
Yeah, exactly. Just, fact, you're so eloquent. What a great coach.
Finn, this is not what we told you to do. What is this? What are we doing, bro?
So, look. Let me break it down even further to you, Drakos, because you are clearly not a believer in Saboro just yet. I went even deeper. Now, there's way more to the game than just Saboro, Odamne. Just go to this. We look to the east. In the east.
That's what I looked as well to bring him, yeah?
That's what I was thinking. So I checked the stats a little bit, and I found some really crucial data regarding Saboro. Now, let's bring up the stats if we may. Never mind, we're going to watch this a little bit longer. But I looked to the east, and Saboro in the LPL has been smashing it. Look at that. 24 years of age and a full 1 Demacia Cup win. And if you look to the bottom, he has the winningest normal star sign, and he's a Capricorn. That's the second highest win rate. And that just speaks to his greatness.
What does that have to do with me?
If we now hand it over, shut up, please. I'm making a presentation, Odamne. Now let's turn it over to Tracen. Tracen, on the other hand, 20 years of age. And he hasn't had a single Demacia Cup win. And this might be the difference maker, or it will be the difference maker. And on the other side, he's a Virgo. That's the 8th most winningest zodiac sign.
So you're saying that I cooked all of that?
Yes. Please, just take it, man. If someone is praising you, like, don't... Never mind. Now, that's just on the paper. On paper, all the data we have brought up, on the paper, Saboro is the better player. Let's get rid of the paper, all right? Because we're going to go even deeper. When it comes to the lunar cycle right now, it's a waning crescent. Now, waning crescent is the final lunar phase before a new moon, where a shrinking curved sliver of light shows to the left side of the north hemisphere. Now, look at the stats. Have you seen Tracen's win rate during a waning crescent compared to Saboro? Saboro is completely moon-mogging Tracen right now in the stats.
What does that have to do with me?
If someone is praising you, just take it, Odamne. Okay, let's go even further, because we are not finished here. We looked at East before. Now, I had to go and check the zodiac signs of these players.
What? Sure. Yeah.
Tracen has the zodiac sign of a rooster. Rooster is currently 0-3
but Rooster played last
in the
game.
NEC. That's not a very winning sign, right? We all agree. But just look to the right in that graphic. Saboro's zodiac sign, it's the GOAT. Saboro, every single relevant data of this matchup speaks to Saboro having a fantastic series.
That's all me. So okay, he hooked me. I did all of that. So when I scouted him and we got him in the team...
Confetti for the maestro.
Thank you. So when we got him in the team, I saw the LEC schedule and I thought about it and I was like, yeah, why not bring the GOAT on the team? Why not just get Saboro, because he is the GOAT? Who needs a rooster when you have a GOAT?
The great almighty Odamne has spoken.
I mean, you don't get eggs.
I wish Odamne coached me when I was playing. He replaced me because he has the touch of Midas. Everything he touches, every single top laner he touches, turns to gold. Touch me, Odo. Finally, maybe I have a chance. But I really hope I have convinced you guys
with
the greatness of Odamne.
Oh my god, that's me.
What? Now, this clip might be fake news, might be propaganda by the non-believers that Odamne is a struggler on international stage.
Hey, you saw that? That was the tilt one. Every time I was dying and I was tilting, I was like...
No, Did you say moon-mogging?
Why are you caught up on that? That is not the takeaway from this, Drakos.
What is the takeaway?
There is none.
Odamne is the best positional top lane coach that Europe has ever seen. Do the stats not compel you enough?
We're talking about Fnatic and Team Heretics. Odo's only... This is either the greatest or worst segment that we've ever made. I don't really have a follow-up, Finn. I'm going to say...
I hope the casters do, yeah.
I'm going to say good job. Really good job, buddy. You did great. Thank you for your analysis. Casters. Moon-mogging. There it is.
Sometimes you just got to wane a crescent, you know?
Sure.
I'm a fan of moon-mogging. I'm going to be honest. Finn has me hooked on this. I'm going to I'm a Gemini.
Check.
I'm sure...
Where's Scorpio? I don't know. Where does it all land?
Oh, he's in the new Spider-Man movie.
Ah, okay. Yeah. See, I tell you, I haven't seen Endgame. I'm very far behind.
That's allowed.
Stuff. It's like, yeah.
Don't need to watch them, I'll be honest. Kind of all the same. Unlike the LEC, where we have moon mogging, apparently. Zodiac maxing. Other words, what other words do the kids use?
The goat was used very
farming,
often in that.
Something, aura farming?
Aura farming, yeah.
But you can't, aura farming is not to do with the moon. We need more moon-based.
I don't think we get to choose as 30 plus what the young ones say, you know?
Yeah, we do. It's like how fashion trickles down.
Trickle down fashionomics.
Because you have trickle down fashion, right? Someone wears it on a catwalk and then 2 years later it's in your local stores.
Yeah.
Trickle down economics, all the rich people get richer and eventually none of the money comes to us. And then trickle down mogging, right? And so it's trickle down linguistics. What we say goes into the ears of those impressionable young people watching the show and they repeat it. So, what is your moon mog?
Terrified. I'm
yeah, I know. So, Fnatic are here. Heretics are also here. I personally believe this should be pretty one-sided for Fnatic. I think Vladdy had an off week last week. But apart from that, I think Fnatic should be able to quite handily close this one out.
Yeah, and in particular, I'm paying attention to that bottom lane because I thought that Upset and Lostbit were incredibly good the last time they played. Like getting the 2v2 kills on Super, taking a bunch of control there. Like I love the way Lost was able to play. What are you looking for?
Astrology puns. You talk about stuff and I'll look at my puns.
All right, sorry, yeah. But no, I think bot lane for Fnatic really impressed me. So I want to see more of that coming into today, and especially if you can play up against Hype and Way, I think that is your moment to kind of shine here. Let's see if you can try and take over. And if Upset gets a lead, hopefully you can try and play it around a little bit cleaner than we saw the last day from Fnatic. Also, decent matchup for Sobro. I think that guy was kind of kicking ass and taking names, to be honest, the last time he was up there. So 2 solo kills to his name. Going to see if he can add a 3rd one this series.
Well, we're into draft. Heretics on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. It's going to be Vi, Jace, Lucian Banaway, Poppy, Nocturne, and Camille, which does leave Cassio open alongside the Jarvan. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a first pick Jarvan here from Fnatic, and that is where they are going to go.
Makes a lot of sense. Lee Sin has been, again, the kind of go-to answer if you want to try and take that one away. Option of the Cassio as well. I don't hate it.
Evo nas nazad, Heretici vs Fnatic, da vidimo da li Soboro može da izvuče neki klač, da nas iznenadi.
In my research of astrology puns, I found out a lot of people that submit
Heretici, šta mislim za njih, mada mislim ovo je definitivno dan ono lower bracket tuče.
I'm not going to have any astrology puns for you.
That is incredible.
Shen is now picked up for Heretics, which eliminates the, well, I mean, Camille's already banned, but it just gives you good map presence alongside the Xin Xiao, who can dive into the middle of a fight. Makes a lot of sense here for Heretics. Fnatic, I mean, the question is, do you just lock the Leona into the Shen? It's not the best matchup for Leona because Spirit's Refuge, the Shen E can negate your shield.
Yeah, I like the Rel usually into it, but Jarvan, Rel, always a little bit odd because you kind of interrupt each other.
Are you jumping out?
Yeah, so we'll see exactly what the game plan is, but either way, like I think Heretics already setting up for a relatively strong jungle support. Like Shen and Xin Zhao very good at working together, including being able to give that Xin Zhao the extra shields in the early stages once you hit the level 6. So Fnatic probably going to be under a little bit of pressure when it comes towards Heretics looking
Sviđa mi se muzika. Muzika je dobra.
So take the Ezreal, self-sufficient. The bottom lane lets you roam, and the Orianna.
Muzika je vibe. Ko je manje loš? Pa mislim, ja se nadam da je Fnatic manje loš, ali nemam pojma.
It's really weird, man. There's a lot of people that are just, like we saw it in the last series, where it just kind of makes its way through plenty of the drafts. Like the priority since the nerfs isn't quite as high as it was, especially with things like the Cassiopeia there, which also has made it through. But there's the Akali answer.
Yeah, Akali as the answer into the Orianna. A lot of threat on that mid lane pick. Vladdy will need to have a better week than he did last week. And now we're moving to the second phase of bans for Heretics. They're looking to
muzika je baš banger. Podsjeća me na, baš ti su dio sećaš, oni Extreme Games na Sonic Edsu, kad možda biraš između skejta, rolera ili bicikla i trkaš se niz brdo. Zaboravio sam kako se zvala ta igrica.
As their first ban, Fnatic are going to get rid of some dive threat in the form of Kai'Sa.
I'm surprised by that. Like, obviously Ezreal Karma a good matchup, but I think Lost was actually more impressive when he has a bit more of those playmaking tools, like
ESPN Extreme. Da. ESPN Extreme Games. Ili T1 Extreme. Da.
Hard focus on just not giving control.
Ta igrica je bila toliko dobra.
Working with getting the Shen out of lane for Heretics is going to be great.
I agree that generally supports don't tend to pick things like the Karma at the moment. They tend to want to roam around. However, in week 1, Losper spent the most time of any support around his bot lane at both 8 and 14 minutes. Fnatic love to play through the bot side. It is their bread and butter. Play through upset, play through upset. Losper, in fact, had almost twice as much bot lane proximity at 8 minutes as any other support in the league.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of that, though, was coming off of, like, fake roams that he then was catching at Super, right? And not to say that that isn't true, it's just, I think the best version of that right now is having Lost Bot engage, which is where I don't look towards the Karma. Also having the Lulu, obviously going to add a little bit of that, where you're playing with your Nara, you're kind of just forced to go towards that bottom lane. But still, I mean, Heretics have already banded away, they're a little nervous, so just going to take the victor. So going towards that AP bottom lane to answer into the Ezreal.
Yeah, do want some physical damage out of top. If you're Heretics now, could look towards something like the Gnar as a possibility.
Smo resetovali game pa gledamo iste pikove. Viktorori su postali baš ogromni, ali vidiš ovdje kako recimo, to jest vidite kako ovdje je Shen također ogroman prija. Mislim da je bila druga igra sa snowboardom. Bila je varijanta, ali bila je odvojena igra. Ovo je bilo na betonu, baš roller i bajs ili skate i mogu si na istoj, kao na istoj stazi da biraš među 3, što je cool.
Seems like Fnatic agree with you generally.
Yeah, so we'll just go toward the Shattering Strike so good into the Shen. Like, even you have that big ultimate in the Stand United, the big shield that comes through is nice, but you also do have the little shields that he gets off of his passive when you pull the Q, so trying to play around that works out pretty well. And I think that's where you could go for, but no, just going to go towards the Alistar. So trying to play instead towards big beefy cow, just playing in those team fights.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by the Alistar, although as you say, it doesn't always work too well with the Jarvan, the Rel, so Alistar instead just going to be that beefy frontline. Can deal well as well if he's separated from the team by something like the Crescent Guard out of the Xin Shao. And it looks like Heretics might be... Okay, guys, let's stop hovering cool picks and then picking other picks. So it's just going to be Gnar instead of the Twisted Fate top. And Oscar did lose on that Twisted Fate top, so perhaps they are saying, hey, we can see what's happening on the stage right now. Let's pick something a little bit more conventional.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. You want just solid team fighting to kind of match what Fnatic are bringing to the table here, because this is super ball delivery systems, great lockdown for the Rumble and the Orianna. Ezreal going to be able to...
Sad namišljam koji mi se draft više sviđa i mislim da mi je draft Heretika trunko bolji, što je najjače od svega. Sviđa mi se Viktor više na botu, Shen mi je generalno više, ima više uglova nego Alistar, a Kali je dobra u Orianu. Ajde, Rumble Gnar dosta zavisi i dva junglera su bukvalno šta god, ono, to su samo... Ano, pikovi koji rade.
Fnatic and Heretics butting heads. Fnatic have won one game but lost the series last week. Heretics yet to win a game on the LEC stage here in summer after going 1-8 in spring. They were hoping things would turn around a little bit with the introduction of Nuke Duck as their coach and bringing in Hype as well as their new AD carry. So far we've yet to see a true change, but they have played Vitality and KC, who are often seen, KC probably the best team in the league at the moment, Vitality often vying for top 4.
It is interesting to see though, because Heretics kind of nearly did this flip, it feels like, with the champion pool that we saw from Hype. Like, first couple of games were on those mages where we had like the Orianna and the Ziggs for him, then swapped over towards the Ezra and the Lucian, and I thought that was more where Heretics were just like, hey, in particular the Ziggs, not ready to throw shade of Hype, was not it. So I thought they were like, look, go back to the AD carries, but doubling down once again, going towards this Victor. Seems like they want to try and still make this mage bot lane work.
Right, we have a couple of things to look out for in this game, Rob. Firstly, I keep calling you Rob. Dagobah, or do you... we're just...
You know me well enough.
Cozy comfy, cozy comfy. Okay, so firstly, Fnatic, this season, this split, not lost a game when they're ahead at 15 minutes. They have a 100% win rate.
Čekaj, šta, Aegis?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one game.
Yeah, they
yes.
won that game.
Sad si me zbunio su.
Ahead at 15 minutes.
Okay.
So, either Fnatic are ahead at 15 minutes and they're guaranteed to win, or Heretics get their first ever ahead at 15 minutes in summer, which is cool. Fun things to watch.
Yeah. Also, ability to break a very long streak.
Oh, for Heretics, yeah.
For Heretics, which
yeah, things have
not been going
not
so
gone
well
too well for them recently.
Yeah. Heretics have not been having a great time. Their last
Čekaj da
series
vidim šta je
went
radila
over
Klara,
31 days
stani.
ago. It was also,
Da me
I
bot
think
posluša.
Since that series win, which was against SK,
To mi
they
treba.
won a single game against Giant X. It has not been looking so
Ovaj
hot
segment
for
su Yeti je
Heretics, so it's nice
300% Klara radila. Ja ne znam šta je Klara stavila.
In the A that we accidentally left out of the graphic. Sorry, Team Heretics.
It's Spanish.
Tem Heretics. Yeah, it's been a while since they've picked up a series win. That's against SK 131 days.
Koji flash moram da kvarim.
Because we talked about compositionally, we kind of know what we want to do. Looks for the moment.
Ne mogu bacam flash u praznu renku, će me banuju ljudi.
Both the junglers are path towards top, and it seems like Razlock is about a quarter of a camp ahead. Nothing too major as he's on his red buff right now.
Da, živaramo.
You know, 2/3 of a camp ahead. So Sabora's getting pushed in top as expected. Has gone for the arcane comet instead of the first strike, which you often do when you're playing into a ranged matchup instead of a meta.
Mogu igram ceo aram bez flash.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So I think this will be fine for Sobro. It's more so going to be a case of trying to stay safe, because if Douglas does get up here and you're overextended on the lane, that's where it can really cause some issues. But already, like, Scuttle Crab take for Razork on the cards, has push in top, so already you can see Sobro moving over.
Yeah, jumps off Douglas immediately as Douglas comes around the corner. Vladdy here, command protect onto Razork, and Douglas has to flash away. I like that from Razork as well. The understanding of, hey, Douglas is passing this way, and if he's passing this way, I put the ward down, immediate engage. Just because I'm more healthy, I'm first to the play.
Also, you had the Rumble moving down, you already had your Vladdy moving over, and I think this is something that did impress me watching the Fnatic game, was how well they were playing around Razork in their win. They were just constantly shifting to make sure that he was able to get into a good position, and I think for jungle especially, this meta, the early game is so crucial to having success, because like the level 6 is so important, the like being there for
Jako spor start game-a.
actually having your jungler in an advantageous spot really does snowball the game. So having that early move already giving that flash advantage to Razork is going to be quite nice to follow.
A to sudija, taj deo mi nije jasan, ne razumijem gdje je šta Dota. Tu sam se zbunio.
He's now coming up towards this top side, looking to see perhaps if a gank is available onto Saboro. Tracing jumps in, gets the ward for the stun.
Misliš u Doti za TI?
Goes in immediately and Saboro doesn't really have a way out of it.
Kapiram da to, mislim, ne znam koliko te takse mogu i da budu, jer kao ako je replika, svakako nema tu sad ne znam nijakoju vrednost u smislu para, gdje si Mixi? Tako da kapiram da ni te ono uvozne takse i to nisu ništa strašno. Jer kao nije ono od zlata pa da ne znam ja, znaš koliko ćeš platiti.
At least for Sobro, did manage to pick up his full boots on the back, which makes things a little bit simpler here, but definitely less than ideal to give over that first blow.
And now has had to use his TP as well to get back into this lane. Tracing should be able to just sprint up with another wave coming in. It doesn't look like Silvero should be able to push that one in as quickly to force the teleport out. Vladdy using his TP back towards mid lane as well. Pretty even Stevens between that Akali and Orianna for now. Both the junglers on the top side. We'll see if they butt heads once again. No crab spawning as of yet. Looks like we are going to have a little bit of time for the next bit of action. Losbu is looking around the mid lane, poking his nose in to see if Akali is susceptible to a gank, but he really shouldn't be. Seven is just standing back and catching the wave a little deeper to make sure that he's not caught out by the camp.
Yeah, Razork went for the invade because Losp is here, but there's not really much in the area for him to pick up. And it is a bit of an interesting shift because like there is no Void Grubs that are up at the moment. You're getting push in that bottom lane for Hype as well, so he's going to be able to hit that level 6 and kind of look for a quick reset in a moment too.
Oh,
so.
God.
Oh, Saren. That's heartbreaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll ignore that ward. It happens. If you are on the new cursor, by the way, it changes, the middle of it changes color when you're warding in a bush. So you can just always make sure the middle has changed color. That one is outside of the bush. Razork He invested a sweeper. He invested the sweeper.
I don't know if he was specifically saw that ward and went, I need to sweep. I think it was more of I'm going to sweep in general.
If you're Seren, you take the small mercies in this situation. So, well, Raz looks swept, and it's a control. He didn't need to sweep for that. I baited him. Puts down another control ward to clear out vision around the bush. Douglas will be able to get this bot side scuttlecraft, and that will get him to 6 before Razork. Equalizer down from Saburo. Didn't get as much of the wave as he would have liked, but still manages to shove it in.
I don't think it's going to be huge amount, unless Saburo really wants to try and invest towards this early drag, like cheat down and try and put some plays there. But I think he's just happy to shove wave, immediately go top, just continuously reset and try and pick up these items.
I think the risk as well is if Saburo does like path down towards the drag now, you have TP on Tracer. So
150.
push in the wave.
Znači oko 45 evra bi trebao da platiš. Oko 45 evra bi trebao da platiš. Pa dobro, mislim da je to opet je nešto što kao realno PC koji čuvaš, staviš negdje iza, ona ti stoji i to je okej.
Like here's 200 gold ahead, but it's nothing too gargantuan.
Yeah, again we're seeing Lost Ball open on mid. Void Grub's in 30 seconds, so maybe trying to open up for a push on mid lane, especially because they don't exactly know where Wei is at the moment. We haven't got full rotation here, which is kind of what we sometimes get with AD carries in particular, trying to basically punish the fact that mages need a little bit more time to get their damage online, so you can have that consistent DPS, but seems happy at the moment with the cull and the tier to leave Upset just farming in that bottom lane. Fnatic still put pressure here.
Yeah, it feels like both teams settling for scaling, right? Like they don't need to force early skirmishes. If a fight does begin, then we'll take the fight where we can. As Wei is looking towards this top side again, but will be spotted on a ward. Saburo has the flash, no equalizer for him. Wei will just clear out the vision. Fnatic did ping towards the Drake a couple of moments ago, and it looks like that is where they're going to make their play as Douglas secures the grub. So it's just be an exchange between the two sides of the map.
Yeah, I had in my head the Saburo had flashed in that initial play, but I hadn't obviously, so I wasn't sure if Fnatic needed to try and play up on this top side to protect Saburo afterwards, but with him still having the flash, should be fine. Equalizer going to be up momentarily as well, so he should be more than safe. There it is, to just make sure that there's no follow-up play that can come through from Heretics.
That's Thorn onto Saburo. He doesn't get hit by the house, and because of that, he's just able to walk away. Does a good job delaying Wei as well. Keeps him around for a little bit longer than he needed to be, which allows Losper some time to help pushing this mid-wave onto 7. Vladdy's going Rod of Ages on the Orianna for a little bit of extra tankiness.
Yeah, we see this a lot in the Akali matchup just because, as you say, you cannot survive against an Akali in a side lane if you don't have that item. Does mean that your burst damage is pretty severely hit. The good news for you, though, is there's very squishy members kind of across the board on Heretic, so at least you will still get a lot of value, especially with the amount of follow-up that are on Fnatic side, thanks to that shockwave.
Fnatic obviously just wanting to make sure this wave is shoved out in the bot lane as Losper comes back to clear out the control ward. Rob, we're 9 minutes in, we've only had one kill, and Heretics still have a lead. It's, it's 600 gold, which is nothing too substantial right now, but it's an extra longsword here or there. Feels like both teams very willing just to make it a nice leisurely stroll through Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I really appreciate the supports have kind of just... Well, actually, I suppose Wei has broken the truce, because Lospa has just kind of gone to mid and then walked to bot and kind of back to mid and just like, I will control this domain. And then Wei every so often has gone top and kind of like ruined the truce of like, we'll stay on this mid to bot side. You can see Wei now question as well where he wants to open, just going to go mid, but potential to go top once again, as you also have Douglas up there, so maybe they're trying to look towards Sobro once again. But this is kind of like
jako spor game, 10 minuti 1-0 za Heretike.
Move back down towards bot lane, because one of the big things that we see with supports basically is they will keep roaming until about 8 minutes, because at that stage the minions hit level 6, which is when the catch-up experience comes back into play.
Catch-up o kome smo
so
pričali.
Moving down to the bottom lane, you just take giant leaps in experience towards that level 6.
You catch a wave and you get a whole level.
Yeah, and it makes Shen way more threatening in the position when he can hit level 6. You can see how quickly he's just shot up there. So one more should do it when it comes towards the CS, but kind of shifting around the map once again. Yeah, but he could be there to now protect Tracen if this play actually manifests.
Well, off this next wave, he will hit level 6. So San United a possibility. Losper still just short of getting his Unbreakable Will online. Douglas was covering Tracen. There's the 6 for Wei. Losper Due amount of XP, please. Some gruel, sir, in the top lane. They look for Trayson, almost has the Meganar. There's Lost for 6. Razzle through a gank as well. Stand United available to weigh and no one to stop him from getting in. Currently recalling, Trayson's just going to back away, and it looks like Heretics have accepted the loss of a couple of turret plates in exchange for Trayson's life. Could give Hype a little bit more time to push in the bot lane, as well as he's got that Blackfire Torch complete. And a blue invade, the new target now for Heretics, as Douglas steps in to try and steal away this buff.
That was the trade. Way got some decent vision on the bottom side, plates as well for Hype, so you're still getting that counterplay from Heretics, which is nice.
A lot of plates for Hype.
Oh, TP behind,
TP behind. Okay. Stand United available to wait. How is Hype going to maneuver out of this? Because the Sabura here, Hype, I mean, I think he's not, is the answer there. Fnatic put 5 players in
A su fajmen movali za to. Znači, Hype je fajn da rikne ovdje, on ima teleport, nije flash bacio. Nije ovo toliko loše za njega. Ko ova smrt je fajn. Što provalio i caster. Koki, dobio si kill, super, ali ko toliko si investirao, ne mogu. Ne, ovi casteri su još gori od nas, svega mi. Lik je rekao da je killed Hype.
Look, we're just tracing the lines of some good jokes here, but we haven't quite found them. They're lost, but we will... No, I'm good.
I'm upset.
Okay. Yeah.
Go find more of those lunar puns. It's the only way to get out of this.
Hey, you know how if you had children, right?
Okay.
If you had a girl,
okay,
would you call her Douglas because you're Dagda?
No, Daggal.
No, but Douglas.
Yeah.
He's in the game.
I know.
It's Douglas, and you're Dag Da because you're your father. You have Dagmar. And Daglad, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
Mazel, Trayson. Flag and drag here will get the knock up.
Ovo još i nije bilo loše kako su krenuli iskreno.
Mazuk not close enough to a wall. The wallop goes wide, and Mazuk with the Stand United coming in doesn't want to take a 2v2 for now. Let's get the ultimate out of way, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, basically Fnatic realizing, hey, look, we use those early TPs, trying to make a play on that top side because they're not going to be in a position to try and contest with the Dragon as Sarah.
Seven tries to get away. Shockwave would have pulled him back and did have Losp around the corner. Dagla's going to start up this Drake with no one on his team on this side of the map, apart from Seven, who just had to burn his flash. Seven does still have the perfect execution. Sobro doesn't have TP, whereas Trayson does. That play towards the bot side, costing Fnatic a little bit in terms of they wanted to contest this, they would be numbers down. And there's the Drake for Heretics. So it's a 1-to-1, one Drake to one Drake. And 14 minutes in. Pretty even. Between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic were trying to make that play top.
Rekli su legendno, lagano. A nismo, kažem, bili, ne znam koliko, jedno 7 dana sigurno, i onda smo sad bacili neki ono hibridni vam onoj zoni sa ono zgibovima, sklekovima, svašta nešto, jako je bilo zabavno. Mislim, prvi put da smo to radili kao full trening. Ovo je samo kill, nema šta. Crash ovaj wave, to je reset ovaj wave ako ništa. Tako da bacili smo kao neki malo hibridniji trening, mislim da je to bilo cool. A pošto nikad nismo full takav trening uradili, nekom iskreno baš prijelo. I brzo smo završili jako. A samo ono, minimalne pauze i sve to. Tako da se nema žaliti čovjek, nije loše.
Should be a Rift Herald. Yeah, Rift Herald going to be secured by Heretics there, and a very strong position all round. Nuke Duck was talking about their losses last week, and it's like, kind of lost game 2 because we were insecure. Every lane fell victim to trying to overplay and losing. Definitely not overplaying this game. They're taking fights when they know they have a good numbers advantage. There's the Rift Herald. Way it's caught out with a Shockwave. He's going to die. Heretics should be able to back out of this one. Fnatic the ones going in with the Cataclysm. Douglas splashes out. He's still going to chase further. There's Crescent Guard available to Douglas here. He'll pop it underneath the tower. Losper goes in. Okay, maybe Heretics overplayed it slightly as they lose 2. Fnatic managed to pick up a couple of kills, even out the gold, but they do lose out on the Rift Herald.
I mean, I think they'll be happy with the kills, though, especially if they can get some plates on this top side as well. Saren trying to defend Looks like Fnatic, though, not going to try and overforce their hand on this top side. Just going to
Never
back away
mind.
instead. Oh,
Never mind. Seven going in with a TP as well to follow up. Goes into that Twilight Shroud. Tracing on his way across, but shouldn't be able to catch up with this one too easily. He jumps on top of his teammate, chucks the boomerang out. Sobro has Splash. Doesn't need to use it as of yet, as Heretics do chase Sobro and Losper away from topside.
Oh, yeah. Fnatic end up sticking around a little too long. Not the end of the world to get out.
Saka malo bolje razmislim, današnji dan su igrale 4 ekipe koje nemaju ni jednu jedinu pobedu. Mislim sad očigledno Giants imaju jer su dobili game, ali... Znači na početku današnjeg dana imali smo 4 ekipe sa tačno 0 vinova. Giants su duše igrali jednu seriju, Fnatic isto igrao jednu seriju, protivnici su igrali po 2. Što kažem bot mage meti? Na šta se plašim iskreno? Plašim se da pošto sad Riot je stavio na Twitteru da će buffovati AD carry-e, da bi ih vratili na bot. Ja se plašim da ako buffuju AD carry će samo biti igrani negde drugde. Tako da, meni je mage meta fine, šta god, igraću mageeve, ne interesuje me, ali plašim se šta će nam doneti Riotovo rešenje za tu mage metu. I stvarno imam osjećaj će ono, jer ako daju AD carry-ima ono, buff na fleet, buff na MR, ti ćeš imati AD carry na midu.
Maybe a third as well. They're already in a position to push on bottom lane and Wei already zoning Vladdy away from that bot lane turret, so should be another one.
Yeah. I mean, Heretics map movement's been really solid. Like, Fnatic feel like they are answering well, and in some of the skirmishes, they are finding kills and winning those out, but Heretics now... Oh, I didn't check who had the gold lead at 14 minutes. Must have been Heretics.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so for the first time this summer, they're ahead in gold at 14 minutes. Can they now close out the game? Fnatic, 100% loss rate when behind at 14 minutes. 15 minutes, in fact, as Tracin has a standing knight on top of him. TP coming out from Fnatic as well. Losper looking for the headbutt pulverize combo. Gets taunted out, but with the Unbreakable Will, Losper not back there.
Ja mislim da, ono što sam vidio Tristanu sad buffuju. Kajsa, AP Kajsa isto bolesna. Igrao sam skoro protiv jedne AP Kajsa na midu. Neki... Šta je imao, neki čudan build sa onim Cycle Swordom i Shadow Flameom i ne znam ni ja šta. Znači čovjek je udarao kao kamion, ono je nerealno bilo.
To try and force this mid push into that objective.
Did get the Sand United out of the way in terms of exchanges, but ways that Sand United is much shorter cooldown than the TP.
He also got Losper and
Equalizer and Unbreakable Will out, right?
So, kind of a decent trade. Like, I like the way Heretics are playing this.
Oh, Tracin jumps straight onto Sobro here, trying to trade in with that Sheen proc. Razork comes across with the Cataclysm, but Tracin's about to go Mega, and Sobro has to flash away. TP now coming in from upset as he looks to join the fight. Dashing in with the Arcane Shift, headbutt pulverize from Losper. Does land a knock-up, but no real follow-up from Fnatic. 7 with a shuriken across the wall. TP in from Sobro. Feel like there's a lot of TPs in happening in this game. We have 6 of them on the map as Heretics will claim possession of the Scuttle Crab. 7 there's a control ward in that bush, clearing out the vision of that ward, but Fnatic are now able to get it themselves.
The mini-Gnar, though, is going to be crucial for this. That's why Fnatic try to hard force this before you have that opportunity to get access to the Mega Gnar once again.
Upset dashing forward with the Arcane Shift. Forward out with a Hextech Ray. Tracin building up the mini-Gnar once again. Sobro trying to keep 7 at bay. The engage from Razork and Losper onto the backline. Equalizer down as well. Crescent Guard. Razork's already dead. 7 distracting the rest of Fnatic with his health, but manages to escape himself. Tracin now almost Mega. Upset realizes he needs to get the hell out of there because Losper's slammed into a wall. The Drake goes over to Heretics. They clean up the fight. And this is clean from Heretics so far.
This is great from Heretics. Douglas with a clutch Crescent Guard in the middle of that. Denied the Shockwave follow from Vladdy, which meant that the combo that Fnatic were trying to play around in the pit didn't end up working in their favor. So Heretics, 5-3 and here 3k gold lead. This is good from them.
And I think it disproves Finn's theory. Tracin no longer coached by Odoamne. He's 1.2k gold ahead. Maybe he got the moon cycles wrong.
I told you, there's something in the cosmos today.
Yeah. Something to do with the year of the rooster. Something that's Tracin's zodiac sign. Losper has to flash away. Didn't have the Unbreakable Will, and Tracin and Wei very quickly shredded that cow, making some fine brisket, but weren't quite able to fully smoke it out.
Yeah, you see here, Fnatic, they try to set up basically for a combo with Lostbelt and Razork going in, but watch the shockwave. As it goes in, you end up just connecting onto Douglas with the Crescent card. Means that he doesn't take any damage. Saren able to disengage from the fight as well, and Trayson, who'd been steadily building up that Narbar, manages to pick up Lostbelt on the end of it as well. So nicely done by Heretics. The individuals really outperforming.
Really good stuff all around. Equalized down onto 7. Asobro is looking for the chase onto this Akali. There's still a tower there to protect him. With an Electro Harpoon hitting. Razork on his way across. Stand United invested. Heretics and Fnatic will call off the play. Win becomes lightning out of Douglas. TP behind. Tracing no Mega Gnar. Currently fully mini. The knockup with a Q3 into the Shadow Dash on Razork, though he's going to have to flag and drag away. Tracing builds up that Mega Gnar very rapidly on that backline as lost, but tries to tank it up. Upset the next one. Tracing could dash, but decides against it. Discretion the better part of Valor there. And Heretics kind of living up to the advice that NukeDuck talked about, which is not every single player feeling like they have to make a play.
Yeah.
If they see a play and they're like, actually, this isn't perfect for us right now, let's not just dive in by ourselves.
But they're doing a lot of good work, right?
Yeah.
Like they're forcing Fnatic back. Even though you don't get a kill, it's, hey, now there's a bunch of vision in Fnatic's topside jungle, so we can start to push in mid, maybe look to establish a bit more control there, maybe look towards a tier 2. Like, Heretics are playing this nice and slow, and I think that's been the biggest talking point for Heretics has been the addition of NukeDuck and Mithy, and I was skeptical. I'll put my hands up and say I didn't think we'd start to see like the real hands-on difference from these two coming in, but already, I mean, Heretics, this is near night and day from last week.
Oh, and from last split as well. Remember, like they went 1-8 last split. It was not a fun time at all for this team. If they can take down Fnatic here, they've equaled their win record from Spring. And found their first series win in 132 days, was it? I want to say. That was a long time. That was the last time. Yeah, okay. I've got it up here. This is, I'll put it on.
Iskreno, Fnatic ako bude... Znaš što je problem veliki? Ako Fnatic bude izgubio od Heretika... Pogledaj to, zadnji put su dobili seriju protiv 130, pre 131 dan. A generalno, Twitter jako flameuje Fnatic.
They're doing their damnedest to cover all of it. They're over overtime.
They do not deserve my...
Tako da će itekako će ih preflamovati na Twitteru ako budu izgubili.
Recompenses. The red buff secured for Fnatic. The major objective that's up at the moment is Baron, but I don't think either team really wants to try and focus that one down. Don't have that largest amount of damage on Barons generally at the moment. Although I will say, like, Trayson is pretty big, and 7 and Hype can, you know, put some autos into it at least. If they did want to start it. 2 items on Saburo with the Bloodletter's Curse now complete on the Rumble. Does make him a much more spiky little Yordle than he was previously.
Yeah, I think Trayson is just in such a good spot.
Yeah.
I mean, having the Sterix gauge, massive for him, but also very much working up towards that level 16, and he's been really good at finding positions in fights. And the fact that Heretics... Maybe, but...
mislim, to ti je više roam support meta što se toga tiče.
This is nice! Okay, didn't realize I was casting with K-Draw there for a second, dude. What the helly? Fnatic are nowhere near this. They have no idea. They're going to try and engage onto Hype, and they will find the engage. As with the equalizer down, Hype has to flash away, but that's Baron, and Fnatic are like, okay, I guess that just happened. True Shot Rush coming in as Razork dives deep, but the standing knife is still available, and Razork stunned in the grounding field. Razork dies! Fnatic engaged 2v4. They lost to Baron, and they lose their jungler's life. And now they will all 4 be able to walk out as Douglas steps forward once again. Lostly looking to the engage. Crescent Guard still available to that Xin Zhao. He'll have to use it. Drake the next target here for Heretics as they can put themselves on soul point.
I mean, great calls from Heretics. Even the fact they managed to keep Hype alive at the end of that. And now Fnatic just kind of lost as to what they're supposed to do. They're still contesting the mid wave against the Baron push, but the resets coming through, I don't see themselves being able to stop this Dragon take.
The question is now how much Heretics can take off this Baron push. We'll see the engage from Razork onto Hype. I like the idea. Obviously, you have no idea Baron's going on right now. That doesn't matter that much as they go for Hype. But after this flash, it feels a little greedy.
Yeah, I think they needed vision. Actually, they had the vision over the walls. I was going to say, so Razork could immediately try and ult to follow on Hype, but once you get back towards the tower, that felt to me like panic. They were like, oh, Baron's gone down. we need to make something happen, and if he can take out the Victor, maybe we have a chance at a fight afterwards when the rest of Fnatic show up, but Razork overextends, and Heretics continue this slow march towards a very clean performance.
Slabo izgleda Fnatic, iskreno, baš slabo izgleda Fnatic.
No one with more than one death. In fact, Wei the kill leader at 3-1-3 on this Shen. It's compassion all around. Heretics now will push through the top side. Expect to see tier 2s broken with this Baron push, nothing more. It's quite hard for them to hard force into the Fnatic comp because there is enough, like with a Shockwave, with a Cataclysm, with an Equalizer, if you overstep, you can just be separated from your team and die pretty rapidly. As Trayson opens up onto Razork. Hype and Seren going to be the ones in this 2-3 split that are pushing mid, trying to shepherd this cannon forward, but Upset in the end will have the final word on that one and knock it down with a Mystic shot.
It's interesting to see that they're moving Seren to the mid lane, because I understand Hype doesn't have flash, he is a little bit more vulnerable, but not having, I think Seren in the top lane is a little bit of a hindrance. Like, he's not doing anything in mid, right? He's just kind of standing there. Like, he's not going to get to a turret to hit it. So you could try and apply that farm buff elsewhere. But I do think it is a fear of Hype getting engaged on is the reason that he's sitting there. Yeah,
I get that. Makes a lot of sense. Hype now has his Void Staff finished. Guardian Angel on Douglas as well. It's G's at 3 items. Looks like Trayson might be going towards a Wit's End third with the recurve bow and that little bit of magic was this complete. The Baron expiring in 10 seconds time, and then we have 3 minutes on the next 2 major objectives. Now for Fnatic, fighting the Mountain Drake probably takes a higher priority because that's sold for Heretics if they take it. For Heretics, they don't really mind. Like if we give up a Mountain Drake and get a Baron, that's pretty solid for us as well.
It's very difficult for Fnatic to even get into a position to make that choice. Yeah. Because you're just getting pushed in. The joy of mages is they do very well. Vladdy can't approach Seren because Seren incredibly strong and capable of chasing him down, especially with the level 16 hit. So as Fnatic, you're kind of stuck on your side of the map. So when it comes to choices, it's kind of a, do we check the darkness and hope that we survive, or can we maybe figure out some sort of pick? But
I guess the one good thing for them is they've got Mystic Shots, they've got Jarvan Flag, they've got an Alistair, they have ways to check, right? You can walk in, you've got the ball as well from Orianna, so you've got ways to check without just chucking your face into a wall, which is quite nice for them, but they are very much on the back foot. They are receiving whatever Heretics are throwing at them, rather than throwing punches at them.
Exactly. And as long as you kind of get your reset timers right here, which looks like Heretics are kind of going to be in a position to go for, I think you're going to be fine. And then it does become a question of how well can you play around these tools as Fnatic to try and retake that space. At least the moment with Sobro pushing in on that bottom side should give you a little bit of a window to try and get him back out of the map and kind of move as a unit.
They're just funneling Trayson, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, he just got red buff and the full Razor Beak cap that Douglas had set up for him. I mean, they're building him for third item. Yeah, you have to feel it's a wit's end, right? Completion. Still a minute 20.
Donar builda normalno, vice. Mislim da Terminus i nije... Mislim, Terminus je fajn, ali... Mislim, Vic daje trunkom više value-a. Ba da mu, da li daje? Pa daje mu MR u startu. Vic sad mora da stakuje da dobije value. Agnar je dosta eksplozivan. On kad se bije se odmah. Pogotovo ako je Megi neće ni dobiti value. Ja, Vic je bolje. Sigurno. 50 sekundi za Drake-a, ekipa Fnatica je prerano u zoni.
Might have something to do with where his priorities lie.
Nothing extemporaneous to League of Legends can be applied as a reason that a team played poorly or well. Okay? You can't be like, oh, he was sick that day. None of that. None of that applies. Okay? All that matters is on-risk performance. And right now, it's Heretics with the superior performance. 1-3-1 is their split. Seren is pushing through the bot side. Trayson being dealt with by Sobro, but not a huge amount Sobro can do to deal with this Gnar. Seren, he has enough vision ahead of him, but not enough vision really in the river to spot out where the movements are coming from Fnatic. He will continue to dance back and forth. Baron spawning, Drake up in 5. Trayson continues to push through top. Has the Mega Gnar just complete? It's a good time for Fnatic to start this fight.
Fnatic don't have good vision and are now under timer because they're going to lose topside, so I don't really like this for Fnatic.
Keep it behind by Trayson. He's about to go mini.
On gubi Megu. On mora da ulta odmah. On neće... Loš ult samo da bi ultao, ali mislim da je fajn i dalje. I sad nima flash. Prati mili koliko gna radi damage-a. Ono, ovaj game svako 30 minuta. I upset je, evo ovo Uksinova W, šta reći? Fanatik na kraju ni heretike ne može da dobije. Ja sam čuo neke glasine uz by Fanatic, moram da googlam, jer mislim da neko kupuje Fanatic. Iskreno.
Sublime performance from Heretics as they will take not only their first win of the split, but a one-game lead in this best of three. The question is, can they find their first series victory in 132 days?
I mean, not even, just business as usual it looks like for Heretics on the
Ne znam, iskreno, dosta loše od Fanatika, ali ajde, vidjet ćemo da li će moći se vrate, imamo 10 minuta pauzu, na kraju potvrđeno za Bayern. Ne znam, ja se nadam ako Bayern kupi Fanatic, ako kupe slot, da će da urade full sweep. Znači sve igrače, management, coacheve, sve reset, kreće od nule i pravi. Isto što je Navi uradio, Navi je postao kompetitiv nakon toga. Svako ništa, idemo na pauzicu i tu smo u Game Over 2.
123 days of winlessness. Now, it's to be fair, a lot of those days they weren't actually playing League of Legends out of season, but still, it's complete insanity. And boys, I think we have to go back, because Team Heretics played super well. They punished Fnatic so beautifully, but there was one play, when we were watching behind the scenes, that brought demons out of both of you. There was a lot of rage backstage, so I need you guys to break that play down for me. This 19-minute Drake fight, talk to me about it.
One of us had more rage than the other.
Yeah,
I will say that.
let me just bring up the stuff I was passionate about, and then Finn can unleash and take the best out of me. So, Fnatic find themselves trying to contest this Drake area. So, what's important here is that both of these teams are trying to get the foothold on this dragon. So Fnatic wants to loop around from here, and Heretics already, they just want to hold the area. So as we play, Soboro will make the uncanny mistake of walking in here a little bit too early. And
Way too early.
Way too early. So a fight will break down, and now skirmishing happens, it's whatever. Both teams are looking to reset and TP back in. So as it goes down, Shen is getting very, very chunked, and now it's going to be becoming a slow grind for position. Rumble is tipping back in. And what I'm about to mold about, you are Fnatic. You're about to be flanked from two positions. The Nar, as you can see, he's over here in the both side of the map, and Akali will be looking to flank from here. Now, count for me, Finn. Count for me. You have this ball of 5 members with the shield on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cool, you counted Fnatic, but I wanted you to count Heretics. How many members of Heretics are in here?
1, 2, potentially 3.
Okay, so that's great. That's very important. Remember, counting is important. Fnatic, they really want, for this Drake situation, they want to run it down. They want to run it down this river hard. They want to just go in there, take over the position, take over the banana, and push Team Heretics out.
Yeah, I mean, basically they traded their Cataclysm and Rumble TP for a chunk on Gnar. So this is the one timing to use that, because when Gnar comes back, the Cataclysm is still down.
Yeah, so Finn, take it away, take it away. Just be happy.
Yeah.
Be passionate and happy.
I'll be happy. I mean, I'm not gonna be that happy, because as we see this play gonna play out here in the absolute highest quality, Fnatic is struggling a little bit to approach this. Now, Upset is gonna make a call here to kind of chunk Tracing. And that is pretty much Fnatic's cue to, okay, Tracing is completely out of the fight. Now we can engage on this. But they've been so scared of this Akali, this entire sequence, so when they go,
they
as
really
we see,
don't go.
I mean, this is completely out of Arcane. It's Echo and Jinx dancing. It's a beautiful moment as Fnatic just completely sends it here. And I'm gonna pause it so you guys see what's happening. They have just used Alistar combo, Jarvan combo. Ezreal couldn't follow it because he didn't have Arcane Shift because he went here in the Tribush on the Xin Shao with ultimate.
Yeah, that's great.
To go back to what I said before, that's a no bueno, some would say.
Yeah, it's really no bueno. And to be honest, someone's misplay, or like everyone's play is someone else's misplay. And to be honest, Heretics seized this opportunity incredibly well, because it wasn't easy to play that situation with everyone being chunked on the side. Seren found an amazing flank, and I feel like just overall, at my detriment, Team Heretics played this whole situation, and pretty much most of the situations in this game extremely well. They were always one step ahead of Fnatic.
Now, I love that you call out Seren, because it is a player that's been under some scrutiny. But here in this play, he did exactly what he had to do. When you're playing Akali, the threat of the flank is usually bigger than the flank itself. The fact that he just held his position for that long just put so much pressure onto Fnatic and kind of spiraled them into this panic to engage.
Now, Finn, I really love that you bring up all these analytical points, but where are we at with the moonmogging this game?
So, we said before the game that all our internal data, all our hardworking analysts...
Yes, all of us. All the data we all
everything
came
said
up with.
that Sobro was favored in this
There it is,
matchup.
gentlemen. Moonmogged by Tracen.
But it also goes to show that despite lunar cycles, sometimes when a player steps up, it can go over the moon and just play to his absolute highest quality. I think Tracen here had a fantastic game, supported by Wei in that top lane, really shut down Sobro. And it kind of goes back to what Razork said in the interview before, that Sobro is a really good player, a lot of good qualities, but he has a tendency to die to ganks. And I think this is something that Team Heretics analyzed and prepared for, and they clearly wanted to attack Sobro in the early game.
Yeah, and look, we saw really solid setup around the top side of the map. We saw these proactive moves, these punishes. I want to take a look at another one of those proactive moves on that cheeky Baron, that surprise Baron. But we're going to take another look at it through the comms of Fnatic. Shout out to the production team for catching this. Let's take a look at their perspective when that Baron was stolen away.
Buckle up.
What do we do if they stun us now, guys? We don't have any vision.
We're gonna need to check it.
Like, they could be doing it as two. I'm walking there.
Oh, no, send
Send bot.
But I think they want to play Dragon, guys.
Okay. Yeah, then I go for Drake.
Narrator. They were doing Baron.
They were doing Baron. And like, Odo, I'm sorry to keep going back to you. I don't want you to just come up here, you know. It's the parent-teacher conference.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you your kids have been bad.
My kids have been bad.
What are you, what's the response here, my guy? Like, is this a big deal or not? Because like people online are gonna meme this no matter what. But is this actually important, or is this just you think a single fumble?
Honestly, it is a bit of a big deal because it wasn't just one isolated incident when it comes to this game. I feel like every single one of these situations, Heretics was just one step ahead. It felt like Fnatic, again, as we saw as we listened to in those comms, there is a lot of ideas happening. There's a lot of like, oh, I think this or I think that. But I didn't really see proactive decision making there. So that's the worrying part for me, because even week 2 with MKOI, I felt like that was the bane of their existence in that game. And even now with Team Heretics, I feel like if there was one game for you to be extremely decisive about what you want to do, what decision you want to make, it was probably this one.
I completely agree. Look, ultimately, we're just going to have to see if Fnatic can bounce back, because Team Heretics have hit the ground running. An incredibly impressive game one. We'll see if they can keep that momentum in their favor, or Fnatic will turn the tides. We're going to head to a quick break. But afterwards, we're back with the second game of this series, so don't go anywhere.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
I'm coming with Megaston.
First target, slowly.
I'm mega, no flash rumble. Look my position, guys.
Hazel jumped, flash.
Rumble no flash.
Hazel no flash, Ezreal. I look rumble,
Rumble no flash. Nice. Rumble 1 HP.
We can finish.
Well, the Heretics players said it best. They are, and they were at that point, as Heretics are now 1-0 up in this series. The question is, can they close it out, or will Fnatic strike back? It's been disappointing for Fnatic so far, you have to feel. Only picking up a win versus MKOI in one of their games and still losing out the series. Now they're faced with Heretics, and then throughout the rest of this week as well, I believe they play again. Yeah, they play against KC on Sunday. So if they lose this, it's really not looking good for that matchup versus KC. The question is, can Fnatic fight back? Will their changes make sense?
Evo nas nazad, game broj 2.
Have a time in a 1v1 rather than the 2v1.
Bruno, vidimo se. Bayern kupuje Fnatic, pa to je neko rekao u chatu, ja ne znam. I Ljubav je nešto spomenuo tu u programu juče. Prekjuče, tako da.
Makes sense to try and prioritize taking him out. Also, I think they correctly identified Tracer.
Moguće, ne znam.
A lot of the times for Heretics has been one of the strongest players on the team, so playing towards him, giving him resources makes a lot of sense. It's kind of a buy one get one free if you're on the Heretics side.
Yeah, we have the Anivia, Nocturne, and Camille bounced away by Fnatic. They chose first pick. Heretics chose blue side, and they get rid of Vi, Jace, and Poppy. So the expected pick here is a Cassio, and that's exactly where Fnatic will go.
Okay, so getting very high priority pick, which is going to be wonderful for them. Still things like the Stinger, though, on the opposite side for Heretics, if they want to try and go for this double AP again in their draft. Like, could end up taking the Syndra, could try and take an
Casio first pick je fine.
Try and play from there, but we'll have to see exactly what they want to look for.
Immediately they are going towards that Syndra Rob. That's a good call on that.
Syndra također dobro draftuju obe ekipe, iskreno. Coachevi igraju dobro, igrači onako.
I love Belbeth. I do not think she's pro play viable.
Yeah, I think like going towards something like a Leona or something along bot lane is probably going to be your best bet here. But Lucian, actually, it was banned away in the last game, but it was by Heretics against Fnatic, so I'm wondering if they've seen a little bit more in scrims where they're a bit nervous about upsets Lucian. But either way, going to be going towards Heretics, and definitely something you can try and play around.
Yeah, give him something like Emilio and you can absolutely dominate through the bot side. I've seen it already today. The question is, for Fnatic, how are they going to answer that? Do you go towards your AD carry now? Something that can play, I mean, you could go Nautilus Kai'Sa.
Sam za 1 sekund, ima je nešto moram da završim, ako se oduži, to je Klara.
I like the Nautilus in general just because it's, as you say, like Melio, Enchanters, we see a little bit more with the Lucian, so taking the Nautilus, I'm already set up for success against some of those picks. I would be surprised if Heretics were going to pivot into like a Braum Lucian or something like that, so I think you're relatively good, and there's Jhin, so either way, very strong kill lane if they ever manage to get on top of you.
Yeah, the problem is getting on top of Emilio is hard because he has the mega fire kick of super friend kickingness. But
I think that's the name.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the name. Lucian's, so Emilio's ability name's like Cozy Campfire, Warm Hugs.
I like Cozy Campfire.
Sure, of course you do. It's your sort of personality right there. I want it to be called a painful burning of pain, even though it heals you, you know? And Leona is locked in, so I mean, Lucian does still work off CC. Leona, probably the best support remaining. Camille was banned away, so you couldn't go towards that.
I think it's just decent into Nautilus as well. Like, you end up winning out in the matchup early because Nautilus is so reliant on the shield, but the W gives you so many stats as the Leona that you can just out-tank the Nautilus in a lot of those plays, which is kind of great for some of these engaged supports. So.
And if he goes in, you're just like, well, I can either Shield of Daybreak stun you, or I can Zenith Blade onto your AD carry and just sit on top of your AD carry, get the Aftershock proc, get the Ignite down. Like, it's so hard for AD carries actually to deal with the Leona when Shield of Daybreak is on a flat 6-second cooldown. So hard. Olaf going to get taken away by Heretics. Fnatic getting rid of the Vayne. We are looking at top lane bans predominantly. Just trying to shore up any matchups up there. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see something more conventional. Gnar is conventional for Tracing, but I guess my thought is more of like a Cassante or a Renekton, like something that is just standard, as opposed to a matchup that can dominate in the way that Tracing's Gnar did.
I feel like they're trying to set up for, I suppose maybe with the Trundle, but I still feel like trying to get more room for Tracing to breathe in that top matchup is going to do well for Heretics. And I do like to see him on carries a little bit more, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the call, as it's the Vayne and the Skarner gone on the opposite side. Skarner usually the answer to Lee Sin, so we'll see if Razork wants to go towards that here, as no jungler has been selected yet.
Yeah, Heretics will likely pick up their jungler first. Wukong, we talked about earlier on, works really well with Solar Flare, with Scatter the Weak, does a huge amount of work. There is the Lee Sin as well, hovered for Fnatic. Neferi, the other option they are pondering for the moment, but I believe the Lee Sin is much more likely to come through.
Yeah, I think it does relatively well here. Good early dueling power, and also the ability to disengage from some of these key all-ins is going to be very nice for Fnatic, because you're already kind of looking at, you have a good engage tool with the Nautilus, good disengage with the Cassiopeia, so having a Lee Sin that can kind of support in that, buying space for Jhin and Cassiopeia, I think will go well, but they're still going to hold off on those options, instead locking in the Renekton for Sobro, and he is an IG top laner, so he's going to have the Renekton fairly decent,
you know. Renekton, it's very true. We've seen the Shy there before, obviously. Had a good time on IG. There's the Lee Sin to round things out for Fnatic. Heavily physical damage composition, something we don't too often see these days, with only the Cassio providing that magic damage. Now Heretics are having a small discussion. It's like, okay, what do we want to do in the top lane? So Cassante, like I talked about it as a possible, we just want to shore up top. We want to make sure that Tracing has a good matchup.
Okay.
Don't expect to see quite as much from way towards the top side in this game as we did in game 1.
No, I agree. I think it's going to be a little bit easier, so going for the K'Sante, just neutralize the matchup, and then eventually you do begin to outscale as K'Sante in that side lane. So let's see how that's going to be the case, but much more focused on individual lanes for Heretics and just saying, look, we will start to play for team fights with a lot of setup through the Leona and the Syndra and the Wukong. And on the opposite side for Fnatic, I think you've got like decent tools. You've got good engage, you've got really good disengage with the Lee Sin and the Cassiopeia, good setup for the long range of the Deadly Flourish. So I think Fnatic like a lot of suitable tools for a lot of different situations.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where my mind is as well with this Fnatic comp, because I look at it, I'm like, I wouldn't take it as a full team fighting comp, and I wouldn't take it as a perfect pick comp, although it does have some pick tools. And as you say, it's got all the tools. I just don't think any one of them is like S tier.
Pozdrav ljudi.
Right? So it's a jack of all trades competition.
Šta mislite ko
And I
dobije?
do worry about jack of all trades compositions, because if the enemy team just does something really well and forces you to do that on repeat, then your jack of all trades doesn't actually get as much value as an S tier composition in a different way.
And I do feel a little bit for both the Nautilus and the Renekton later on, because if you're trying to play into K'Sante, Wukong, Syndra, Leona, less than ideal.
We'll see if Fnatic can find a way to make all of their trades pay off, or whether Heretics will be able to find the team fights that this composition seems to be yearning for. Way starting up towards the Razor Beaks. Heretics might go for a little bit of a delayed invade. I say delayed, it's about a couple of seconds later than it could have been. Razork is spotted out. Just a ward going down. Razork gets the attack speed, but not enough to kill off that ward.
So Razork didn't start with an extra pot, so I wasn't sure if they would like full commit to just be like, okay, if we can actually push Razork out, he's going to go low, but it's not the end of the road. Like, Lee Sin's still pretty healthy on his clear, so will just be an extra bit of gold.
I evo nas nazad. Da. Čekaj, nisam vidio do kraja drafta, što su radili? Ko je pikovao Renektora, ljudi? Mislim, ko je to rekao da te ako treba? Meni nije mi najjasnije. Ali nema veze, sve je to u redu. Lee Sin je jako dobar pik. Duše, Raptori u Grompa. What? A on ne zna? A, okej. Sam bio u fazonu možda ne zna da ova ima smite ili da nema smite. Te dobro. Ško, Invado ga je uzeo mu je kamp, ako sad full clear i ništa ne urade, bit će Malkice ahead.
Maybe there's a window where Douglas can try and respond, but mid push, bot push for Fnatic, it makes it very difficult for the Wukong to try and respond. And this is kind of the advantage of Lee Sin, right? You're quite mobile, but also the early dueling power is pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think Douglas knew, though, that Razor could take in W. Maybe because they had the ward down, could probably figure it out. But it was EW, which makes him a little bit less potent in that early fight, but I don't think you want to take that risk as Douglas.
Yeah, especially when you're getting your camp smote away from you. Razork, smartly, after doing 3 camps, one of which was the enemy Grump, resets, gets his longsword, because one of the options for Douglas was or a bot side gank, right? So Douglas could have gone Razor Beaks, red, bot side gank, with the push coming out from Moscow and upset, and then it would have been an outnumbered fight for the Fnatic bot lane, but Razork is reset, now goes up towards his Grump in his blue, and should be able to get a full clear.
Yeah, curious to see what he's going to do with his ward, because that's kind of the I don't take a pot, where there's my 75 gold that I'm going to have to actually buy the ward. Not usually what we see on Lee Sin's, like they will just take the early longsword for this Scuttercraft fight, but not sure if it's going to be more of a mobility or if he actually just wants to
ja nemam taj.
Get an invade and like put down an early ward in Douglas's jungle to make sure he can spot out.
Meni više Mirvin izgleda kao Amerikanac. Ali ovo kad kažu obviously, Lee Sin igrači hoće da se biju za double krabu. Znači oni su obično u fazonu, ja idem na jednu krabu i sprintam najbržim putem do druge. Jer u suštini ako on ide okolo kroz svoju džunglu i krije se, ovaj će završiti krabu dok ovaj dođe. To je fora.
Ping's going down about a potential for an invade on towards the Raptor camp, but it's already going to be gone. And I think, yeah, if you're Douglas, you don't even try, just try and get your own camps as they respawn.
Yeah, just go back onto the cycle. Will be a little bit more delayed than he'd like it to be, as Losper is forced low by Hype, who wanted to make sure this wave crashes in. For Heretics, though, it's not the end of the world. Right? Obviously, Douglas will be sad, but he shouldn't be too dismayed about how this early start has gone. I want to come back to that nuked up quote we were talking about earlier. Last week, he said that they lost game 2 of their series because of insecurity. Everyone felt like they needed to do too much, and I feel this is another situation where players could feel a little bit too much pressure on themselves to try and like eke back this disadvantage that Douglas has found himself in.
Yeah, I think they're, with the comp they have though, they should feel relatively okay.
Yeah.
Like once you start to get in towards those later team fights, you're very good. You've got a ton of setup, especially for things like culling. So I think playing this slow is not the end of the road. It's frustrating that Douglas will be slow.
Ja mislim da Hereticima odgovara da igraju sporo zato što oni skeluju giga dobro. Iskreno. Oni skeluju jako dobro. Nemaju razloga da ništa rašuju ovde.
Pair boots and a ruby crystal. It's the first time we've seen him on this pick. Seven on the other side going for Swifties first on the Sentinel to try and avoid those noxious blasts that come out from the Casio and really facilitate all of her damage. You land that poison, the extra twin fangs you can stack up. Just gives you so much more damage in the 1v1. Both of them hitting level 6 now. And Razork is going to be able to start up this dragon with pushing mid and pushing bot. Being easy enough secure for the Fnatic jungle, but Douglas is in the area having a snifter to see if he wants to trade in. Where he goes in with the Eclipse. Zenith played onto Lost, but his Aftershock just times out. Douglas stepping forward. Hype trying to kill off Lost, but Douglas dashes in with the Warrior Trickster. Now Upset and Razork need to run. As the chase continues, flash from Way. Upset trying to dash away. He'll flash the wall. Razork flashed out as well. In the end, all of Fnatic have to burn their flashes, whereas Douglas and Hype hold on to theirs.
Nicely done by Heretics. I think Razor kind of jumping the boat a little bit, trying to start up that dragon. Had got the reset, so had the pickaxe advantage, which was basically what they're trying to play off of. But Douglas level 5 in that bottom side, I think you could have just played for kind of trying to get that level 6 off of both the Crab and your Grump, and then look for the play, because then you've got that level advantage and kind of buy time where Douglas resets to go top lane like now. So I think this is actually where if Razor could waited a moment, would be fine off of this to go for it. Now it didn't end up amounting to too much. It's just some flashes burnt, maybe punished later. But yeah, Fnatic a little antsy there.
Little interesting read here from Heretics as well. Like, they knew Scuttle Crab was spawning after they forced Fnatic away. Douglas recalls and spam pings his blue. It's like, we need to protect this blue, we need to protect this blue.
Da li se lakše nakapaš? Zbog kojih tačno promjena, nešto tačno misliš? A mislim da generalno ti iz godine u godinu mislim da ti je lakše da se renkapaš. Zato što Rio dodaje nove divizije. Tebi pre, kad je LoL počeo, ti nisi imao ni Emerald, ni Master, ni Grandmaster, ni Challenger. I onda ni Iron. I onda Rio od godine mu ubacuje nove divizije. I ti ako si kroz sve godine ostao jednak, ili ostala, jednak u ovome, u skillu, ti ćeš se climbovati. Ono, season 1 gold je sad tipa, ne znam, lupam Emerald, možda jače.
If Razork was actually slightly further ahead and had hit the level 6, I think the correct play for Fnatic is to actually try and invade and see if they can punish Wukong level 5, get a kill, force him out, take his top side, and just kind of keep Douglas behind. So I can understand where he's coming from. It is just, as you say, unfortunate that it was a wrong read on the play.
And those happen as Razork and Bloody teaming up towards the mid lane, looking for Seren. Not sure how aware he is that there's a Lee Sin. Now he's very aware that there's a Lee Sin as the Sonic Wave comes out. Topside Scuttle spawning relatively soon. TP coming up from tracing towards that top lane. Sobro in the 1v1. He's developed quite a sizable advantage.
Razork za sad radi posao.
Razork here going to be able to take these grubs without too much contest as Douglas is forcing Losper and Upset away from their tower. Vladdy on the way across though. Fnatic trying to defend Upset's ability to get close to CS, to be honest.
To, ne. Mislim, pomaže, ali na kraju dana sve ti se vraća na isto. To ti baca inflaciju na LP, ali ti realno gledano, mislim, ne radi ti ništa s MMR-om. Znaš, sve te promene su ti da se trenutno osjećaš bolje. Ali to je sve, znaš.
Douglas was all out of sorts. Does get Vladdy's flash out at least.
But this was the cross map, right? So you've already got Lee Sin that's on that top side objective. So the fact that Douglas ends up falling is pretty grim. Vladdy with a good roam to cover here. You can see mid push not really there. And Vladdy picking up the kill as well means that he's going to be very happy with accelerating his own build.
Tako da to ti je glavna stvar. To ti je samo za LP, ali ono što ti je bitno kad se klamiš ili kad dropaš ti je MMR, tako da to ti nikad ništa ne radi za MMR, tako da ono
could look with a solar flare. A couple of pings come out towards him from where Losper is waiting, so in the end Serin just clears out the wave. Low on mana, will want to reset.
Yeah, Fnatic trying to play on mid was Losper was just ticking over to level 6, so minion dies, you get that depth charge, immediately get on towards Serin. The good scout of the week hits 2, which kind of nullifies the play. But I still like that we're seeing Losper starting to move a little bit more, because Wade definitely had the advantages you just were talking about in moving around in game 1. So now with the Hex Flash trying to be a little bit more active, I think can work, especially towards a Syndra. Like, you burn that flash early, follow-up is then easier for Razork, or, you know, a Petrifying Gaze from Vladdy can try and turn that matchup around.
The question is whether they will be able to do so, as Wade constantly fighting over vision control. With a minute on the Drake, makes sense. They want to try and control this area as well as possible. Razork sneaking around the corner. Douglas is just about to reset, probably has his Triforce complete on his recall, although might be slightly short in terms of gold. As Razork goes in, steals away the blast cone, and Fnatic very much in control of this game. The major lead on Sobo in the top lane, who's gone Black Cleaver first to try and get through this chain vest and the Bramble vest. Chain mail? Chain? It's chain vest and Bramble vest. They're both vests. Yeah.
We're working up towards Iceborne Gondolas. That's kind of the usual build you see into the Renekton. And kind of where we start to see that matchup teeter into the Cassante favored, but still very much depends on how it plays out and kind of how much of a gold lead the Renekton's been able to get. Sober's been doing well.
Can't make it in. Tracer looks for Q3, doesn't land it, but the all-out does come out. Douglas still here. Sober with that Dominus. Forcing another Cyclone out of Douglas, who isn't going to be able to do too much. Sobo did have to flash, but that's about that. As the Fnatic top lane survives the 2v1.
Yeah, Serin had to burn flash and the heal on Way as well in that mid lane to try and survive the play coming through from Fnatic. So both junglers starting to get active, and Hype wants nothing to do with it. He's going to move completely away from the spot side turret.
Do not want to get dived, as the Dragon's Rage Insect is available for Razork. It will be second Drake of the game as well to Fnatic, as they are off to the races here in game 2 of this series. And for Heretics, signs of some cracks happening after what was a very solid game 1.
Fnatic doing a good job of keeping the pace up. Second Dragon, play around bot side, keeping upset in a position where he's within touching distance at least of Hype. And Sober has been just solo getting a good amount of control here. I think at this stage, like, Tracing, even when he gets towards the Iceborne Gauntlet, is going to be far enough behind that Sober should just be able to continue to reign supreme in this matchup. So for Fnatic, no pressure to try and do anything crazy, just keep the ball rolling in the direction that they have it.
Finishing up their roll quests as well. Upset now has his Razork is. Ooh! Losper looking for. That is played in from Way into the solar flare. The culling down onto Losper. But with Vladdy just around the corner and the curtains opening, Hype needs to begin to back away. Serin trying to get here, but a little late to the party. Good scatter the weak onto Razork. Unleash Power is not going to be enough damage to kill off that Lee Sin. Fnatic get a kill and then get out.
That forward shot from Upset actually did a lot of work. Prevented the follow-up from Douglas on the scat of the week. Got slowed, didn't really get into position to follow. So Fnatic able to escape away. Nicely done by Fnatic.
Yeah, a couple of heists coming out from the men in black and orange here. As they have that 1,000 gold lead still and 2 Drakes to the good. Only people on the map yet to complete their role quests are the supports, as per usual. You can see those World Atlases are fully upgraded. Next objective in 90 seconds will be the Riphold. And Heretics trying to set up around it right now. Way there, doesn't have the Solar Flare. Depth charge available for Losper. And with the chem map, you have all of this extra vision that you can play around with those upgrades.
Japsit igra Deadfire Torch, što je također dosta interesantno.
That's the one surprise, but man, it's late. It's past 8 o'clock. It's my bedtime.
It's 9 o'clock.
No, it was 9 o'clock when I was a young lad of 34. Now that I'm 35, Rob, 25, the latest I stay up.
Deadfire plated Storm Razor.
I'll do 8:30 if I'm, you know, watching a movie with my wife or something.
Oh yeah,
But
if it's a big night.
Yeah, if it hasn't finished by
O,
8:30.
o, nope. Uleonu teška priča. Ništa, basic bed na Canona, tuci Canona čoveče. Što pre ubijaš Canona, pre ih forsiraš da komituju. Što pre komituju, to loši dive za njih.
Now he has used his TP in his ultimate, and the next wave is on its way.
Run, Lospa, run! Save him! Actually, I'm a little nervous for Lospa if he tries to enter here.
I'm a little nervous for Heretics if they try and dive. I think they die.
Okay.
You know, you just get that sense. You just get that feeling.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna dive.
I've entered in this position before.
Yes.
Don't do it.
Do not dive this situation. Way is not as tanky as you think he is.
My mind's telling me no.
That's Razork. I mean, Soberer there, surviving well. Did, you know, get solar flared out of his TP, so that's on a relatively long cooldown, but should be fine for the moment. Fnatic stole away a couple of camps on the other side of the map as recompense for the injustice of their top laner having to stay in bot.
Still, got Riptide up on the available. Fnatic trying to move into position for this. Sobro moving up from bot lane as well, now that he is TP less. But Trayson sitting on this top side, and you got Saren who can't match on the play. So Fnatic just trying to push in mid and see if they can set up around this objective first.
Well, Trayson's going to poke his nose in. 7,000 on the Herald, and Rob, I've just looked at where Douglas is on the map. I feel like Heretics are not going to challenge.
No, I think they're just going to leave Saren to try and push in the bottom lane. So look to trade, and feeling relatively far behind. And I mean, this is a symptom of what the early game was, where they're a little bit cautious about trying to really all in. Because if you're in a position where Fnatic now get a win, that's kind of the game blown open. They hit a second item before this next dragon, and then they're on soul point. So Heretics instead take the loss. They say we'll try and just fight for a third dragon straight up in a minute's time, especially if we can start to have like some second items come through, but they're only at an item and a half. Those are only complete on this back, so it will still be them fighting just a little bit behind.
Yeah, but a little bit behind when you have a composition that likes to team fight into a composition that is solid team fighting, but again, we talked about this in draft, not exceptional at team fighting. It requires a lot more moving parts for Fnatic team fight to be online.
Yeah, I think for Heretics though, the values are going to be the level 11s. Douglas very close to it, Hype needs to get there as well, so they'd like to play it a little slow before they have to enter into this, but off these next wave, and they should be fine. Douglas may be behind.
Way hooked up. Trading onto Lospa, then dive in, Lospa gets culled, Dragon's Rage kick out of Razork, who dives back in onto Way, Cyclone from Douglas, TP's coming in, Razork's just dead as Vladdy joins the fray, shoot a Daybreak. They don't want to chase him too far, because that gaze could be petrifying, but Razork dies just before the Drake, and that makes it a lot easier for Heretics.
Koliko stvari ovaj plated radi upsetu.
I find taking objectives slightly more simple. Oh, upset.
Ode cleanse.
Caught out with the scat of the week. Heretics going to step in as 3.
Kako bizaran game. Mislim, ceo dan je bizaran, iskreno.
And then we'll just start up the dragon.
Yeah, I feel like Razork didn't have to hit the Q button the second time.
His mind was telling him no.
Exactly, but it's the body.
It's the body,
telling you yes. It's telling you yes every time. And that's relatively unfortunate for Fnatic, because it means that's the dragon going over. It's the control that they could have had off the back of this. But they were still caught out in a kind of an awkward spot. Like, Lospa had already used the ult and had to...
A gle, danas gledamo 4 ekipe koje su imale 0 pobjeda, tako da...
Anyway, or retake anyway, so... Didn't need to do it, but maybe was hoping...
Casey izgleda okej. G2 izgleda okej. Sve mimo toga, iskreno ne baš toliko.
Fnatic fans think I hate them. Okay. And I don't. The problem is, I was a Fnatic fan.
Same.
I have the signed Huni jersey at my house in Ireland. I'm just disappointed that I can't get...
Vreme se otvori jedno piće. I da nastavimo dužijom.
No, in that situation, I think harshness was valid. It just didn't need to be the way it was. They do still have a lot of tools in this toolkit. They have a lot of ways to find engages. As Razork looks for another one on Way, he was going to get shielded Daybreak stunned. This tower down to a single plate means that Fnatic can just push in for it, and ooh, Sonic Way is around here in a way that he should not be. I I do not understand why he continued to try and trade after Seven had walked a long way away.
Yeah, because as soon as that Sonic Wave connected from Razor, I was not wanting to play there as Sarah, Especially when he has Flash, he has a lot of tools that can try to set up.
Trying to trade onto Upset, the culling. Upset's the flash depth charge. Used as well from Losper, who does have the flash to get across the wall if he wants to go for a chase. But wisely, Fnatic back away from that play. Curtains open. Losper. Flash dredge line? Just the dredge line. Curtain call comes just a little bit short. As Hype is able to dash away. Deadly Flourish not hitting either. Vladi still looking for further chase.
Aj, Vladi. A Vladi je mnogo jak. Vladi je mnogo jak. Zato igra ovako ko besan, skače u njih, flashe su u njih. Acke, sve te razumem skroz. Gde si Peđa? Ko dobija game? Jako je teško reći jer obe ekipe prave puno grešaka. Iskreno. Mada iskreno kad pogledaš farm na nivou 220 na 3 čoveka u 20 minuta. To nije da nisu kripa promašili, ali je poprilično blizu.
So now both Razork and Wei have expended that summoner. Meanwhile on the bot side, Trayson is trading with Soburo. But I think it's just two meatballs hitting each other. We'll have another look at this. Okay. So Hype flashes.
It was Soburo.
No, it's Hype. Oh, it is Soburo! It's both! No! No! Hype auto Soburo and Soburo...
Soburo udario gore zašto je teo da juri, samo je malo precijenio gdje će da odleti, ja mislim.
It's the moon, man, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you can't beat the waning crescent.
That's where the Zinza won, crescent card. He's immune to it.
It's genius.
Yeah.
It's genius. Where's Finn? We need him on the desk for our astrological breakdown. The thing is, Fnatic at the moment are in retrograde, right? And so that's why they keep losing. It's like Mercury.
That darn thing's always in retrograde.
I don't think it's ever been antigrade in my life.
No.
Is antigrade even the opposite of retrograde? I'm going to assume
Look,
so.
I know like one thing and it's about Mercury and retrograde, and even I don't really know what that means. I've just heard of it, so. Yeah.
So, a minute on the next Drake. Only sole point for Fnatic if they can claim it. They do still have control over the map generally. They're 1,000 gold ahead.
Mislim, Lucian kada dođe do četvrtog itema, onda će šotati sve s druge strane. Kao fanatik bukvalno nema kako da igra Lucian u ovom gameu. Ali je tu opet veliko pitanje da će Lucian dotle stići. Jer pogotovo što je plated na ovome džinu. Tebi treba LDR, a opet ti treba Infinity Edge jer si Creed Base stade carry.
What? Past my bedtime, okay? Anyway, TP's in. Heretics looking for the play. Fnatic already set up in a decent position. Got Soburo who can try and move across. Fnatic, Razork a little isolated.
Yeah, one of the problems for Fnatic is they're kind of getting gated out of the river here. As Heretics are able to wrest control away from Fnatic. Soburo trading with Douglas, who's now in the pit. Douglas actually going to start this off. Soburo looking for that flank position. Scatter the weak landing onto Lost, but Razork still flashless after that earlier engage. Soburo slices across the wall onto Douglas.
Našao je Douglasa. On bi samo trebao da ulta Soburo, samo da stakuje Fury ako ništa. Upset puca klona, onda full health Luciana, onda maši, onda pogađa, Trayson je živ. Ovo je fajn za Fnatic, mislim da bi Fnatic trebao da bude okej. A Hype i dalje nema toliko damage da ima neki nenormalan pressure. Dobro, TP je Soburo, malo čudno, nema veze.
Soburo, this time the blast going good. Flash with Predator for the stun. The deadly flourish for the follow-up, but Upset makes the job done. Secures his first of the game. Sonic Wave from Razork. Can't get in range to follow that up with the resonating strike.
Still though, huge win for Fnatic. Dragon, 3 kills for, well, 4 kills in the end for 1. And honestly, really great play from both Razork and Soburo, playing around the timers of the Wukong as
Seven is dead. Seven thought he was safe. And Upset puts him in his place. Second of the game, Vladdy takes the tower on the bot side. The game has exploded in Fnatic's favor.
So as that fight was kicking off, Zobro chased Douglas into the river. So Douglas had to use the clone to get over the wall. And that was basically what Fnatic were playing around here. That's why they were willing to go into Douglas in the pit, because they knew that he didn't have it. He burns the early Cyclone. It's the kick into the follow-up from Lospa. It's only now that the clone comes back up and available. So yes,
Ja ne znam koliko imam. Ja bih se joinovo sudi, ali ja mislim da ja nemam ništa.
Fnatic with a great curtain call from Upset, set up beautifully for that fight.
The curtain call also separates 7 and
A imao sam 105, to jest imam 115. Sve se ne betam nikad, ali kao ako treba ljudi za hajstujem.
Curtain that Upset has set up, and because of that, Fnatic a win out on the fight. Hype at 2 items, Upset on his way to
Sad ima cooldown verovatno, ali tako? Ja mislim da ima cooldown.
I just didn't make the best comparison on the map because
Da, mislim ima cooldown neki.
everyone is equal in terms of items drop. So even though there are these big gold leads for Fnatic, it hasn't materialized in terms of inventories as of yet.
Yeah. I mean, look, delivery times can be tough.
Yeah, it's true.
They don't deliver on weekends.
Oh, way, solar flow on Upset.
Upset nema cleanse, da je Trunku ranije došlo, bi bilo odlično.
The possibility of a follow-up there from Way, so now Upset without his flash for the next 5 minutes.
Nice timing window from Heretics though. Yeah. Just trying to use the, hey, we don't need to be in bot lane right now. Let's see if we can overload mid and maybe look for a play. Doesn't quite work out, but still have to catch bot wave. Now it's Fnatic.
Hvala sudija, hvala. Ništa, dropam sve u sljedećih. Da li zna neko gdje je Empiros? Pa ništa, samo su ga benčovali. Mislim, Empiros je... Tu je on, mislim, igra verovatno nešto. Možda je samo otišao na cooldown. Jedan split, ali u suštini su ga benčovali. Fnatic je bio u fazonu, da, sigurno nam je problem top nakon što očigledno benčovali u Skarinina. I onda su bili u fazonu, do topa je, uzeli su Empirosa, onda su bili u fazonu, nije ni do Empirosa, onda su njega benčovali da bi uzeli Sobora. Sobora je bio u IG Akademiji, ne, da, u IG Akademiji, pa u IG main timu, ali bio sub. I onda je on bio u fazonu, ne želim da budem sub, čak iako je u jednoj najboljih ekipa na svetu. Sad opet, split, možemo pričamo. Nego je hteo samo da bude u timu da će imati main spot, da u stvari može da igra, da možda se improva. Tako da, taj ceo njegov govor i priča mi se jako dopala i kao respektujem, došao u Evropu iz IG-a, kapiram da, tamo ima veću platu, nije ni morao da igra, ali on je bio u fazonu, hoću da klikćem i da, da pokažem šta umem.
Fnatic will be a little bit more wise to it in this game, and the upgraded Scryer's Booms actually makes it a lot harder for you to sneak away a Baron because of the extra vision that they provide. But we talked about the gold lead. It was just 4.4k. It's now down to 3k because of those 2 tower bounties. And there's also plates falling towards the top tower as a minion wave pushes in. Curtain call. Sonic wave doesn't hit. Wait. Blocks these up with the Eclipse and steps out of the back.
Upali Leona W ne radi ništa. Kako je došao? Pa da. Ali mislim, nije ni on sad nešto, a mislim koliko može da uradi kao top laner u lecu, ali... On igra ok, igra konsistent, ne igra loše. Mislim, definitivno najbolji top laner koga je Fnatic ima u skorije vreme, samo što na njegovu žalost ne može baš sam da nosi kroz top. Tako da on imao solidne partije koje samo ne znači ništa overall. Mislim, ovaj ima najveći damage, ali ti igra Renektora u Xante i mora u suštini, ali da. Trying to open up with the Noxious Blast. Hype dashing towards the mid lane wave. Way flashing away from the dredge line. Raz looking for the Sonic Wave, can't land. It doesn't flourish on the way though. Is going to lock him in place and he will fall. Fnatic have found 2. We'll look for more. Douglas up in 4 seconds time. Fnatic turn their attention towards the Chem Soul.
Razor tickling hype at the end of that Sonic Wave, but not going to be able to connect. So I think Fnatic, massive plays again, like just getting control so effectively in these engagements and now getting the Dragon off the back. We'll see it as we move on into this.
I mean, this is, you can't blame Trayson here. He has to step forward.
He has to face check.
Immediately stunned and then the miasma's down. You're just dead.
Yeah, there's very little you can do. And I mean, it's good damage back from Hype, but it's Vladdy, incredibly good health bar, Upset in the same boat. And Razor, you just see here, trying to chase down on towards the side. I thought was enough, but it's actually the pick onto Wei that really ends up setting things up here.
Yeah, nicely done by Fnatic. They get themselves a Chem Soul. all of that play coming off the fact that Douglas was caught out in his own jungle. As much as Heretics tried to push their faces into the brick wall that was Fnatic around the Baron, they couldn't really find too much. Good thing for Heretics is that Baron hasn't been secured, and Chemsol, not the most powerful soul in the world. Like, it definitely helps when you're in these low HP fights, but it's not as impactful as something like
I will say
XXL.
it is pretty good for a lot of the champions that are on Fnatic though, because like Lee Sin tends to kind of play on that edge towards the lower HP, same with Renekton. Honestly, Cassiopeia even to a little bit. So.
And when you have things like Death's Dance, it just amplifies that effect generally, right? So Tracing trying to tank up through Vladdy, who is 3 items strong. Currently sitting at 4-0-4. Tracing does have the Kanik Rukan, but most of his other
Kanik Rukan. O!
genre
Evo ga.
rather than the magic resist. As Losper looks for the hook once again.
Spreman sam da uletim. Šta bre, hajsti, vat?
Looking to the flank as well. Good solo player. Hyper survived this. Sobro trying to get into the backline. Tracing still surviving. A cyclone onto Sobro. Razzle goes in, but the Pathmaker out. Unleash power. Oh, Sobro just absolutely swept them. He just absolutely melted them. Crazy from this Renekton. I thought he was done for. He's just too far ahead.
Odlično. I Sobor u stvari igra ovaj game, tako da to je poprilično gotivno. Dobro, mislim, ajde. Fnatic ga vraća, uzimaju game. Forward, very.
Still Fnatic. They will manage to push on through as Upset.
He flashed for a 4th shot too. Like, that's sending a message right there. Yeah. He's yet to die this game alongside Vladdy and Sobro. 7 able to dodge to the side of the Sonic Wave, but Vladdy does not want him to escape. Another Sonic Wave hits.
Ma kakvi. Dobro, ajde. 1-1. Fnatic dosta ubedljiv ovde. Idemo u treći. Danas 2-1, 2-1 izgleda. Danas malo duži dan s tim da po trajanju partija nije toliko strašno. Tako da to je poprično dobro, ali da, ostavljamo sve ostalo da vidimo šta se događa i vidimo se za 10 minuta.
I don't think there is something that changed that much. I think we are playing very scared and I think we are choking a lot, and I think if we just play with confidence we're gonna beat them. I don't think they're doing anything. I think they're just being passengers, so we just need to have confidence.
Passenger princesses. So how is it working with Sobro on side lane? How is it like communicating with him regarding who opens where? Is it a smooth relationship?
Yeah, I think we are both speaking. I think he is very smart. He has a lot of experience. Sometimes he is doing some silly mistakes, but I think he's very smart on side, and we both get to learn with each other.
All right, best of luck for your next game, Vladdy. And now we're gonna walk back to our desk where 2 smart men is sitting, both Dracos and Odoamne. What do you guys think about that game?
Ooh, we got included in the smart men, Odo. I like that. I felt pretty good about it. I like the bounce back from Vladdy. This is obviously a guy who's facing a lot of criticism, and we were really hoping for that turnaround. And we saw the start of the turnaround. He was still pretty negative.
Yeah.
But Odo, are you feeling good about this? Bad about this? Middling about this?
I mean, to be honest, when you're a guy, your player says that, oh, we're choking, and he says it on live television. It's a bit of a, but you know, baby steps. I feel like this game they were having, or Fnatic was having a little bit of a better game. They were more proactive. I feel like they just, everyone across the board, I feel like they had a little bit more space when it comes to the picks as well. They weren't really so vulnerable, especially in the top lane with Soboro dying to ganks a lot. I feel like this was a step in the right direction for them just because it was a lot of confidence picks, I feel like. A lot of freedom to express themselves.
I also feel like when we looked at the compositions, we talked about Jhin feeling a little bit homeless. How's he going to get through this front line? It felt like the team fights were going to be trickier to execute. And so when we talked about simplicity, and you talk about 2 teams that maybe have not always been able to show that top form, I really do feel like the draft, it was easier for me to believe in the opposition. And Team Heretics coming into this one. But for Fnatic, look, they played pretty well, and they found angles to make their composition work.
I mean, I always raise an eyebrow, or maybe even 2 eyebrows, whenever I see a Fnatic team comp where Upset is not on a hyper carry. Because to me, a lot of the times when Fnatic looks good, it's because Upset is just that main man. And now he's playing Jhin more of a supporting cast role to this Cassio of Vladdy. But Vladdy really made that Cassio work. Every single team fight, you saw Upset on the sideline, just ulting in, throwing deadly flourishes right, left, and center. And it was Vladdy on this Cassio that really made a lot of these team fights go in the way of Fnatic, and I think they worked in perfect tandem this game.
Well, let's take a look at that fight. Obviously, the Drake sequence, pretty good here. A lot of good things to highlight in that Drake fight overall, you already called a few of them out, keeping our eyes on where Upset's positioned and the impact that Vladdy can have when we pull up the clip.
Exactly. So if we can keep it paused for a second, I want to highlight Soboro over here. He is looking for the flank. Now, already backstage, I thought I was a little bit critical because I felt like his positioning wasn't really the greatest because it seems like it's so hard to enter here. But if we roll the clip out, the interesting part that will happen is that Soboro will be looking to make this dance in the pit. Now the front lines are just both split. Vlad is finding this great loop around over here, and then Jin can play from whatever he wants. He's all the way over here shooting everywhere, and then it just became this interesting fight of frontliners where realistically the Renekton and the Lee Sin will get the better of the Wukong and the K'Sante because you are just bruisers fighting against tanks. There was no backline damage or backline threat on the Renekton, and Renekton was absolutely massive in that fight.
And I mean, to me, a super small detail that really stood out to me, but that really highlights that this play was prepared from Fnatic, was that Renekton had 75% Fury stacked while he was on this flank. If Renekton jumps over the pit and then stuns the Wukong with a small stun, that doesn't have the same impact. It will last shorter. They won't have the same setup. But he was standing there ready and prepared for this flank. This was a flank that Fnatic had prepared for a long time before this, and that's for me the good side of Fnatic. It's not random. They know what they're trying to do, and they're setting these fights up for success in the preparation of it.
I would agree with you, but at the same time, why take that risk? Because we said, okay, sure, Renekton found this flank, sure, it worked. But did you see how disconnected the front line was from the back line? It felt like it was one of these plays that you were forced to make. It didn't really inspire me this much confidence that it was pre-planned. It felt like it was more adapting on the fly. You're being put in this position where you need to react, you need to find up a good solution. And they did find that good solution, but at the same time, I am a little bit more critical where, was it needed?
Yeah, I mean,
was this really what you needed, or did you just mess up somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it wasn't really pre-planned from the team, but at least it shows that Soboro is very comfortable flanking and he knows how to set his own flanks up for success, should he need to.
And I mean, the reason it worked out is because Team Heretics got pulled in. You could see the back line, right? Obviously, you've got the Lucian, you've got the Syndra. They can't really play the fight because you have a Cassio threatening to ult at any moment, and you have a Jhin on the side who, look, he's not really doing damage. What he's doing is he's threatening the root, he's threatening the slow, and if a single slow hits, you're getting kind of run down. Because you saw there, we get a Lucian culling. I don't think he gets a single auto attack off in that fight. There's really nothing you can do. So while it may have been a little bit more, you know, MacGyver than like pristine engineering of a team fight, I do think it's a step in the right direction. Looking ahead towards Game 3, expectations on both sides, because we've essentially seen two really one-sided games. What is going to be the difference maker when it comes to Game 3?
I mean, to me, it starts in draft, and to me, like, for all of our teams in the lower standings, usually it comes down to having winning lanes. Having winning lanes just makes the game easier. This game, I don't feel like Heretics had a single lane to play through. Yeah, maybe the Cassio into Syndra should be more pressuring, but Cassio still is so strong in the early game that Syndra really couldn't find any setup for them to work out of. And to me, just making sure you have at least one lane that you know will have a play, no matter how weird the early game goes, is important.
I agree with Finn. Because what the most important thing, what it came down to, was the fact that you had one guy on the side of Fnatic, for example, where you can just drag your whole team across the map, set up these objectives, while if you're missing all of that, it doesn't matter if you have it doesn't matter if you have engaged on all of those players, but if you don't have someone to spearhead that initiative to go across the map, you have nothing.
All right, on both sides, looking for someone to take point, a strong winning lane, get some pressure, give the team someone to play around, someone to rally around. That is what our eyes are on as we get ready for Game 3. But for now, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we back, the casters will bring us into the final game of the series.
I hit you. We're split, guys. We're split.
I'm fine.
Go through both. I'm coming. I kick them here.
Please, no?
I'm fine.
Look here.
Got it. K'Sante. Kill the K'Sante.
Look K'Sante. Heads up, Ivan. Don't flash K'Sante.
Go more. I'm coming. Syndra no stun. Oh, we coming. You have stun?
I hit it.
Nice. Go solo, okay?
Slowly, leave.
Tell me the K'Sante. Nice. We can end mid. Go mid. It's easy.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
And we're back for Game 3. Our second Game 3 of the day.
Yeah.
In fact, you could say it's Game 6.
That is true. The math does check out.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And as you can tell...
I asked the Magic 8 Ball.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And it said definitely
That checks out,
Oh,
yeah.
nice. Okay. I didn't realize the Magic 8 Ball can be that specific.
Yeah, well, it only goes up to 8. So that was 6 when it was all right, but any higher would have been in trouble.
That's true. If we get into like 9, so,
Yeah.
I don't do multiples at 3.
Yeah.
So
that would be ludicrous.
Yeah, absolute crazy talk. Poppy Band, Camille Band as well, as Heretics have chosen first pick and Fnatic have chosen red side. We'll have a Rise band coming out as well. You guys will see that on your screen in just a moment's time. When we move into Game 3 of Fearless, it's not Game 5 of Fearless, but we do start to fall out of our, hey, these are the obvious picks. And we've had quite a few obvious picks today. We hopefully have talked you through those, but now we move into the unobvious, the mysterious, the extemporaneous, or extemporane, that's probably a word.
I was like, hang on a second, this man does not have this.
No, extemporaneous is a word. I'm going to check it.
I've heard of like something similar for circumstances. Like outstanding, essentially.
It's spoken, performed, or done with little or no advanced preparation. So both my speech and the picks can be extemporaneous. There we go. You can trust me, guys. I'm here for the long haul. Varus, the final band from Heretics, alongside that Rise and Poppy.
Should be banned here by Fnatic.
She could be banned, or you could keep her up and give it to Heretics.
Yeah, because that's what the Poppy ban is for. They're kind of basically playing like a, hey, you have the ban Vi?
Yeah. And there we are. Vi taken away by Fnatic. So, Heretics, what are we first picking? Well, Ambessa is the answer to that. So, Tracin is saying, oh,
Tama na vreme.
on one of the best top laners, and with Renekton, Cassante, and Gnar taken away.
Are they willing to flex it?
Do you think in jungle Ambessa for Douglas?
Ambessa first pick je jako čudna. Moram se složiti.
We have to.
Yeah.
I'll have a look to see if Douglas has played much.
Like, it's been a little bit, but maybe? I can't remember.
Douglas has 2 games on it, both of them in spring.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that good anymore, but like, I think you can find good answers here.
The hen is going to be the answer for Soboro.
Okay.
We assume could go to Razork as well.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because the Ambessa, like, and obviously the Gnar and the Renekton are gone, but there's still decent answers there. Nivea also can do relatively well into that top lane pick if you want to try and flex it. So we just have to wait and see because Fnatic still have a lot of flexibility. We've already seen Relech take the Zahen into the jungle as well. So not committing to anything just yet.
I do like the Anivia into low range, though. I think Anivia and Ambessa are very solid.
Yeah.
The ability to keep her nice and close with the Glacial Storm and the Crystal Eyes. Let's not see another Azir. Okay, we're going to see another Azir. I feel Azir in this current meta, firstly, just isn't that strong.
Yeah.
And secondly, just doesn't do enough by himself. Like, we're seeing more Leandry's Azir these days as well because they changed some of the ways the on-hit works. It scales well. You can do damage later on. I feel like it's not that powerful.
No, I agree. I do think the on-hit changes helped him, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I suppose maybe they're unsure of what they could try and answer with in that mid lane into the Anivia, but yeah, at least they've got the Skarner. I think Skarner can do relatively well here.
Yeah.
Because you've already got Zahen who wants to play into you. Good answer with the Trundle though, which
great answer.
immediately just kind of nullifies a lot of that threat from the tank. So it does mean we're getting the Zahen top, and this is why for Fnatic he never really committed to anything, which was nice.
Yep, really nice all round for Fnatic. It's the second Azir we've seen this split. First one was also from 7, and he lost that game. So for Heretics, they need to turn those fortunes upside down into better fortunes, I guess. The top side's locked on either side. We'll see Ziggs banned away by Fnatic, as they don't want Hype getting his hands on that. And expect to see... I would be... I guess you can ban AD carries or bot laners. Usually you see more supports bans in this kind of phase, but with Nautilus, Leona, and Shen and Alistair away, I guess the only real true engaged support we have left is something like the Rel. Yeah, or you can go like Zyra Khan as well, which is the end of the road, right? So I think there is still some flexibility. I don't know if teams are playing it, but I do think this could be a good Mel angle for Heretics as well. Like, you've got a lot of AI kind of walk at you characters on the opposite side, and if you can play at range and have them walk into you, like Mel does well in that regard. Azir can also do well when you're playing in towards a soldier. So I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is. Silas is really good into champions that walk at you as well.
To je true. Silas je u stvari dobar.
I'd be so down.
I would love it.
That'd be sick.
Not sure it would be great, but I would love it. It'd be a lot of fun, at least. As Fnatic get rid of the Ashe and the Ziggs, Heretics remove Yanara and Caitlyn. So, Fnatic, if you are walking forward, what AD carry and support do you want? Most likely AD carry here or bot laner.
Yeah.
Upset does tend to err towards AD carries rather than mages in that bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate a
I don't hate Zyra here at all. For Heretics, I don't hate it for Fnatic either. Yeah.
But I think it works out well.
Lulu Cog is also an option for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm less confident in that without the Shen. I think he kind of needs the extra help, especially when you got like Mbessa and maybe even a Skarner who's coming in from an odd angle against them. And Polymorph will obviously help in that regard, but still, because you could also end up going to like Kaisa, something along those lines here as well that could still play for the dive aspect.
So Heretics, after seeing the Lulu, where are we going? Bard still available. Okay. It gives you a good...
I like it, yeah.
I mean, it's good possible engage potential, right? Like, you chuck down the Temper Fate, and then on top of that, Mbessa uses Public Execution, you have the Skarner going in with Ishtar's Impact as well, and you Ember's Divide. So it's good setup for your team. Solid trade. Corki tends to pair up well with it, and that is where Heretics are looking.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense, because even most of the time, Lulu is paired with immobile carry. Like you're saying, Kog'Maw, Jinx, these kind of things. So already the Bard has that lockdown to deal with it, and then you've already got a Corki that can try and punish through the laning phase as well. Sivir, another option there, but basically same idea. At least that has an answer into a potential Tempered Fate that's coming its way.
Yeah, you have your Spell Shield to try and give yourself a small modicum of safety. Also very nice when people are walking towards you. You just chuck out Ricochet after Ricochet, the team gets close, but it looks like Fnatic might switch things up. They'll go Zeri instead. Gives you a little bit more danceability in the fight. That's the word I'm going to use for this. You can kind of weave in and out a little bit more than the Sivir can, who kind of stands near the back and throws things.
Yeah.
So, compositionally, how are we feeling, Rob?
Well, I kind of
Fnatic draft, vjerovatno.
Answer by the Zahen, good matchup there. Trundle,
vjerovatno malkice bolji.
The Skarner as well removes a ton of tanky stats. The Anivia, I think, should do relatively okay against the Azir. Like, I do think the early levels are a little bit tough. And then you got great scaling as well. So I think they've got good answers. And even the mobility that Zeri has makes this Bard pick a little bit less worrisome. So I would give the edge to Fnatic. But if you're able to get into a position where you suddenly get that lockdown with the Mbessa, Skarner isn't getting Trundle ulted, I think you kind of have a decent time as Heretics.
Yeah, I feel like if Heretics are first on the objective, it becomes a lot harder for Fnatic to play the game.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of walking into a bunch of soldiers, a bunch of missiles from their missile barrage, a Tempered Fate. It's very difficult for you to be there. But it's a weird one to predict, because in Game 1, we had Heretics play it really cleanly from laning phase. In Game 2, we had Fnatic play it pretty cleanly from laning phase. So it's who is actually going to get that early advantage? I feel the team that gets ahead at 15 minutes should be able to snowball this game away from their opposition. Just looking compositionally at how these two teams line up into each other.
Touch wood.
I don't mind if it's messy. Like this is the end game.
Yeah.
Okay, we're game 6 of a 6-game day maximum. Our producer did say in my ear, "Hey guys, welcome to the final ride of the day," and I said, "Are you not familiar with Fnatic pause hack tactics?" We could have a chrono break into remade game because the chrono break fails. That is Fnatic level of pause.
Why are you putting that out?
I'm just saying it could happen. I'm not going to touch wood because the last time you touched wood, it didn't work. Azir, mid lane, press the attack. Now, Foxon has talked about this, and he said it looks decently strong.
Yeah.
So, when you have one of the game designers saying it's strong, it's usually pretty good. As Douglas and Razork meet up in the jungle. Oracle's out of Razork. He's just letting that blue hit him a couple of times. Douglas looking for the steal if he can get it. Razork trading back in. With the press of the attack of his own. Douglas. No vision around that corner as Razork walks around again. That patience is going to expire before Razork can kill this off. Resets. Goes back into the bush. Razork half HP. It's a smite fight between the two junglers.
Zar ne bi da? What? Ok, dobio dvojku. Jel fajn on? A on ga on ga outplayao ovde. Ju, Razork.
Did the
Ovo je bilo baš lepo, iskreno. Ovo je bilo baš lepo od Razroka.
The League of Legends for you right there, man.
Oh, it's game 6 I'm here for.
None of this pansy ass nonsense, bro. This is how we love to see. Flash cross hitting from Brady as well. Frostbite there.
Dive him! Go!
Flash out with the egg somehow. So, that's 2 camps stolen by Razzle. And that went well for him in game 2.
Jako lepo od Razorka, iskreno. Jako lepo.
Invade as Sobro gets a good knock up onto Tracen. And Douglas will finish his first camp of the game on Vision.
Yeah, so this was what I wanted to have a quick look on. So when they actually did do changes to his ear in 26-14, they did fix a bug where the soldier attacks
Znači, Klaro,
by stack suppress the attack two
što je jako interesantna stvar
They
na
also
streamu,
fixed the bug where
što smo zaključili u prvoj seriji, nevezano za League of Legends. Da ljudi mnogo hoće da igram GTA, što znači da će vjerovatno biti stuck na joysticku jedno 150 sati.
But that's why we're also kind of seeing this change
Ali mnogo ljudi
stuff like that into this.
hoće GTA.
So it does make a lot more sense.
Ali što je način, sve što više razmišljamo o GTA, mislim da je bolja ideja da streamamo. Kao legitimno mislim da bi GTA bio jako dobar za odstreamovati. Single player story, nema ni online, uopšte neće ni biti. Tako da, a mislim vidjet ću ako budemo vremena, ali postoji. On izlazi 10 dana pred Signet. Počinjemo Signet-o ranije.
Leave both of his own buffs up, as he doesn't need to take the blue because he's currently got a blue, so why do I need to do that before I can refresh it? He's going to be probably 3 camps up by the end of this.
Far out.
Douglas could look for a blue invade.
I mean, you'd have to know that he hadn't done it. He did walk over the ward at least.
Yeah, you can click on him and see the timer on the blue buff. Now, Ishtar's in fact over this wall. Around here, it's so hard to dodge vision because Fnatic have vision in the Tribush, they have the Scuttle Crab, and then they had a ward in the Razor Beaks. Douglas
at least he knows
now knows that the blue is up for Vladdy. Oh, Ishtar's in.
I think he can't realizing
perfectly normally sized Ishtar's impact, I'm pretty sure. His way is up towards the top side. Cosmic Binding doesn't find the stun, and Subro should just be able to dash out of that one with the Ori Rush.
So we're getting the greatest hits of this series. Way trying to play for top lane because they won game 1, and Fnatic with the sneaky old jungle pathing like they won in game 2.
Yeah.
So I like that we're trying to get a little bit more.
Lev W upseta.
But it does mean that
Hype nimo dođe tu.
Getting pushed in a little bit.
Hey, he's lost 2 pipes
Douglas
already.
Didn't actually get the invade on towards the blue that he was kind of hoping for. So he's just going to be kind of getting his camp respawns as they go. And overall, I mean, Fnatic in a pretty good spot.
His camp respawns are so bad as well here for Douglas. Like, look at it. He's on a respawning Gromp. His Razor Beaks are now up. Then his Krugs will come up. Then he has to go back to Wolves, man. This guy is pathing to Narnia and back if he wants to try and get any of these camps.
Also, the camps on the top side aren't spawning for Razork because he left them late. Because he went to the bottom side. So
this invade, like, there's nothing here, dude. It's a spiral of despair.
No, it's all on fire. That's what's happening.
Okay. That's true.
As Vladdy actually giving him the ice there, making sure that he wasn't able to get in.
It's going to be Drake for Fnatic. They're pushing bot. Easy enough Drake. Razork can take this very healthily. As Douglas is now looking towards mid once again.
Seri nema 6.
Vladdy just walks away, puts down a wall of ice, and goes on his merry way. Does have TP to get back. Razork just needs to find the smite hit. And down to 600 it goes, and there's the smite from Razork. Meanwhile, on the top side, Grim Deliverance coming out, has to be flashed by Tracen. In your picture-in-picture. Razork now can turn his attentions back towards his own jungle. He's got more than double Douglas's farm. Douglas is on 5 camps.
Yeah.
Razork is on 11.
Yeah, I mean, he's a full level and a bit ahead, especially as he's going to tick over to level 6 fairly soon here off these 2 camps. So,
ne znam, nakon ovako starta Razorka sve mi se čini da će oni biti fine.
Incredibly far behind, and it's only going to get worse because the kind of the saving grace is, I'm a tank. This will be fine. But you're against Trundle. You are no longer a tank, my friend. You are a very squishy scorpion.
Lulu as well, like a polymorph Trundle that's sprinting at you. And so a whimsied, I guess, when you use it on an ally rather than polymorph. That's another Scuttle Crab going over to Razork, so his XP advantage continues to extend a level and a half now. The lead that Troll King has. He's going to path up towards his top side to make sure that Douglas can't invade his top side. And
I mean, he may even look for an invade himself.
Yeah, go
like
for a
the
blue
blue buff
invade.
could be coming through, especially if he thinks Gromp is going to come back up soon as well. I wouldn't be fully surprised with push for Sobro on top lane as well.
I think it's a bit harder to go for the invade when Lulu isn't coming with you. Aether Wisp on Lulu, Lospa is running down towards bot lane. You could still like just solo invade, but there's always the risk of you getting collapsed on and you don't know where Wei is on the map.
Yeah, I think in my head, tracing without flash makes it a little bit more, a little bit more vulnerable to try and make that play happen. And especially if Sobro already has push, you could try and move over, but blue is going to be taken. It would be a difficult play to try and steal away Gromp at this stage, so they're just going to back away.
Will be Krugs for Razork. Upset trading with Hype down towards his bottom side. Good electrocute out of way, puts Upset down to about 500 HP. The trade continues on top lane. The big lead obviously is for Razork. Sobro has been able to get himself a small lead. Did use his Grim Deliverance in exchange for that flash, but it's back up now as well. Makes it a little bit easier for him. Grub's 40 seconds away. As Razork will poke his nose in here and realize, oh, well, Douglas was allowed some of his camps, I guess, if he must take them away from underneath my nose. Sobro there, I think, misclicked a fist bump with his team, as no one has joined in with the fist bumping. And I feel that's like rude. Yeah,
to je BM, slažem se.
Fist bump you across the map. Oh, public execution. Wei coming in with a magical journey as well. Sobro, Grim Deliverance, dodges away from the Cosmic Binding. Pillar down, Razork with the Subjugate, but in the end will just be an exchange of ultimates on the top side.
Yeah, the investor is still quite mobile, thanks to that passive, so able to escape away despite the pillar coming through. And actually getting the Subjugate out from Razork, quite nice for them.
Yeah, the problem is, look at where Hype is, and look at where Upset and Lost were about to stand. Yeah. Hype's going to try and step forward. Lightning Crash out from Upset, takes Hype down to half HP. Wants to try and catch his Cannon Wave. Upset, though, down to half himself as well. Hype able to survive the damage of Upset and Lospa.
And honestly, I think that is like a bit of a win, right? Because so the big one is you get this wave pushed in on the top side, so you're going to be fine for tracing. You also look at the mini-map, you've got Void Grub's being taken here. You've got Wei who's managed to survive on the bottom side, so that really didn't amount to too much. Yeah. And now Douglas potentially looking for a dive on this top side.
Really good sequence for Heretics all round. If Hype had died, obviously totally changes the landscape of how this has gone. Ishtar's impact in from Douglas, Sobro flashing away from it, but no escape from Traysen's clutches. As Heretics even out this early game with a big lead for Traysen.
Yeah, huge turn of events there for Heretics. Fnatic very much in the driver's seat, but not actually getting that success in the gank in top lane. And then a good turnaround from Heretics off a couple of plays. Gold, even. You've now stabilized kind of the top side of the map for yourself, getting a gold lead that equals that jungle clear. I think you're very happy as Heretics.
Yeah, Eclipse finish for Traysen. Yeah. This early on, he is so much stronger than he has any right to be, really, when you look at how the individual 1v1 lane was going. Heretics have a small gold lead. Still, for Fnatic, they did get first Drake. Next one up in 50 seconds time. They have vision control down towards that bottom side, and Douglas is up towards top. And Razork will be able to re-garner some of the advantage he had gained by clearing his top side of the map.
Mora neko kontru da. Mora neko kontru da. Gledajte, legitimno je play da kad vidite svi betuju na jednu stranu, betaš nešto malo na drugu. Realno malo izgubiš, a jako puno dobiješ, ako si sam koji je betovo s druge strane.
Execution available to him.
What is a gesture if not a picture of the hands?
That's very true. So true. The big thing with the top lane matchup is public execution and Grim Deliverance. Whoever uses it first kind of loses. Yeah. Right? Because if you Grim Deliverance in, public execution just finds you when you land. And if you public execution, well, Grim Deliverance just dodges it and then jumps on top of you. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game in that top lane. A game of patience as Wei is looking up here again. Sobro very low. Wei has a magical journey. Razork is on his path across here. Public execution used there. Sobro holding on to the Grim Deliverance. Traysen trying to flash away. Sobro able to get underneath the
Ovo nije pogodilo.
Hail will bring Razork back. Seven jumps across.
Ojoj! A dobro, da seri mogu da delaju pola sekunda, ali bi popio još jedan tur. Što Razork je mrtav sve jedno. A neće, Anivio je tu. Fajn je.
Seven TPs away, back to the mid lane to catch that wave.
What's happening on the bottom side, though? Still looking at Hype, who is trying to stay underneath this tower.
He's doing a great job of surviving. Yeah. He's been 1v2 the majority of this game. Upset does have a 500 gold lead, but
I mean, still
could be a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Vladdy. Oh, Vladdy.
Oh, Vladdy boy. The pipes are calling.
From glen to glen and cross the
I got that
something
far. That's a
sea.
good
All right, well, that's some scrambled eggs for you and a little bit of verse from Dagdo and I as Trayson gets his second kill of the game and Heretic's second kill of the game and now 1,000 gold lead. I have been given a cool stat, Dagdo.
Okay.
Plus 33 CSD at 8 minutes is the largest jungle difference we have seen at 8 since stats started tracking in 2022. Wow. It is crazy that Razok can have been that far ahead and still lose this game. But Trayson is now 1.2k ahead, and the gold lead between the two teams basically even.
What are you gonna do him like that? We don't know if he's gonna lose the game. They got 2 dragons.
But wouldn't it be crazy if they do? Entirely shut the enemy jungler out of the game. Dagler still has 8 treats to give to his pets. Whereas like Razok's just
Razok je baš far ahead. Baš je far ahead.
2 drakes to nil. But
you really want to manifest this, don't you?
I'm calling it. We're gonna have a Trundle pillar. It's gonna knock Daglas up into the air.
Ja, mislim da ne može, mislim da je kasno za bet, ali nisam 100% siguran. Što je 19. minut već. To je 19. 13. minut već.
And then we'll see if Razok gets ahead in the early game.
I don't know if I'm ready for that, man.
That's been a fun day of League of Legends today.
It's been a little kooky.
Uzet ću obzir ko je igrao, lepo se držali kasteri, moram da priznam.
Entertainment delivered. As Hype now gets some place back for himself, and the lead that Upset had has disappeared. Trayson trading onto Sobro. Sobro does still have the Grim Deliverance and the Flash.
And also the benefit of having the Quirky go solo means that he actually does have levels, and Quirky's one of the AD carries that does benefit a lot from levels in the kit, right? Even especially the ultimate, getting towards those extra improved rockets, very nice. So I think Hype, like, he's done exceptional.
Yeah,
like the
really
fact that nothing has gone wrong in this bottom lane thus far is very incredible.
I think a big part of it as well is there's no hard CC on Fnatic spotlight.
Yeah.
You have a polymorph, but Hype just doesn't get close enough to be polymorphed, right? Because he can use the missiles. And then Razok hasn't been down here, Vladdy hasn't been down here, and Sobro hasn't been down. So he can just stand back and farm. And he did a really good job when we thought there was going to be that dive of just stepping up, saying, okay, you can take about half my health, but I will clear this wave and I'll stop you from actually being able to enact any further mischief down towards this bottom lane. Heretics with the 600 gold lead as Fnatic mostly playing around Drakes. The next one is 2.5 minutes away though, so Razok here a little bit over eagerly. Instead he'll settle for a crab. Rift held up in 40 seconds. And I wouldn't be surprised if Heretics play for it, because their top side pretty damn strong right now, as Seven has finished his Leandries, and second item is on its way for Trayson.
Yeah, I thought Douglas might be going in to get some deep vision in the Fnatic topside jungle for Rift Herald that's about to spawn, but looks like he was maybe considering just hovering on mid lane in case something was about to go down, but just going to go back in, hit that level 10, so should be matching Razok when it comes to the experience, even if he is behind in the gold. And that's kind of where I thought Heretics might try and use their presence on topside to lean into Herald now as it's about to spawn. It looks like it might be the case, but it's going to be a full clear from Douglas on all of his camps before he goes up there.
All of the camps he has access to, which are his blue side camps predominantly. As Wei looks for Sobro, Grim Deliverance coming out, Cosmic Binding doesn't find the stun. That's Sobro's ultimate used before any fight ensues around this Rift Herald. Razzle's just going to start it up. Now, Heretics are a man down for now. Seven doesn't have TP. Temper Fate hits onto Razzle, delays the play. Cosmic Binding in as well as they find the stun onto this Trundle. Seven now in
okej, so ovaj put nije pogodilo.
The Impale just tickles behind Razok's heels. Dagler's polymorph. Hype trying to open up. Fnatic splitting the fight around as Upset Chase is tracing out. Should be the Rift Herald to Fnatic, although Dagler steps in. Wow, Upset just deletes Trayson. Just takes him down entirely. And now Wei, the next target for Upset. Can't get in range for those final burst fire procs, but surprising that Upset had enough damage to work his way through that Embessa.
Big play from Upset. The fact that you managed to take the Embessa is the majority of the gold for Heretics, and we were just saying, you know, it's pretty even between the 80 carries. 1.3k gold lead after this, but yeah, very early ult from Wei. There's no real follow-up onto Razor. Even then, Douglas just missing with the Impale as well. I think Fnatic knew that they were in a very clear advantage from that point on. But when it came to the ult, but Upset just rinsing through Trayson this whole time.
It just hits everything. Apart from that one auto attack he missed, but great job all around from Upset to get the chase down. And as you say, now 1,000 gold ahead. The bounty on Tracin's head was high. Upset now with Storm Razor and Azeel is in a very strong spot. 20 seconds as well before the next Drake. Ultimate-wise, we're missing the Impale and the Tempered Fate for Heretics. No Subjugate nor a Lightning Crash for Upset. Fnatic with a TP in there, Anivia. They look to make a play for this soul point.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it's a bit late at this stage. I was going to say, you've got to be close to Ruin's Hurricane's Upset after with the gold lead that you have, but I'm just going to be happy to force that dragon. There is nothing here from Heretics. They're just saying, look, we're going to go top side, try and take a turn for ourselves, try and get some of the gold back into Douglas as well as he can steal away some camps. But Fnatic, very commanding position right now.
Yeah, really solid position. It's only a small gold lead, but when you look at where it is, the fact that Upset has this
Čak i nije toliko goli, samo 3 Drake-a su baš ogromna. Razlog je baš gapao u ovaj game. Koliko je 2-2 u 17 minuta i kao ne gledamo toliko kilova, ali od bukvalno invade-a na levelu 1 i Razorkovog altplaya mogo je da faila smite, Douglas dobije taj smite da se okrene partija, ali Razork jako lepo uvatio tempo od početka i onda ovi Drake-ovi samo rade previše, Infernali takođe. Sve što imaš 3 baš dobra Drake-a.
Joining the parties, it's a 3v3 on the bot side. Hype's going to make it a 4v3 in a moment in favor of Heretics. Instead goes back to mid as Sobro down to 200 HP. And not quite low enough. Way still stepping in. Wasn't it binding? Oh, Mazel with a pillar. Way with a magical journey. Just walks out. Nicely done. Power still stands for Fnatic and will for a while longer, as we saw Tracin leaving the play. Has a black cleaver, but needs to go and answer the pressure in top.
Yeah, I was kind of keeping my eyes on Douglas, was just running around on that top side, couldn't really find any camps, so now making his way back down towards this bottom side. But yeah, I mean, again, Fnatic, all you want to do is stabilize. Your Zeri is incredibly strong, especially she got the cool pop and the first tower plus those kills, so so just take it easy, play for these objectives. You don't have to do anything weird, wacky, or wonderful. Yeah, I mean, even with Herald in the back pocket as well, you can extend this gold lead.
You've stacked so well so quickly, right? We're 18 minutes in, and it's 3 minutes away from Soul. And it's Inferno Soul as well, which is so nice on the Zeri when you have Runans for all those extra procs. No tower here for Serin to retreat to. Razor puts the Rift Tower down. Serin will dash away, not stopped by the pillar. And we get to the right side of that one just in time. Way with a nice Tempered Fate, stops the Rift Tower charge. And that will be the Rift Tower falling without doing too much work.
Yeah, it makes nothing. Thought they might have tried and use that when there was a bit more pressure on the map, so you could try and get mid lane turret as you're protecting that bot lane, but wait!
Gets to the magical journey. Holding it just before, you need to see the pillar first.
Yeah.
With a lot of these things, to make sure you position it in a way that doesn't just catch you out.
It's so scary though. Yeah. It's, if you're waiting for that pillar, you're like, I could be dead before that pillar ever comes down and I need to get through this wall.
Yeah, Razor's doing a good job of keeping away from being comfortable on the map over the last few minutes. It feels very much like we're just delaying for a Drake fight.
Čeka se Drake, tako je. Mislim, tu nema šta, nema razloga se biju ni jednom trenutku osim kada ne dođe Drake. Samo ne znam šta je Hereticima plan jer su poprilično slabiji. Onda u suštini mislim da ekipa Heretika mora da proba da da nađe nešto na mapi, možda pre Drake-a, ili možda minut, malo jače.
Born to be the budget enchanter support, gives attack speed.
What is my job? You are here to give attack speed. Vision cleared out a little bit by way. He's going to reset. Only has 1 ward on his blood song right now, so wants a couple more before this fight begins. And we still have a minute 20 before it's likely to kick off as Douglas tries to keep Razork away from these tasty chickens. He's not going to have too much success as Razork very happily just walking up, dodging away from the rocks that Skarner's trying to throw at him.
Last Whisper pickup for Upset is nice just at the end of this.
True, yeah.
It's really gonna be nice for things like Tracin, and you imagine whoever Razork basically doesn't ult. But yeah, he just has that little bit of an advantage over Hype, which is may be going to be the turning difference for this fight, especially with Ardent Sensor on the back of him from Lospa. I do think Upset has the ability to just hard carry this next fight.
He just needs to step a little bit back at the start and then can begin to step forward. If he's caught with an Emperor's Divide or with an Impale, things are going to go very sideways for Fnatic pretty rapidly.
Yeah, I think it should be hard to get that though with the polymorph to lock down Saren or Douglas.
Crystallize, there's so many ways.
Čekaj, ostajem heist.
TP coming out from Kraken for that health shield. Heretics setting up here, 14 seconds. Now Fnatic do still have the option of just saying we'll go Baron.
Idemo all in.
We'll give you this point, this Drake. That's okay, there's a lot of vision behind them. Tempered Fate going down onto Razzle. TP out from Sobro as he looks for the flank. Razzle.
Fun fact, današnji dan u Lecu, 4 ekipe koje prije ovog dana nisu imali nijednu pobedu. Pa ti vidi. Znači na početku današnjih dana nijedna od 4 ekipe koje danas igraju nisu imali jedan win. Giantsi su 2-1 dobili svoj meč, izađe Fnatic verovatno uzeti ovaj, do duše, možda i neće, boga mi, Serin kako bije, Vladi, Vladi, dobar, ne može da mu double cancela taj dash, a joj, ubio te, Egnivija ga ubila.
As it begins to auto down Vlad, he won't have the damage to kill off the egg, and in the end, a 4-for-3 exchange.
Let's see, yeah.
From the get-go for Fnatic, you have a TP into the back line, but it's Razor ends up getting taken very low as he comes out of this Tempered Fate. But I thought this ahead was about to rip apart.
Ne, bilo je, Mate je komentarisao baš prvu seriju, imali smo jedan onako baš spy game. Znači šta je ono bilo? Ovo je bolje. Znači kad pogledaš nivo prve serije, ovo je bolje. Ona prva serija, znači nije se znalo ko bija, ko plaća. Znam da je pije obično, ali...
Upset stepping forward, Sobro jumping onto Way as well. Temper Fate hits Vladdy and Upset. Big targets there from Heretics as they go in the public execution for the follow-up. The Impale as well. Wild growth on Razzle, keeping him alive though in the midst of the fight. The Mikhails as well. Way has to dash away. Hype Valkyrie's out as well. Trayson and Douglas on the Drake, but the rest of his team are stuck behind a Crystallize. The Glacial Storm out. Good vision control for Fnatic in this push. Razzle steps forward and gets the smite. Infernal Soul to Fnatic. Razzle pays for it with his life.
No dobro, sad će ovi na Barona, ali četvorica su na pola healtha, Vladi je veoma jak. Infernal Soul, Nivea... Ja mislim da kontestuju što je najjače. Ok, dropat će ga. Nemam ja bih ga kontestovao ovdje. Što imaš Infernal Soul, znaš da vi nema ult. Upset W chunk ovdje pola health ako pogodi. Samo treba da priđu, mora se biju sad. Ne daš im Barona, tako je, ne daš im Barona ovdje. Šta uradi Vladi? Sad će da izgube Barona što je Vladi umro. Ne, bez Vladija ništa, to sad dropaju, nema šta. Ne, World će biti priča za sebe.
If I'm Fnatic, look, obviously sucks losing Vladdy, but Soul, Infernal Soul with this comp is so incredibly good. So Heretics really need to make this Baron work if they hope in any way that this trade goes even.
Take the tier 1 in the mid lane out of it. Hype 2 levels up over Upset. Well, 1.5. Upset about to ting over to 14. Hype at 16. Those missiles do a lot of work. The pillar not really connecting there from Razzle. Bot lane tower the next target for Heretics as Hype trying to gate away Fnatic from getting down towards that bottom side. They have a big wave down there as well to Heretics. As Saren can continue to push this in. Razzle looking for the chase onto Trayson. Pillar again doesn't quite lock him against the wall. Saren will continue his advance, the march of the minions in this bottom side. Vladdy here to try and answer. The Glacial Storm, good wave clear, but not as powerful into Baroned up minions, of course. As the cannons will begin to actually attack Vladdy instead of the tower, and Vladdy has cleared out that wave predominantly. Douglas comes in with the Ishtar's impact. Hype very deep to Temper Fate hitting onto Razzle. as Heretics ring out the retreat. Upset dashing in, Public Execution finds the backline, but it's Sobro, and that's not the target Tracing really wanted. Tracing down, Hype trying to open up with those missiles again, and chips away at Upset and Razork enough that they back away from the fight.
Hype is doing so much damage onto Upset. You can see Upset wanted to try and continue the fight on, but a little bit nervous of the Yordle in the copter, so instead Fnatic move back over towards this turret.
Fnatic will get a tower in exchange.
Svi su betovali na Fnatic, niko se nije betovao s druge strane. Da sam ja video betov bi ja, ali.
Still have a minute remaining on it, and Collector finished for Hype, as he is looking for those big bursts of damage out of the missiles. 2 items as well on 7. Tracing, who went a little deep in that last play, still sitting short of 3. Upset yet to finish his Lord Dominic's regards. Obviously Hype with a slightly cheaper item build. Otherwise, Upset would have finished his Lord Dominic's regards by now. Oh, there it is. He's gone back. He's got it. Just hadn't recalled. Yeah. You know? Has a pickaxe alongside. So both the AD carries very even in terms of itemization. The question becomes...
A ljudi ne vole za Canon u EBL-u. Baš ne vole...
30 seconds. I feel like the answer is a resounding no. And now Fnatic sit with an Infernal Soul.
Kakav refund, alo, kakav je, treba bude scam. Jer onda ako pobedi Fnatic ti dobijaš 500, a ako Fnatic izgubi ti gubiš sve. Tako da vi neš ništa, gubiš sve. Kuća pobeđuje. Ao, ljudi, Klara ne želi da vas scama, WTF. Klara je bacila refund, au, ne, Klara nikada neće biti dobar biznismen. Strašno, strašno. Vidi, imala je priliku da baci scam života ovdje, samo ostavi sve i čast.
Your luxury is starting to fall off a little bit. Like Ambessa and Azir still very, very strong, but the Skylar becoming a mega tank just doesn't exist because of the Trundle. And Corki kind of hit his stride already off of the 2 items that he's picked up and is now starting to quell in comparison to a late game Zeri.
Comparatively not as strong, still strong, but late game Zeri is late game Zeri.
Yeah.
Even though we're still only sitting at that 3 item point, the Infernal Soul obviously accelerates that. Hype being level 16 is a big power point for him. Upset still a whole level away from getting to that mark, about to ding 15 himself. Sobro has hit that 16 though. Sunder's put up towards this bottom lane. Elder up in a minute 20. And the Vision War begins.
Heretics still keeping pressure on sides well, though. Tracing up in this top end, so Razor thought he might have found a
to je odlično. Samo još da Fnatic uzme Eldera u 30. minuti. Tačno 30. minuti Elder, dosta rano Elder iskreno.
Tracing will walk down from top lane, still 40 seconds before the Elder spawns. Ooh, good damage onto Lost, but from Hype. Trying to hit those missiles, has a big one in the chamber. Sobro, that dreaded return, the pullback on Hype. Be pretty devastating for Heretics if it does connect at this point. Elder up in 30. Both teams' first win of the split on the line here. Heretics' first win of a series in 132 days. Fnatic has been more recently than that, but odds haven't been in their favor too much as Vladdy takes more damage. Razork stepping forward. Flash away from the Tempered Fate. Vladdy overextending just a smidge there. As Heretics gain control over the mid-wave. Tracing on Vision. Difficult for him to step up as Fnatic try and gate him away from the rest of his team. But again, the damage from Hype is there. Fnatic are losing the war of attrition as they are forced deeper and deeper into this river. Heretics have the waves pushed in top and in mid. Oh, Tracing going in to the back of the pit.
Razork je umro pre nego što je počeo fight. Što je jako loše. Nisam tražio ulti.
Heretics, as you say, incredibly patient generally. Just steal away the blue.
Razork je mnogo, ne možemo se heala to kod Eldera, on je baš čankovan previše.
Walks behind them, Ishtar's impact out from Daggler's, Public Execution almost close onto Lost, but Razork stepping forward, but Sound begins to open up. That Upset trying to get onto the backline,
Tracing. A, uspio da baci TP i ode Eggform. On je portal fight i Heretici će da pobedi, ja ne mogu vjerujem Fnatic izgubio od Heretika. Ovaj game. Nije game možda. Dobar TP od Vladi oduvati wave ako ništa. Ali ovo je Elder i Baron, ja ne mogu vjerujem.
Resilience in the face of a Fnatic Infernal Soul. There was no rush. There was not a bead of sweat on the foreheads of Heretics in that. Cool, calm, and collected. They march through river, they take the outer, and with Baron as well, Fnatic, they are going to struggle. Because this fight was messy. Tracing not able to get into the fight correctly, flashes up the wall to get on towards Vladdy. The impale onto Sobero keeps him out of the fight, which means the hype is doing a ton of damage on the top end. And Upset is just getting whittled down the entire time with no real front line to play behind. Seren, triple kill in the end. Beautiful execution from Heretics.
All credit to Seren in that play. My eyes were well and truly glued to hype to see if he could survive, but Seren, understanding that, realizing that all of Fnatic will be thinking, can we kill hype? He's the one doing the damage. Just goes in with the Emperor's Divide, puts the soldiers down, and absolutely shreds through Fnatic. Now we're 4,500 gold lead, and although, again, both the buffs that Heretics have are temporary, they have about 2 minutes to play with them. They're going to push forward. Fnatic have to try and take cross maps wherever they can. You can see Sobero in the top lane trying to get that tower, but Heretics will extend their gold lead with this Baron remaining for the next 2 minutes. Tracing pushing through bot, they put up the Sun Disc. Heretics want to crack at least the inhibitor line.
I mean, Heretics on the brink of taking down Fnatic. It has been a long while that since they've not only picked up a game, but like, if they could get a series win here, this would be incredible.
Što nisi bilo tu dugo siš?
Ne
znam ja. Self-scam. Samo kroz bot sad.
Double inhib off the push, the most likely outcome for now. The Elder, about a fifth of its timer remaining. Heretics could just look for the final push. They're going to do it. Fnatic on the defensive.
Ajde, imali imaju end. Trebali bi da imaju sa Elderom, iskreno sad full commit dok je Bard ult. Samo kule. Ok, Upset uleće na Douglasa. Douglas će da cleara wave.
The Elder about to expire, still a minute on the Baron. Heretics taking their time.
They just want to keep Fnatic pushed back, see if they can make some magic happen. Fnatic using the fact that they got the base just there to heal up as much as they can, but one more tower is all that stands here.
The Elder expires, the Canon minion. Putting in those autos, Upset closes it just in time, but the Nexus tower still falls. Heretics trying to step forward, there's still 5 members of Fnatic in their way. Douglas low HP, Upset just trying to do the damage, trying to clear out these waves. Razork so low, he's stepping forward, he's already dead.
Da, mislim da je game Upset umire, to je to. Da. Soboro, mislim da ne može da nastakuje do kraja i ja ne mogu verujem da je Fnatic izgubi. Dobro, mislim ako ništa bar prodaju. Prodaju Orgu, šta drugo da se radi. Ali ovo je stvarno za Fnatic, znači jednom toliko, ono, osvajač Worldsa. Kao nekada davno Fnatic G2 je bio jedini derbi Evrope koji je bio bitan, a sad imaš ekipu Fnatica koja ne može uzme win protiv jedna od najgorih ekipa u lecu.
They can only do it for alternating games as well. Game 1, great. Game 3, great. Game 2, the less said about it for Heretics, the better. Fnatic played that one well, but the patience around the Elder, around the Baron push, superlative all round for Heretics. And yeah, you just have to give them credit. They have equaled the amount of series they won in spring, and you can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Series votes. It's Trace in Hyper.
Pa dobro, današnji dan, kažem, eto, takav kakav je bio, imali smo dosta ekipa koje nisu došle do pobede, sad imamo 2 ekipe koje imaju bar jednu. Sutra gledamo Navi SK, mali opa protiv ekipe Navija, Giantsi protiv koja će biti drugi meč dana, što će također biti poprilično lep matchup, tako da sutra malo više nabadanja. Nakon toga imat ćemo sve i svašta ljudima ove nelje. Dobar miks, ekipa bez pobjeda i ekipa koja stompaju. Bilo kako bilo, u Counteru su loši. Da, mislim Fnatic samo treba da exita. Jer kao ako ne radiš, ako ne komitaš, samo bidaš pare. Ali dobra je. Tema možda za neki drugi stream. Ja sam otišao nešto da jedem, blago meni jer sam jako gladan, nisam ručao danas. I onda bi mogao neki streamić. Mogu bi neki stream malo da klikćemo, da se družimo, da se igramo, tako da ljudi moji vidimo se kasnije na live-u. Jer streama mora biti. A onda sutra ide lagani fudbal s Patreonima da se ne vređamo i poštujemo, kako mi to radimo na fudbalu. Tako da vidimo se ljudi moji malo kasnije na live stream.
I think we're more in the same as Odo, probably. probably a lot worse, honestly. Like, I hope they don't. I hope Pablo doesn't take in the comms from backstage.
All right, fair enough. Give me the good and the bad of today. What were you guys impressed with? What did you like? What was like steps in the right direction? Let's say you don't have to say it's good, but steps in the right direction. And what was frustrating to watch from the coaching perspective?
I mean, not to. I mean, just basically a lot of the stuff that we have talked about, that we've narrowed down on. Mostly just like being able to contend against like the other LSE teams in terms of like just confidence, not being afraid to die, taking space, like slowly playing the fights out, not taking stupid decisions, high percentage plays. There's still a lot more we can do, like proactively, but like the baseline was like, you know, we're getting there.
You're
so
getting there.
it's
There
good,
you go.
it's good.
The little laugh into the we're getting there. I like it. Nice recovery.
I wanted to ask, what's been the biggest challenges for you guys going from a roster that is winning championships, right? Where all of your skill set was about making those really, really good players into winning a championship. What's been the hardest thing now, moving into a roster that you go into it and the challenge is to make them make playoffs, not to win a title?
I feel like it's similar. I don't know.
Yeah, there's just more things to do, I guess. You know, at the end, when we had been together for 2 years in FlyQuest, we could focus on like 1 or 2 detail maybe per game. But like when we started here, there was like way too many details, you know. So it's like really a lot to work on at the same time. So it's just, I guess, difficult to even catch everything, honestly, even with multiple eyes. So it's hard to kind of sometimes know like where to start, because you don't want to do everything at once as well, because you need to make sure that they like take it away. So yeah, I guess that.
Yeah, fair enough. Is there any one thing that you guys have realized over your course of being here or from your time on other teams that you do want to prioritize? Is there a clear favorite? You said it's difficult, but what was the kind of the end decision when it comes to telling your boys, like, hey, we're prioritizing Baron setups, Dragon setups, not dying for no reason on Sidewave? Like, what is the final decision that you tell the guys?
I think we just kind of cover everything. I don't think we're like super systematic. We just kind of go with like every game is so different in League. And it's just like you just kind of have to like systemize things in your mind of like, you know, what you are playing for, understanding every champion, every